She won't be doing it.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regular commission meeting of January the 26th, 2021. Hard to believe we are in 2021. We will start this meeting off with our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be by Pastor Guy Glass, Bethany Baptist Church, who has been with us before. So if you would stand, please.
Would you please bow your heads and pray with me? Dear God and Father, as the Manatee County Commissioners once again come together for this meeting for the purpose of discerning and deciding through dialogue with each other and input from our community the best course of action to take for the betterment of our county, we ask today for your wisdom and guidance to be available to each commissioner who in these few moments might, along with all of us, ask for your divine intervention. Our community, dear Father, faces many issues. We struggle through the effects of COVID, a virus which has brought many changes to the way all of us function in society. Give these leaders the wisdom necessary to navigate through the immense issue and bring us with your help to its conclusion. In addition, we remember those on the front line in our battle, our doctors, nurses, and medical personnel. We ask for your continued protection for them and for the men and women of law enforcement, fire protection, and our rescue services as they seek to perform their duties in a way that ensures their safety and responds to the needs of our public in this community at large. Once again, I ask that you would bless them as they seek to bring peace to areas of tension that surround our county. The wise use of land that balances both residential, commercial, and industrial growth with the untouched beauty of your creation, as well as the wise use of resources to meet the needs of our population. Dear God, protect our elected officials from falling prey this day to the tyranny of the urgent by allowing them to see with discernment the issues of greatest importance and through their own study conclude with the best course of action. This day, dear God, and in the days that follow, allow them to govern and administer the actions of this county with the knowledge of where we have been, the needs of where we are today, and with the development of our future so that this county and its people may not only survive, but thrive. I ask this in your name and for your sake. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, as most of you know, we have a time certain for Port Manatee, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, Carlos. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, would you?
Yes, thank you. Good morning to everyone. As we open up today's Port Authority meeting, we'll open up starting by, do we have any public comments? And public comments as it relates to Port Authority business. Do we have any public comments as it relates to Port Authority business? Yes, ma'am, please make your way and come up to the microphone.
Good morning, Patty Kuhn, Piney Point Road, good neighbor and bearer of peppermint patties from York, Pennsylvania. Greetings. We have at the end of our road an abandoned sailboat that is located on port property, and I was just wondering if anything's going to be done about it, and if not, would it be all right for me to pull it into my yard and make it into a playground for children?
We don't normally we don't normally we take all the public comments first and then we respond back. However, before we comment on that, I'm sure we're going to go and get some legal counsel on how those steps are supposed to be taken, if that's an option. I'm not necessarily sure who owns the boat. We have to obviously vet your approach as far as it being on the port's property and things like that. So there's some steps that we would have to take prior to us responding to that. But I think I will refer to the other Port Authority members and the Executive Director once we have concluded all public comments. Is that okay, Port Authority members? Okay, thank you. Trust me, that one's noted.
Thank you. Somebody already took the trailer.
Okay.
There was a trailer with it. Somebody, I don't know who took the trailer, but I'd just like to make a children's playground.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we all love the kids, so that's great. Do we have any more public comments as it relates to Port Authority business? Do we have any more? Okay, we'll close public comment. And Port Authority members, do you have any comments or before I ask Mr. The Executive Director about this issue? Does anybody want to comment? So, Mr. Carlos, do we want to turn to legal, or how do you all want to respond?
Well, I'll start with your permission, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, there are steps that need to be taken on abandoned boats, as you pointed out. And if allowed, we'd be glad to repurpose the sunken boat for recreational purposes and create another, opportunity for residents to enjoy living at the port. So we'll look into that.
No, I'll get with Carlos after this, and we can talk to the residents some, but we'll need to look at handling the abandoned vessel, whether in fact it is on port property, and then we can report back and let you know what's occurred with that vessel.
Prior to leaving, are we going to get this young lady's information and make sure we hold a communication with her and then go
Mr. Chairman, we know where she lives.
Okay, so that concludes everything
Yes.
on the as far as public comment. Does any authority members have anything on that? Okay, we'll close public comment for the second time. Next, we'll move through the agenda as far as ratification of the Port Authority officers. And what is the pleasure, Mr. Carlos?
Well,
Move
Mr.
to
Chair-
approve.
Second.
Okay, we have moved to approve and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, moving right along to number 2, the consent agenda. Pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Right. Moving right along, Executive Director, your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't have any comments at this time. Thank you.
Just so everybody know, I do have some comments that I'm going to talk about as far as where the port is. We've gotten off to a real good start, which all of us understands that. We always want to thank the port for all the things that they do. I think it's important on January 9th, 2021, the Port Authority in Del Monte produced the second new energy efficient containerized vessel, and we had an opportunity to go out there and offer and present some plaques and things to that nature. Where I am right now, as we take and we see what's going on with the energy in our region as far as the Bucks getting ready to go to the Super Bowl, and we actually talked a little bit, myself and Carlos and some other staff members, about some ways that we can potentially promote the port. And obviously, if you see what's going on now, there's a lot of momentum getting behind the Tampa Bay Bucks, and I want to ride the wave. I want to ride the wave. So I think with some of the communication that we had this morning, and for a potential way for us to promote the Port Authority, I'm asking the Port Authority members, what do you all think about? They have this initiative as far as to the right turn on Tampa Bay, right? And with the Lightning winning the Cup and the Rays getting where they are now, we have the Buccaneers. And I think we have a lot of excitement and we can get behind. So I'm wondering, are you all interested in doing a promo? I would like to do a promo at the port to support the Buccaneers, and some of the thoughts that came out from some of the other people that we talked about this morning. The vision was for us to have on some Buccaneer gear from the Port Authority members and just do something, maybe 10 to 15 seconds, and just get behind the Bucks. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore.
I think that's a fantastic idea. As someone that actually was living here the very first game and has been an ardent fan, winning and losing, well, mainly losing, I think that's a wonderful idea. We made history having going to the Super Bowl, a team in your hometown. So I think that would be great.
Right, and I think it's great for our reason, but
And Port Manatee.
Right, the Port Authority, and Carlos and I have talked about this many a times of separating as well as promoting. I mean, no, I don't want to say separate. Promoting Port Authority. I'm gonna stay away from that. But we want to, if there's an opportunity for us to do that, I'm not necessarily sure how it looks. I think the individual from staff was going to put something together for it, but I wanted the Port Authority members' approval first before we moved on. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, I agree. It's a really creative and fantastic opportunity. Let's do it.
Well, okay. Any other authority members?
I think that the only way to truly do this is if the county commission attends the Super Bowl ourselves. Right?
You want to call the game?
We'll all wear Port Authority
Right,
shirts.
absolutely.
He's
Port
like,
Authority
okay.
shirts, and then, we'll get on the Jumbotron.
If everybody closed their eyes and imagine you and I at the Buccaneers game together, that's a lot of fun, right?
We look like that movie Twins with Schwarzenegger and DeVito.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll get back to it, and I respect the staff, and I'm sure staff will respect that. Is that okay with you?
Go Bucks.
Go Bucks.
Yes, I think we can put together some ideas for the board to consider, and I think to take advantage of the opportunity to promote both the port and the county in regards to this, this event.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the Fox 13 is the big one for Tampa Bay for advertising, and then of our local channels, but that, I'm sure they got the corner market.
Right, and I think what I'll do is probably, once we put it together, maybe have the port staff, either our staff, to reach out to them and make sure we have that connection, so maybe we can get our promo out there.
Yeah, don't forget our local channel.
Right.
Be really
We just
important.
did,
Right,
yeah,
right.
local,
Right.
ABC 7, Baden is done.
Anything else said on that? Okay, so we've heard from the executive director. Do we open it back up again for public comments? Anybody have public comments on that? Sure, sir.
About the port.
About the port?
About the Port and Buccaneers, that sounds awesome. Let's do it.
Okay, thank you.
Get him a ticket, too.
Right. Okay, now we'll go to commissioner comments. Do we have any commissioner comments on Port Authority business? Commissioner Whitmore.
Can somebody tell us when we're gonna possibly be going back there to the port? Or are we, I mean, it's fine with me, I just was wondering.
Sir, yes.
Can I answer that, Mr.?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Whitmore, we're working diligently to do that. We have been working for a while to try to create an environment that is safe and secure. And so I would expect that immediately after you return to the county chambers, probably the next meeting after that, hopefully I can get you back into the Port Authority chambers. That's our goal. So month and a half to get you back in there, because we have so many moving parts in this, especially with the setup of the room and so on. Our room is smaller, so we reconfigure, and the cameras for Manatee TV have to be then reoriented. So a few minor technical issues, but nothing that can stop us from having you back at the port.
Okay, the only thing that I'll say about that, the same thing my comments were about with us moving. Obviously, we want to make sure that we are putting people's social distancing and everybody is safe, because we know we're still in the midst of the pandemic and there are a lot of concerns. But all of us have to make a decision on that, both from the county standpoint as well as from the Port Authority. So when it's that time, the discussion to come, and we'll make the best decision to move forward. Are there any more commissioner comments? So that concludes the Port Authority meeting. Thank you for everything.
All right, I have, thank you, Carlos, and all the staff members that are here from the port. I have been asked to do a 5-minute recess just to give the clerk time to pick up the books and to change everything over to the commission meeting. So we're in recess for 5 minutes.
No, I don't. So I'll just, won't, but he just said that they received it.
Oh, okay.
And it was her thing.
All right, we are starting our meeting back up. We have a 9:30 time certain, but it's not 9:30 yet, so we're going to go to proclamations and presentations. Number 4, recognition of Manatee County's 12 years as a Tree City USA community.
Oh, Madam Commissioner, so we're skipping number 3?
I'm sorry, I don't see a number 3 on my, oh, that's at 11 o'clock time certain.
Oh,
That's
thank
why
you.
we're not doing
Okay.
that.
So where are we for? Oh, there's the tree guy.
Good morning. It is my honor to read this proclamation today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Can we wait a second?
Yes.
That's not, I'm a little bit confused. On my agenda, it says presentations. Number 4, recognition, and then after that is proclamation. So, Madam County Administrator, can you help me with that, please? I'm a little confused. Number 4.
You were right. Yeah, it's Tree City.
Yes, it's recognition of the 12 years as a Tree City USA community. Mr. Hunsaker, are you up there as well as?
Is that? But that's not the proclamation, because we have to vote on proclamation. Okay.
Oh, I love this.
Okay, you hold on to that side.
Yep.
All right, see this? Right? And in addition to that, there's a flag. This is a big deal.
I got this.
Okay. And it's nothing on it, but
I think
but it does say 12 years as Tree City, USA. And this is a part of the Arbor Day proclamations and other things going around the county and around the state and around the United States. We've been at it for 12 years in terms of documenting our tree canopy, working to encourage tree planting across this county. I might add that when you think about it, out there at DeWitt alone, we've planted over 1.4 million new pine trees in the ownership of Manatee County. A lot of folks talk about, we're going to have to take down Australian pines at the beach to accommodate the good parking. We're accused sometimes of taking those trees down. And I'm always proud to be able to say, well, in the background, remember, we've planted 1.4 million trees in Manatee County as an offset to the things that we have to do when we have to do them. But the Tree City USA allows us, thank you, Commissioner, recognizes this thing with a banner that we will proudly fly, probably out at GT Bray and any place else that wants to put the flag up, and a little plaque with that 12-year mark that we'd like to place somewhere in the administration building to recognize the activities of Tree City USA. Your LMAC committee is your tree committee. They double us that and give you the guidance throughout the year. So I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you and recognize our good works, your good works for Manatee County. And thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll go ahead, before we do proclamations, what is the pleasure of the board?
So moved to approve them.
Second.
I have a motion to approve proclamations by Commissioner Whitmore, a second by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I was going to say, Misty, I didn't hear you. All opposed? It's approved unanimously. All right, without further ado, Misty.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up on Tree City USA, for anyone who doesn't know, that is such a big honor for our community to be recognized for 12 years. So great work to this county for achieving that. Okay, the proclamation today, whereas Gulf Coast Games for Life serves over 500 senior athletes, providing a vehicle for senior citizens to participate in an Olympic-style sporting competition each year. And whereas the Manatee County Parks and Natural Resources Department, in partnership with the Sarasota County Parks, Recreation, and Natural Resources Department and the City of Northport Parks and Recreation Department, provides an opportunity for seniors to adopt a healthy lifestyle through personal fitness so that they remain active and enjoy their lives to the fullest. And whereas the Manatee County Parks and Natural Resources Department, in partnership with the Sarasota County Parks, Recreation, and Natural Resources Department and the City of Northport Parks and Recreation Department, promotes the celebration of sportsmanship, camaraderie, and competition among the community's senior population of 50 and older. And whereas the Gulf Coast Games for Life is celebrating its 32nd anniversary this year and providing fun, fitness, and fellowship for a generation of champions. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that January 16th and January 30th through February 7th, 2021 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Gulf Coast Games for Life Week in Manatee County, Florida, to acknowledge and honor the senior population for its achievements and inspiration during this week-long event. It's adopted today with a quorum present and voting this 26th day of January 2021 and signed by our chairperson, Vanessa Baugh. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you, Charlie.
Yes.
Thank you for your department's work.
Thank you very much again. And there's some heavy tennis competition going on right now out there at GT Beret of this program. And we're able often to have the cooperation of the Manatee County School Board to be able to use some of their facilities sometimes for the overflow. And we've always been able to honor this because we've got a lot of folks obviously participating throughout the county. We're glad to host it with Sarasota County and Venice. And we'll have this proclamation also up there at GT Beret, and very proud to show it. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Charlie. All right, before we get into the next item, there's a couple of things I just want to go over as chairman. The first one's going to be the Pledge of Public Conduct. We may disagree, but we will be respectful of one another. We will direct all comments to issues, and we will avoid personal attacks. That goes for this board as well. And the other thing I want to go over is, and I had a conversation with the county attorney on this before I actually had my first meeting as your chair this year. So we have to remember that in our meetings, sometimes the transcripts, the audio has to be used in a court situation, a lawsuit situation. So we need to make sure that our transcripts are very clear, precise. And so because of that, it is very important. I know that you all have rules and regulations. 5.2.4, you might want to write that one down and go over it, please, because we have had some issues with this in the past. And we're going to try and get back on the right path and do things correctly so that our transcripts are good and clear. 5.2.4, I'll read it. It says interruption. A commissioner once recognized shall not be interrupted when speaking unless it is to call that commissioner to order or as herein otherwise provided. If a commissioner while speaking is called to order or if a question of personal privilege is raised, the commissioner who has the floor shall cease speaking until the question of order or privilege is determined by the chair. And if in order, that commissioner shall thereafter be permitted to proceed. A ruling of the chair on a point of order can be overturned by the majority vote of the commissioners present. A question of privilege is defined as pressing situation affecting a right or a privilege of the board of an individual commissioner that warrants interruption of pending business. And I guess, well, I'll go ahead. It's only another sentence or two. Examples are the need to deal with disruptive noise, inadequate ventilation, or introduction of a legally confidential subject in the presence of those not entitled to knowledge thereof. I think that what we're trying to say here is that if the chair gives someone, a commissioner, the floor, they are not to be interrupted by another commissioner. No discussion will be made unless the other commissioner is recognized by the chair. So in doing that, it just makes sure that our transcripts are very clear as to what is taking place. And we've gotten very lax with this in the past, and we're going to try and, for our sake and the sake of our county attorneys in doing their jobs, we're going to try and do a better job. So I just wanted to mention that. So we'll go ahead now. Madam Administrator, any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the board, there are a couple changes to today's agenda. Under changes to citizens' comments, under consideration for future agenda items, item number 6, citizens' comments, a written comment submitted through the online public comment form was added to this item, item 6. Under changes to the regular agenda, under Administrator, under the item 44, which is the update on the CARES Act strategies, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and coronavirus local strategies involved with testing, local data, statistics, and vaccine distribution, and extension of the local state of emergency. The requested action was updated to add a motion to adopt Resolution R-21-019, approving the guidelines for the U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Grant Program. And the following documents were added to the agenda item as updated today. Resolution R-21-019. Item 2, the CARES Act Phase 3 Extension Emergency Rental Assistance Presentation and the ongoing response to COVID-19 presentation. Then under addition to Commissioner agenda, Commissioner Baugh, item number 48, a 9:30 a.m. time certain was added for discussion of process for Commissioner meetings. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any items that commissioners would like to have pulled? Not seeing anyone. All right, we will move forward then. Next, we're going to do consideration for future agenda items. We have a 30-minute time limit for that, and I believe most of the cards that I have is for future agenda items. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. First speaker, Debbie Peters. Second, Nathan Livinson. And the third is Pam, I'm going to probably not say this right, Farini. If y'all could just get in line up there and take turn, you know, you got 3 minutes. And make sure you state your name. Thank you. Deb Peters, yes.
Well, I apologize for this. This is my first meeting, and I didn't really know how this worked. I thought this would be after you spoke about the dogs, so I just wanted...
Could you please state your name for the record?
Oh, Deb Peters.
Thank you.
And so I'm here. I want to speak for the dogs on behalf of the animal shelter that is in question on whether or not you're going to proceed with it or not, or take the money away and perhaps do something else with it. I understand that there's some talk about not going ahead with the animal shelter. And I'm a dog lover, and I just want to beg you to go ahead and build the animal shelter. We have lots of animals out there that need homes. They're abused, they're neglected, and we have tons of animals here that just need homes. So I pray that you go ahead and build the animal shelter for these dogs.
By the way, I'll be making a comment about this when we're done with public comment, so you know. Okay, Nathan Levinson. State your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Nathan Levinson. I've been before you for the past 9-10 years speaking about this subject. I haven't been before you in the past 2 years because there's been not much of a need. We've made much progress, much progress. Gabriel.
Misty.
We have come so far. I've been before you so many times putting on dogs on the screen that we killed for the wrong reasons. This is a dog, Gabriel. He was shot in the face. Instead of killing him right away, which any shelter would have done, instead, they went far above and beyond. They saved him, worked on him, rehabilitated him. One of the staff members took him home for 2 years and fostered him. And this is without me, without any of the community saying anything to anyone. This is our community pride. This is what we've been working for, and this is what we have achieved. We have become, and you all see the numbers, which I will send you in emails. You can compare it to what it was before. We have become an example for the whole nation for no kill. We have shown the way with the warts and all. There's issues, there's problems, there always will be. That's why we work together. We have a moral obligation and a responsibility to take care of the unwanted. We have a responsibility, which we have already achieved in a BOCC meeting, ratified by the whole board, that the whole community came together, fought for a shelter that is broken down, that was built in 1930, 1940 something, and it's taken this long to get to this point. Now all of you, every single one of you, should be asking how you can help. How you can help the shelter. Should be visiting there every month, seeing what is going on, talking to the employees, thanking them, and seeing what you personally can do to help. When we have problems, when we overfill, every single one of you should be going before the media, asking the public to help, calling for adoptions. This community has fought so hard to get to this point. We have come so far. We are not going back. We are never, ever going back down that dark path of slaughtering 20 to 50 dogs a week for the unwanted. Every dog, every cat that has been adopted from there has been unwanted. All my animals, everyone else's. It's time to do the right thing. The will of the people. We are going to get this new shelter. Thank you very much.
No clapping, please. We don't permit that in here. I know, but that we've been told now, so there you go. Pam Farini. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
Don't worry, it's my husband's name. He's used to it.
Yeah, good girl.
Good morning. I'm Pam Farini, a resident of Manatee County, president of Animal Network, and chairperson of Shelter Manatee Capital Campaign. In November 2016, the infrastructure sales tax, or IST, was endorsed by approximately 60% of the voters. On April the 23rd, 2019, the commissioners unanimously allocated $8 million from this IST to relocate and build a new animal shelter. In September 2019 and 20, you approved out-year budgets containing the $8 million. In the April 2019 meeting, Animal Network agreed to lead a capital campaign to raise $2 million for construction of this new shelter. Animal Network and I then, on that date, began what has so far been 646 days of almost constant toil for this dream. I've given thousands of my personal hours, driven thousands of miles, and spent thousands of my own money for this effort. For each donation, I staked my integrity and that of Animal Networks on the Commissioner's promises. I did so based on the 4 previously listed affirmations and reaffirmations of the $8 million being available. From the progressive campaigns of our new 2020 board members, I believed you would lead into the future. Yet it has become painfully apparent that instead of looking forward, this board has a significant appetite for looking to the past, discussing potential privatization of the shelter or rebuilding on the current site. If each election means the wisdom and decisions of all past boards can be reversed, I believe there is a potential for all affirmed parks, schools, libraries, pools, and much more to be in jeopardy. Conversation has been solely focused on the pets housed in the shelter, but I think that's the wrong lens to be used to value this facility. The shelter provides an essential constituent service that each of you should support. Its staff and volunteers have become the jewel in the crown of Manatee County as they provide service to thousands of people, like an owner whose dog was recently rescued by Animal Services. Learning that his beloved dog was safe in the shelter, he raced to the facility, bounded through the front door saying, "Thank you for saving my baby." Along with housing pets, the new shelter will also be a location for education, innovation, and interest as it becomes a destination for those seeking the recipe for duplicating its incredible success. I recently received a truly transformational donation from Mosaic Company. They wrote they were pleased to partner with Animal Network and are proud to support the work we are doing in our community. Please listen to what they are saying and make the $8 million available with giving your full voice support for initiating construction of a new relocated shelter as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right. I have several that says for future agenda, but really it's going to be on the item coming up at 9:30. I do have a couple of people on the call, waiting on the call. Andrea Griffin, I don't have anything down on this, so I'm not sure what this is for. Can you help me?
My name's Andrea Griffin, Manatee County resident. Last week we had a work session that had nothing to do with fixing infrastructure, roads, drainage, or anything to do with fixing anything we have in this county.
Andrea, I'm sorry, I have to ask you, is this in reference to our 9:30 time
No.
certain? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
The entire day was spent figuring out how to tax us and regulate us. What I'd like to see moving forward is work sections dedicated to fixing what is broken or failing in Manatee County. Which roads, infrastructure, and drainage systems need to be fixed first? What's the cost, and how do we pay for them? The new board has been in office almost 3 months, and nothing has been done to move this county to its goal. We need to start living within our means. We have duplicated positions in our government that could be removed. I'd like to see the cost of I would like to see costs to rehab the animal facility in Palmetto, to include video and audio provisions so we can see what's going on. I would like to see a position for an as-needed trainer, either full-time or part-time, to work with at-risk animals to make them adoptable quicker. It would be nice if we could hire a manager out there that is also a trainer to help save taxpayer dollars. We need the board functioning for the citizens. However, we've been dealing with scandal after scandal with this new board and getting absolutely nothing done. I would like to see the board increase the county administrator's requirements to what they were before they were unfairly lowered to have Carol's friend, Sherry, assume the position. I don't think it's appropriate to be paying salaries higher than what our governor is making, with the exception of our county attorneys, which are highly educated and their cost justifiable. It is my belief we made a good decision on election night for this board. We demanded a new direction and a new culture for this county at large. None of these things are happening. I would hope that this board takes a step back and realizes you are making a mockery of our county, and it needs to stop. Some commissioners can't even control themselves at the dais. Constant bickering, comments under the breath like, this is not kindergarten, which shows the county pettiness of some board members. You should respect the chair and show some professionalism instead of childish behavior. Finally, I would like this board to demand our staff to provide us all the information on COVID, not just what they want to feed the board. We need healing in this county. We expect our elected officials to lead by example, which is not happening. We must refocus and start moving this county forward in a more productive manner without all the chaos that should have been removed in December. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this topic? All right, not seeing anyone. Phone calls? Yes, absolutely.
445, please hit *6 to unmute. Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Is it Glenn? I think I heard
Glenn,
your voice. Yeah. We hear you, Glenn.
Glenn Giblin. Thank you. Glenn Giblin for the record. So I tried to get on public comment for Port Authority, and I got through, my hand was raised, and nobody acknowledged me. So I had a public comment there, and I guess can I talk about that? Not, well, it doesn't matter.
No, I'm sorry,
Anyway,
Glenn. You can't. Not on the port.
Well, then that's a flaw in your answering service, because I got denied my public comment at the Port Authority meeting. I'm not happy about that. We only spent $137,000 at P&L, and that's what I was going to discuss. So moving forward on future agenda items, I'm looking at the resolution 21023, and on miscellaneous it says affordable housing payments of $3,889. So that's what they have to. That's the bonus that they put in. Why don't we just make that a flat fee on every permit? If it's under affordable housing, and I think it's now 200 and some thousand, if you're building anything over that, you pay the $3,889. Every permit issued pays that fee if they're not building affordable. Let me put that in perspective. Last month, we okayed 5,000 permits. You don't think we can fix or at least put the dent in affordable housing with an extra $19,582 every month? You don't think Jerry Lopez or Denise Thomas can move forward with more affordable housing if those funds were available? The time is now. The developers have never stepped up to the plate. They are never going to step up to the plate, and they just pass those costs along just like every other cost of an impact fee or a building permit. It's not a dime out of their pocket, and the buyers of the house, obviously that's not making much of a difference to them because we're in a boom. Prices are going up 7%. It's getting out of control for the blue-collar workers. So let them pay and help subsidize the affordable housing. We're only short about 50,000 units here in Manatee County. So I want the board to consider that, and let's move in the right direction and let the developers pay, let the new people coming into town buying new houses help offset the affordable housing. They're okay for to have the window washers come out there and do their window, but they can't live in their community. The developer says, oh, we can build you to work. We'll build the roads cheaper. Yeah, to where? To their walled communities where we can't afford to live. So they're not doing us any favors. So I would encourage this board to take that fee and apply it to every permit you give. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller 408. Please press star 6 to unmute. And star 6.
My name is Carol Phelps. Yes, my name is Carol Phelps, and I have a public comment. You've given us so much to work with this week. Where to begin? First off, we are very appreciative of the last meeting where you invited public comment. Of course, this being announced on a Friday for a meeting taking place at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday did not give much time for preparation and participation from the public, but nice try, and we appreciate the effort. I do agree with Commissioner Baugh's comment made during the meeting, and I paraphrase, but it did seem like we were on the campaign trail again, as according to my stopwatch, the commissioners did more talking about their issues and viewpoints than listening to the public. I would like to suggest that perhaps this type of dialogue, if you are truly interested in public opinion, take place on a smaller scale within our districts. And I personally have made an effort to help facilitate that for you, only to be told of all the rules and regulations necessary to do so, then following the instructions on who to contact for a venue and getting no follow-up or response. Secondly, I appreciate the commissioners that took the time to speak to me personally. Our county commissioners are our first line of representation in our form of government, and it doesn't matter if we are a county of 400,000 or 4 million. That responsibility to know your constituents, to know what the communities you represent want and need from their governments doesn't stop after getting our vote to put you in office. And it is not limited to your campaign sponsors or party affiliations. and it doesn't stop at district lines when you vote on county-wide issues that affect us all. One of the points I made in my conversations with our commissioners was the fact that while our county maintains a very robust official website, there are glaring omissions and issues with the timing in which information is released to the public. I stand by my statement I made that a legal notice placed in the paper 30 days in advance for a meeting on a rezoning issue is not legal at all if the meeting itself has not been scheduled on the official calendar or on the agenda produced with supporting documents for public review. At the same time, a legal notice or small, indecipherable yellow sign is placed on the property in question. And I also stand by my statement and request that consideration for a rezoning moratorium be placed on the county agenda to review, audit, and investigate this procedure. Although it seems the BOCC rarely addresses issues brought up by the public in what is supposed to be a forum to do so. Instead, we find time to put on the agenda such innocuous proclamations and support for a statue in Sarasota County when we haven't even resolved the issues with our own historical artwork and health crisis of cultural divides in our own community. There is no reason, and in this era of technology, that a tentative agenda with supporting documents available at the time cannot be posted at a minimum of 30 days in advance for all government meetings. I personally feel I heard a lot of words from our commissioners on what we can't do or what our commissioners and county staff can't do. But yet, miraculously, after poking the bear a bit, suddenly our project list that is supposed to inform us of pending applications.
Carol, you need to finish up, please.
Is now up to date on February.
Carol, you need to finish up, please.
And last week, I am going to finish. Last week, a great brouhaha was raised because a meeting took place between two commissioners without adequate notice, not only to the public, but even to other commissioners, including our chairperson, or at least that's what we've been led to
Carol,
believe.
that's for
And had it not
9:30,
been for the
please.
efforts of
If you
those
want to
of us
make
who have
comments
been
on that, it
blind
has to be at
subversive
9:30.
in raising this issue.
That's all the calls we have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Carol, please call back at 9:30 with that, if you don't mind. Actually, it's past 9:30. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Just so you know, I've got some more notices, but they're actually, I believe, for the 9:30 meeting that we're late going into. And then other items that are coming up a little, I think, later at 11 o'clock, time certain. So without further ado, we'll go to our 9:30. Madam Chair, or Administrator, would you like to bring that forward for us, introduce it, and I'll take it from there?
Certainly. Madam Chairman, Commissioners, there you have a 9:30 time certain request to discuss the process for commissioner meetings. And I provided that agenda item so that Commissioner Ball could bring it forward. She wanted to have a discussion about it. We had a meeting requested from one of our at-large commissioners to meet with the other at-large commissioner, of which it was provided, it was scheduled, it was posted to our county website and on our county bulletin board and made available to the public, and it was Friday, January 22nd at 8 a.m. So, Madam Chairman, I know y'all wanted to discuss how those types of meetings might go forward in the future.
Yeah, and I've got 4 items that I'm going to bring up to the board on items that I believe might make it a little bit easier moving forward. And I have to tell Carol Feltz, some of the things she was saying, I actually already have them written down to discuss today. So that's why I hope she calls back for public comment now. I'm going to go ahead at this point. Kevin Von Ostenbridge, if you'd like to go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in reference to this meeting. So, Friday morning, I was at home and I received a phone call. Someone told me that the meeting was taking place.
It was not me. Sir.
No. It was a citizen. And so I checked my county calendar real quick. iPad is on the nightstand. Sure enough, there it is. It troubled me. I had not been notified of the meeting. That was concerning to me. I felt problematic. And so I wanted to go down there and listen in and see what the heck was going on. So I hopped in the car and zip on down there. It was an 8 a.m. meeting. I got there fashionably late. when I walked in, I said, I'm going to, well, first I wasn't really sure where it was. I went to the 9th floor, and Julie, Sherry's assistant, brought me down to the 5th floor to the manatee room where the meeting was. Although it did say on the calendar where it was, to be clear. I was just in a hurry. So anyway, Julie walks me down there, and I went in and I said, I'm going to sit in on your meeting. And when I walked in, Commissioner Whitmore did make the statement, this is our meeting. And she directed that statement to the Administrator Courier. All meetings have to be open to the public. That's the law, so I knew that I was allowed to attend the meeting, even though my attorney has advised me that I'm never a member of the public for the next 4 years. But still, obviously, I'm entitled to sit in on the meeting. So I did sit in on the meeting. I did also speak 2 or 3 times during the meeting. There were times when I was referenced. Someone asked me a direct question, and I was given a microphone. The meeting was recorded, so there is an audio of the meeting. And the county attorney was not in the room to provide counsel. And as a freshman commissioner, I'm not privy to every single law that we fall under, because there are quite a few of them to learn as you go. So when I spoke, there's a possibility of a sunshine violation, but that can be easily cured right now by my, during the next publicly held meeting of this board, stating the comments that I made, even though they're already on audio and they are public record anyway. So I'm probably okay, but to be 100% sure, I'm going to go through and state now the comments that I made. This is under the advice of my attorney and the county attorney, to be 100% sure that I am clear. As I stated before, when I first walked in, I said, I'm going to sit in on your meeting. I said, good morning, I'm going to sit in on your meeting. Then, where are we here? There was a discussion about emails, and the at-large commissioners were discussing that they may not be in the know as to what's going on within the districts because they don't receive emails that are sent directly to district commissioners. And so they may or may not be in the know, and they turned to me basically to ask, how many of my emails, I don't remember if they turned to me, I may have just spoken up on my own on that one. But at any rate, because the conversation was back and forth and they were not in the know. So I spoke up to them and I said, I stated that maybe a third of my constituent emails are exclusively to me, and I said the remainder of them are typically to all other commissioners, will be CC'd, or they're sent to all commissioners. There's very few that are sent just to me and the at-large commissioners. So I made that clear during the meeting. Commissioner Whitmore explained to me why she had called the meeting, because she felt that there was, the at-large commissioners had things in common that set them apart from the district commissioners, and that they should essentially discuss those similarities and sort of get on the same page, if you will. And I just acknowledged, okay, sounds good to me. It's her justification. Whitmore offered to hold meetings with all district commissioners and asked if I would go first. Initially, I said yes, and then I sort of reverted back and said that I would get back to her on that because I wasn't really 100% sure that I liked the procedure of the process. So I wanted to go over that first. I've been hit pretty hard with constituent phone calls, text messages, some emails. Since this time, I did not call the meeting. I simply noticed it, or was notified of it like 15 minutes before it started, and made quick time to get down to the county building to attend it. There were a lot of irregularities with the meeting that concerned me, and I could read off a list of, and I actually would like some leeway to read off the list of questions that hopefully we can get answered during this portion, because I think that we were legal. I don't think that the law was broken. However, the spirit of transparency was certainly not upheld. And the spirit of open government, I don't feel, was upheld either. It's very disappointing that the county attorney was not in the room, or at least a representative of the county attorney's office, because as a result, I possibly exposed myself to a sunshine violation. which I've just cured, but still, this is not the type of open government that I promised voters when I ran. And that's what concerns me. The image that it portrays to our constituents and to our residents is one of, the reason Sunshine exists, right? Even though that's certainly, I don't think what Commissioner Cruz had in mind when he walked in there, from what I've been told, how this came to be. But it has the image of the shady, backroom, discussions and dealings that are why Sunshine exists. And that was actually my first impression when I found out about it that morning, and that's why I hustled down there, because I wanted to see what was going on. Would you give me the leeway to ask the administrator some questions and
Go
to
ahead,
dialogue? And some of them I've already asked her, but I want the public to hear the answers.
Go ahead.
So my first question would be, which I already asked you in my office, Administrator, is how did this meeting come about? Who reached out to you? What form of communication? And what was your response?
Yes. Commissioner Whitmore, at the conclusion of your January 12th meeting, contacted me by phone and asked if I would be able to assist with contacting Commissioner Cruz to see if he would be willing to have an additional meeting to ask for her to ask some questions and clarify some statements that were made at the January 12th meeting to extend some dialogue. She had indicated that she had spoken with the county attorney and that there was no legal issue with the meeting and that staff could proceed. And so I contacted Commissioner Cruz via an email, offered whether he would like to be a part of that. He responded yes, and then we proceeded to find a common date on the calendar and a location, and I worked with the agenda coordinator, who then prepared an announcement, posted it on January 14th to the normal areas, which is the county calendar that's online, and then posted it in our lobby on the bulletin board.
Okay. During the planning process, did anyone mention inviting the other members of the board or notifying the other members of the board?
Not to my, no.
It never came up?
No.
What is our standard, for this meeting, what is our standard method of noticing a meeting?
The standard for this type of meeting with the board, because it's a regularly scheduled meeting, you have a calendar of your future meetings, which last throughout the year. The agenda coordinator assists with preparing a calendar invite. There is a location on our website that contains the meeting agenda, and the attached documents for formal agenda items for a formal meeting of this nature.
Okay, and how was this particular meeting noticed?
It was noticed with a notice of the date and time and location of the meeting, the participants, and the general topic, which you had referenced in what you went over.
Sure, where? We'll locate, where was it?
Yes, on our full county calendar.
Right.
On the main page, which is where all of the meetings are noticed as well for the public. On the home page, mymanatee.org. And there's a box that says full calendar. When you click on that calendar, you'll see all of the public meetings that are taking place for the month. You can also scan through to look through for future months. It's also there. And then a notice placed on the bulletin board on the first floor where individuals can enter.
Okay. And the front doors of the county building are locked or unlocked?
They are open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., accessible to the public.
Okay. The other question that I have, though, on here, two other questions, is how many BOCC meetings have been held at the county building since COVID-safe measures were put in place?
Board of County Commissioner meetings?
Meetings.
Of this nature?
Right, publicly advertised meetings with BOCC members.
We have not had any meetings there. I couldn't quote you the date, but going back to, I want to say, the early part of June.
Okay, and that would include workshops, I assume?
Yes, I believe.
The lobby of the building is not manned. See, the concern I get from some people is that it's sort of advertised as limited access for the building, and that might have deterred people from showing up, but the front doors were unlocked.
Oh, yes, front doors are unlocked. There's also an automated vestibule where when you go to the elevators, you can find the apartments, the floors, the locations, the meeting rooms, and take the elevator or the stairway to get to those.
When you get off the elevator, there are two doors leading to the manatee room. One was open. The other door was closed. Was a key fob required to open that door?
I don't believe that was I don't believe so. That's the door into the manatee room.
Correct. And the door
Right.
was opened for me, and I honestly don't remember.
Yes, and it's a glass door,
It is.
so that we can see if anyone needs to enter, but
Like
I think the
Commissioner
meeting
Cruz's
had already
office.
started.
Okay. Why was the county attorney not invited to the meeting?
That's a good question.
I think the county attorney can respond to, there was no requirement to have the county attorney at a meeting of that nature. There have been historically various meetings between commissioners. I could say there are a variety of different ways. You might even have had one in the BCC conference room at some time. The county attorney is not necessarily always in attendance.
Right. Or when I say attorney, I think I mean the county attorney's office in general, like a representative of
Sir,
that.
and I as well mean the
Right.
county attorney.
And I guess personally where I'm coming, because some of these are like questions that have been asked of me by constituents, but personally where I'm coming from on that is the day before I was sworn in, you and I met in my office for like an orientation. And one of the things that you told me was your job was to protect and look out for the commissioners. And I'm a freshman, and I was in there in this meeting, as was freshman Commissioner Cruz, and we didn't have the attorney there to advise us legally. And, I ended up having to come here and cure myself as a result.
Well, Commissioner, I'll say to you and then also to the remainder of the board, we're here today to move forward. If there's a policy or a new procedure the board wants to put in place, we will certainly follow that if that assists with making sure that none of those types of situations occur in the
Right.
future.
Okay. And then I did request that the audio be posted on YouTube for transparency in an email. I know the clerk was on that email and the BOCC members, but I don't know if you were on the email or not.
I do not recall that.
Okay. Well, I did request that, and I don't think the clerk has done that yet. Could we reach out to the clerk and ask her to get it posted on YouTube for
We
just
can
the
reach
spirit
out
of
to the clerk, yes.
the spirit of transparency?
Yes, certainly. And if the clerk needs assistance through our public information office, we can provide it.
Thank you. That's all for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
But yeah, if Mr. Clegg would
Clegg, yes.
reiterate what he told me
Yeah,
regarding the
I think
curing.
I think I need to. So, starting with the government and the Sunshine Law, I'm going to address the legal issues because I've seen a lot of public comment about them. The government in the Sunshine Law is really anchored in Florida Statute 286-011, and it is indifferent to the context in which members of this board meet and talk. In other words, you can meet and talk here in a meeting of the board. You can do so in a meeting of another sunshine body on which two or more of you serve. You can do so in a meeting that is established for two commissioners separately, and occasionally you will see elected officials meet in a public setting where there's a discussion of public business, but it's not run by the government. For example, two commissioners attend a public discussion of a county issue and want to be able to talk. It can be noticed for you to do so. What matters is that the requirements of a sunshine meeting are met, and that means reasonable notice to the public. It means the meeting has to be open for public attendance, and it means that a record of the discussion has to be kept, typically minutes kept by the clerk, but you can also rely on an electronic recording. And as long as those requirements are satisfied, the Sunshine Law is basically portable from meeting to meeting. So the Friday meeting between Commissioners Cruz and Whitmore did not make it onto my schedule, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. Perhaps because there was a miscommunication or misunderstanding about whether or not the county attorney's office should be there. So neither I nor any assistant county attorney was. So I spent a good part of yesterday and starting at about 6 o'clock this morning, today, going over the recordings, the minutes, talking to the different participants. And based on that, and based on the statements you've just made, I am comfortable that all of the participants, you, Commissioner Cruz, and Commissioner Whitmore, have complied with the Sunshine Law with respect to this meeting. But I want to make it clear that I am not here to argue with any commissioner or the citizens about the best way to have those kinds of meetings. So, there are a lot of things that we do that are above the minimum requirements of the government and the Sunshine Law. For example, we are not legally required to televise our meetings, but we do. We let people call in to talk in our meetings, and unless it's a 100% virtual meeting, we don't have to do that. And we often take public comment in meetings where no action can or is to be taken, including the meeting that took place on Friday. So the fact that a meeting satisfies the Sunshine Law doesn't necessarily mean that it follows all of our practices for transparency or public participation. The difficulty, I think, here, having kind of forensically looked back on how this was handled, is that these kinds of meetings are very rare in the county. They have happened before, and they are rare in other jurisdictions. I've encountered them. I could count on one hand the number of times I've dealt with this in 24 years of practice. So there is no protocol in place right now for how they should be handled. And if the board wants to direct the county attorney's office to put one together, we are certainly prepared to do that. I would ask for a vote of the entire board directing us to do that so that it's clear we are doing that on behalf of the whole board, and it should be brought to you as a resolution. If and when any commissioner would like to make a motion to give us that direction, I am prepared to read into the record a suggested motion, at least as a starting point. So I hope that addresses your question, sir. Does that answer them? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me.
Before I go to another commissioner, I want it to be known. This is my number one item that I have listed on my sheet that I did yesterday. A protocol for BOCC that is to be used if there is a meeting with other commissioners. It needs to be very clear and precise, and actually we should discourage those types of meetings because it is our duty as commissioners and those that we represent to be transparent. And that obviously was not done in this case. And I have more that I'll say on it. I'm going to ask, is there anyone that would like to make a motion for the attorney to write up a resolution to bring back to this board?
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
You're supposed to recognize me. Is there a way we can take comments before we do this?
No, ma'am.
Why?
I'm getting it because I said so.
Oh.
I'm the chair.
We
Thank
can
you. It's my
overrule your
prerogative.
decision.
Commissioner Whitmore, wait until
I will.
I call you to speak. Thank you. Do I hear a motion for the board to move forward for the county attorney to make a resolution regarding this item?
Not yet.
I didn't know, I thought we would go to some discussion first, but I do have some motions that I put down here that I wanted to see how the conversation went first. But if the county attorney wants to draw something up, some of the things that I would like to see in it is a motion that would include requiring a representative of the county attorney's office to attend all meetings with more than one member of the BOCC. And the county attorney and I discussed this at one point this morning, that any motion or any meeting that is held using public assets or county assets or involving county expenditures at all, that meeting would involving one or more county commissioner would require each county commissioner to be individually notified of the meeting and given the opportunity to attend.
Okay. Perhaps I should ask the county attorney if he has a recommended motion that we could use.
I can read one, and I can incorporate those two items.
I had a third leg here. I had a
to-
third leg. I had the floor,
Yes, sir.
and I had a third leg to my motions.
Actually on the board next.
My motion, well, she asked for motions, so, and
Well-
I had the motion.
Stop interrupting.
The last part of the motion would be that all regular meetings and land use meetings, that the agendas for those meetings must be approved by the chair.
That's not really in reference to this type of meeting, though.
Well, I believe it's my motion, Madam Chair.
Well, respectfully, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I would ask that we handle that with a separate motion. And
Okay.
the reason is that would be That would require, the board can do that, but if you're going to do that, that requires amending
separate
our
motion.
procedures, and which is a separate resolution.
That's
and a
fine.
separate body.
That's fine. Thank you.
So would you like me to read something
I
into the
would,
record?
yes,
I
thank
can,
you.
and then the board can debate it and talk about it. So the motion would be, I move to direct the county attorney's office to draft a resolution establishing protocols for meetings between commissioners to discuss business of the county outside of meetings of the full board or other established boards on which they serve, and which would include a requirement for notice to all other county commissioners and the attendance of an attorney from the county attorney's office. So that, I think that incorporates everything.
And I have a question on that that I'd like to bring up before the motion's made and seconded, if it is. Would that also include advertising like a regular meeting?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Like a regular commission meeting or workshop, the way we advertise, would it be the same?
We can certainly put that in the resolution when we bring it back.
If that's the case, Madam Chair, we should include call-in portion for the public as well.
That's true.
So the thought I had was that we could simply, if the starting point would be to have them follow the same protocols as all of your other meetings do. Perfect. That's the way I intended to draft it, unless the board directs me otherwise. So I think, I understand the intent there, and that's sort of implicitly incorporated in the motion.
So you know, I am going to not allow a vote on this. I just want the motion made and seconded, and then we'll go through and hear from the rest of the commissioners and also from the public before we vote.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll second it, but I did want to.
Who made the motion?
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion.
Got ahead of me.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Whitmore, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Commissioner
I think-
Whitmore's next.
Yes.
First of all, I want to apologize to Commissioner Cruz that he's been put through all this. I'm the one that called this meeting. Please be respectful and don't glare at me. Madam Chair, I know how you feel about all this, but I asked for this meeting. And the reason why I asked for this meeting, and I said it at the meeting that we had the work session when we were coming up with our strategic goals, Commissioner Cruz is probably the most educated and experienced in finance and affordable housing that Manatee County has ever had. In fact, I still got my notes that day. I had so many questions, and of course I couldn't get recognized or be able to ask these questions at length because I was told to move on. So I wasn't, and you all had worked with Commissioner Cruz, I guess, in the election, so you know where he's coming from. I've said hello to him when he got elected because I wasn't involved with all the election stuff, and I never attended anything. I didn't know what his platform was. So he, out of all the commissioners, really impressed me the other day on what his long-range goals, mainly affordable housing. And I said this during the meeting, if everybody listened to the meeting, how many times have I been up here when a commissioner has come up and said, we're going to work on affordable housing and all this stuff, and nothing happens. And when you listen to the meeting, you will see that I asked about 3 or 4 times that issue is, how do you think you can actually make something happen? With his vast financial experience in doing this in the private sector and not hearing it from any other person in the private sector in the past, I wanted to meet with him. So at that meeting, I said, I want to learn more. And it's probably on tape if you all want to listen to it. So then I called Mr. Clegg, and I said, Mr. Clegg, this has been done in the past. In fact, Commissioner Gallen is back there, and it happened with him and Joe McClash, right? Yep, he's nodding his head yes. And Ron Getman did it with affordable housing in the past. And so I said, I know it's been done before. Is there, as long as I legally, advertise it and the clerk is present, minutes are taken, is it lawful? And he said yes. What there must have been a miscommunication, I didn't know that he wanted legal counsel to attend, which I would have. But I didn't even think about it because I don't think it happened at the other meetings. Maybe it did. Trust me, I was a commissioner when Commissioner McClash and Commissioner Gallen met, and we didn't know about it. We were all ticked off, so I understand. But I want to learn more about what he's doing because we're at-large commissioners, and we have different things that we look at. And George said this during the meeting, I don't care about the potholes. That's the district commissioners. We look at more global. So I wanted him to know what I was interested in, and I made a list, and he made a list of what he was interested in. And I told him, social service things, children's, elderly, animals, all that stuff. And then he told me about the affordable housing. So that was all fine. Carol Whitmore does not break the laws, and I can't believe we're talking that you would think I would break the sunshine law, especially in this hostile environment right now. Nobody in their right mind would do that. And I double-checked to make sure. We didn't communicate. Somebody asked for our text messages. I think Commissioner Cruz wanted to make sure it was properly advertised, and somebody sent him an email that yes, it was. In fact, you have up to 24 hours to notice it, but our advertisement was posted 8 days before the meeting. And I told you, after the work session, it was mainly because of the affordable housing. We also talked about community land trust and other stuff that actually I'm going to bring under commissioner comments today that I learned out of that meeting, because what I said during the meeting, well, all this is good. We're going to have to start bringing it to the board for policy if we're going to do something like this. So I actually was going to bring something up at the end of the meeting as a result of that meeting. I did call Sherry, but only to see if Commissioner Cruz would do that, because again, this has been done in the past. If we want to change the rules, I'm okay with this resolution. There was no rules for me to follow, except that I had to make sure it was legal. And in this hostile environment right now, I was going to make sure it was legal. She set it up, Diane set it up, and it was posted. Everything was open. The door was propped open by a thing, so we didn't have to keep closing and opening the doors. It was recorded. At the beginning of the meeting, I stated this is a duly legal advertised meeting. It's lawful, and it was recorded. As far as the problems with the recording, I apologize. The clerk of the court, something with our Adobe didn't match theirs, and I think that's hopefully been resolved. So I just wanted to let you know what the facts are. Carol Whitmore does not break the law intentionally. I would never do that, especially the way things are now. I would never try to get any of you commissioners in trouble to be vindictive and do this. That is not my style. My style as an at-large commissioner is to learn from people that I don't know the answer for. I'm looking at George said this many times, the 90, 100,000 level. And yes, when Commissioner Van Ostenbridge walked in, I didn't know because I was looking at George talking to him. And I heard somebody behind me, it was Kevin. I said, this is not your meeting, because I did not want him to talk. I said, you're the public, I think is what I said. But I couldn't let him talk because that wasn't advertised to have another commissioner present. So he could come, and we did. We allowed him. We even opened it up at the very end for public comment and asked him if he wanted to say anything. And we did invite him, and then our attorney clarified that now that he's disclosed it, he's fine. But we did ask about, because we don't want to step on any, this is the outcome of the whole meeting. We don't want to step on any district commissioner's toes. But when we hear you all say we're getting all these emails, we have no idea what you're talking about unless somebody sends them to us. And as you all know, we've brought this up at previous boards that were here before you. We want to look at our pet projects. I know George's affordable housing. I kind of got a better idea of what he was talking about, but again, it's in the private sector. So I did ask Jan Brewer to attend because I knew this would be a financial meeting, and this is not my bailiwick. And I asked him a few times, bring it down lower level to me so I can understand it, and he did. So it was a healthy discussion. Nothing was illegal. Carol Whitmore does not break the laws. We have a former commissioner sitting in the very back that did the very same thing, and it was lawful. If you guys want to change the policy, fine. I didn't feel there was any reason for me to have to tell any commissioners I was meeting, because then that would have caused a problem with possible sunshine. I figured, and I don't think in the past when the other commissioners had a meeting with another commissioner, there was more than one commissioner in the room. If there's a policy you want to do, fine. I did not do anything wrong. And I apologize profusely to Mr. Cruz because he got crucified for something that I asked. If I had more time to speak up here and be recognized and be able to talk at length of what I want and ask questions, maybe I wouldn't have had to do this. But again, he's coming from a very sophisticated level on, you done laughing? On high-level finance in the private sector, and I wanted him to bring it down because I am not experienced in that. I wanted to learn more. That is it. That's all I have to say.
I will only say that laughing is nothing that I'm doing at this point. Commissioner Satcher, you're next, sir.
Just had a couple of things. My email that went out on this issue was that I'm disappointed. And I will stick with that. I'm very disappointed. When we got here, obviously there was a lot of conflict and looking at things differently, different points of view, people that didn't know each other. And I felt like we were finally turning a corner to be able to work together and get something done for our citizens instead of playing petty politics and shutting down each other's projects on purpose just to spite the other person and leaving our citizens behind without a safe road to drive on, without a sidewalk to take for their kids to walk to school. We're leaving them behind for petty partisanship, who should be the boss, who should get to talk stuff. And we started to leave it behind, I felt. And then this meeting comes up, unnoticed, a week where, and I'm marked as absent on this meeting. On the minutes of this agenda, I'm marked as absent, yet last week I was calling in on the, on Zoom a few days, a week or less than a week after surgery. I was on Zoom so that I wouldn't be absent, so that I wouldn't miss anything important to my constituents. And here's a whole meeting, taking place without me being noticed, without me knowing about it. And so I try to look people in the face and always assume the best. And I try to go to a meeting and assume that if that person tells me they're going to work on something, that they mean it and that they're telling me the truth. But it does seem like, how naive I would have to be to believe at this point that this wasn't 100% deliberate. I don't want to use any more words, but it was deliberate. And to say that we didn't know that this would be an issue, that blows, that it takes a suspension of disbelief that's beyond what I'm willing to do. We all know that, and we even said that times that this has taken place in the past, it was an issue that everyone was upset about. I spoke to Joe McClash last night at 8:58 p.m., and I asked him point blank if he had ever had a meeting. Obviously, he didn't have to answer me, but I asked him as someone that I've met since I've been elected and tried to glean any knowledge I can going forward. And I said, this meeting took place. Rumor has it that you had done something like that before. Is that true? How did that go down? What were the repercussions? He said no. He said he had not done that. And then I said, well, what about during your time? Because I believe he was 20 years a commissioner. He said, not that I know of. So I think this is unprecedented. And if it's not, obviously with this environment and with this county, here's the other thing, guys. We're over 400,000 people in this county. This is a real destination. This is a beautiful place to live. This is not Mayberry, right? And I like Mayberry, but that's not where we live, and that's not our job as county commissioners in Manatee County. Our job is to take this seriously, to do a good job, to try to work together. If we have real disagreements on policy issues, then we make those clear, and we either let our votes or our constituents, settle the day, but not going behind each other. And, how could we possibly say that this wasn't absolutely deliberate and known? The other thing is, I asked as I left work, I asked the guy standing there, I said, are you in charge of the doors? And he said, no, I'm the custodian. I said, when do these doors open? He said, they open at 8 o'clock. Last time I tried the front doors, now I park on the side now, so I tried the side doors now, but last time I tried the front doors, they were locked. If there's an automatic thing that's changed to 8 o'clock, okay, great. But I really, I mean, I would like confirmation of that those doors were unlocked at 8, because I understand that we're saying that the commissioners knew about this meeting technically, or that people could have found out about this meeting if they went to a website, paged over, went down, and assumed, you know, basically if we assumed somebody was trying to sneak something by us, we could have found it. And so I understand that, but I don't think that the public actually could have been there. Even if you say the door's unlocked at 8, they're supposed to teleport from floor 1 to floor 5 before that meeting gets started without someone sitting at that desk welcoming anyone during COVID, when everyone's been told to stay home and the county buildings are only open if necessary. I mean, we're very particular about that. And legally, I don't want to throw our own county under the bus.
Please don't.
But doesn't custom, I mean, if we customarily do something the exact same way every single time, and then we can just completely change that custom, haven't we created a duty to do things one way, and then aren't we breaking it to do it another way? Makes me very curious. I am disappointed, and I mean, obviously we'll move forward, but the thing is I have to make a decision. Am I surrounded by people that do not share my goal, overall goal, to make this county a better place for us to live, or not? And at some point, I'll decide not. And we'll just, I'll just fight for the people, and I'll take their concerns, and we'll just, we can fight about everything that we disagree on, if that's what needs to happen. But it seems to me we ought to be able to say we disagree on this and can't come to a good conclusion that we can all move forward on. Let's put it to the side. What about issue B? Can we move forward on this? Can we agree on this? We can. Good. And we move forward. That seems like that should be our goal. I'd like to see that. I would like that to be a shared goal. I'm not so sure it is at this point. That's all I have at this time.
Okay, Kevin, I'm going to let Misty go first because she hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so I want to start by saying I want our board to be a high-performing board. Please, I don't want in the future to get bogged down in minutia and personal vendettas. I want to conduct the business of the county.
Amen.
That's what I want our board to focus on. Regarding the meeting that occurred, we've heard everything was legally done. I would say in the future, as a matter of professional courtesy, that we should all think about each other as board colleagues and ask, is there anything that I can do out of respect and professionalism for my board colleagues? Because I think that we should always make an extra effort to be transparent to each other and to the public. So I'm going to ask you guys to think about that. The call-in service that we have for the new commissioners it's relatively new. It's something that I campaigned on, and it's something that our board started doing after I was elected because I pushed for it. It's not required by law, but I believe that any way that we can get public comment to our board and have our people heard is important. So I'm happy we have that, but it's one of those things that's above and beyond what we do. It's not required. I have, as I've said in the past, I think that special meetings, just like emergency meetings, should be the exception, should not be the rule. I ask that we don't turn to those unless there is an extraordinary circumstance to have a special meeting. We have enough meetings, you guys. We have a calendar full of meetings. So I just hope that for every hot item that comes up, that we don't encourage a special meeting to handle it now, but we stay the course for what's been charted out. I personally don't see a need for a procedure, having said that, because in the now it's like 32 years I've been in this business, these types of meetings that we're talking about, I can't even recall the last one that happened before this one. So I hate to have our county attorney's office spend hours generating a procedure and then we spend more time talking about it when I would rather move to getting the business at hand done. Having said that, I will support the majority. If the majority feels we need a procedure, that's fine. Okay, I really don't care either way except the time that's wasted and the cost. There's a cost associated with the time that's spent not staying focused on the business of the county. I want to create a culture here, my goal, of inclusivity that's amongst this board and with the public. We need healthy relationships on this board with each other, okay, that are respectful of each other. Even if you disagree, everyone here should be respectful of everyone else just as a colleague and respect their differences. We have lots of important work to do in Manatee County. And so I'm challenging you all, please, to stay focused on the things that are super important and not get in the weeds. And I'm going to leave you with this. If you walk into my office, you will see the 4 agreements is in my window. It's something that I've lived by for many, many years. And I would suggest that you all think about the 4 agreements. Don't make assumptions. Don't take things personally. Always be impeccable with your word and always do your best. And if you think about those things all the time and everything that you do, I think that we can function at a much higher level. That's all I have.
She does live by those words. I've heard that from her many times, just so you know. Kevin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clear up one thing that Commissioner Whitmore said, that the door was open during the meeting. Actually, it was closed when I got there. The door was closed and Julie had to open it. I don't remember if a key fob was needed or not, but I think we should probably pull the security footage, just to make sure, because that makes, legally, it does make a big difference to us. And your statement was, this is our meeting, was what you said when I walked in.
I didn't want to get anybody in trouble.
Yeah, also, you did return to me at public comment. I'm not a member of the public. And had I spoken, I just would have further exposed myself legally. So thankfully I didn't. It concerns me because you've been here a long time, Commissioner Whitmore, and you know the rules.
I do.
George and I are freshmen, and so we're still learning on the fly. You say that you were well-intended when you set up this meeting. But I have to tell you, the last couple nights, I've been laying awake thinking that I was set up in that meeting and feeling like George was set up as well. And that's concerning. In reference to the campaign, I do take issue with what you say about that. You mentioned this in that meeting with George. You said that he and I were out there on the campaign trail together and that you were not involved, which is not true. You worked very hard for Ed Hutzinger's campaign.
And you.
Correct. And you, on Ed Hunsinger's campaign, you essentially ran his social media. Everyone knew that. There was the comments that were made were basically verbatim. Vicious things were said about George Cruz during that campaign. I specifically remember a Facebook ad that said, "Do you know when George Cruz is lying? When his mouth is moving." And you were a part of that campaign. While you were doing that...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
No, I have the floor, Madam Chair. I have the floor.
Point of order. Can you recognize my point of order?
I have been recognized, and I have the floor, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Stop.
You just read a civility pledge.
Well, I realize that, but from what I'm hearing, he's stating truth.
Correct. That was a flyer that went
continue.
all over this. It was a Facebook post that was all over this county. And while that was going on, while you were working for that campaign, the rest of us, we were setting up meetings for George. We were helping him raise money. We were running signs all over this town, waving signs on street corners to help this guy win. And don't run in here now and act like you're his friend. You say you do things legally. The bare minimum of legality is what took place here. There was an effort to skirt transparency, and so that the bare minimum of legality is what took place. I feel like George and Sherry and I were all three sort of duped, basically, into this meeting. And just because you can get away with something, and because it's just legal, is no excuse to do it. This is, in my opinion, this is a perfect example of bad government. I think that Manatee County citizens deserve more transparent government than what is the bare minimum of legal requirement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And so you know I did ask the county attorney, and he agreed that Kevin.
I'll call the
should be allowed
question.
to
Weigh in on that just for a moment, because I do need to, this is a tough discussion, obviously, and I represent all of you. My job is to represent the whole board. The civility pledge is something you all have to decide, what that means. But I've always viewed that as you can't throw an insult at somebody, but making statements, which you have the right to do in response, Commissioner Whitmore, I don't think either one of those violate the intent of what the civility pledge is meant for. It's meant to avoid attacking people on a personal level, not necessarily just suggesting something that they did that you disagree with. They're two different things. So I hope I'm doing the best I can to navigate a pretty tough situation here. So.
Okay, and Commissioner Satcham will ask that you hold your
Yes, ma'am.
the comment, because I've not really spoken yet. That's why I'm asking. Commissioner Whitmore.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I supported you 100%. I wrote a letter to the editor. I put your signs out. I got you in with the mayors and stuff, and I've gotten a lot of grief since, but your family are lifelong friends. I hear all this stuff that I'm involved with, all this stuff. I would never do anything because of your family, and I swear on my daughter's life. So I know you all think that I'm behind all this stuff, which is, I didn't realize I was that powerful. I legitimately am a nice person. My job is to help people. I volunteered. I'm going to be giving vaccines now at the thing. And I don't have to do that. I think that's my job. I did it because this guy got so much knowledge that I wanted to learn. It wasn't marginal. It was totally legal what I did. Commissioner Gallen is in the audience. He can confirm that he did have a meeting with George Cruz. He nodded his head George Cruz, sorry. Joe McClash, he can confirm he did. When I asked, he nodded his head, yes, he did. So I'm sorry Commissioner McClash doesn't remember that, because we all raised heck too, just like you are today. But how am I going to learn if I can't go in his office and talk to him on what's he thinking about affordable housing? All I hear is from the government side, and I wanted to hear from him. How am I going to learn? I can't talk. I'm not going to get into a sunshine issue with him. So I called a meeting to be able to talk. Do I have a problem with a policy? No, not at all. There wasn't a policy for me to follow. I followed what the rules are today. I have no problems doing that. I am not devious. I did not do George Cruz's ads, and you need to see who Ed wrote the checks to, because I know who did them, who worked for him. I don't even know how to do an ad. So, I can screen shoot pictures, and that's about it. So that's kind of insulting that you think I would do that. And again,
Commissioner Whitmore, I'm sorry, the clerk is asking. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Could we please take a break very soon?
Oh, okay.
Right in the middle of me
Yes.
talking?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Whitmore.
Oh, okay.
She was going like this to me, so I thought it was urgent. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I just want you to know, I have character. I would never do anything to hurt you. Your family is like family to me. I would never do anything to hurt you, even though you're hearing that I am. I would never do anything to Commissioner Cruz. I don't know him, and I learned more about him, and I'm hoping, and I don't think you commissioners will want to do it, or maybe if we do a policy, we can do it. I want to go in your all's district, but I can't sit and talk to the district commissioners and say, what's going on? How can I help? Unless at this meeting, and then I get dismissed. It's hard enough for me to get the floor now. And unfortunately, that's a problem that Commissioner Baugh and I have, and hopefully we can work it out. But with the toxic things that are going on these last few days, I was not going to break any rules. And it wasn't marginal. It's the only process that we had. And Commissioner Gallen is in the audience, and he can confirm that he had it. And I think Administrator Courier worked in neighborhood services at the time when Commissioner Gatman called a meeting with another commissioner, I don't even know who that was, about affordable housing. Because I can't here make policy decisions if I don't understand. I like to do my homework. I actually read all my agenda, and I know some of you do.
Madam
So
Chair.
nothing's devious.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
I thought she was finished, so I apologize.
Well, I am now.
Okay.
Okay.
It's real important that the clerk be able
Yes.
to keep a record of this
We're-
discussion, so if she needs time, we need to give her that
We're
time.
is 10
Did
minutes
something break
long
down?
enough?
3 minutes.
3
Okay.
minutes? We're going to take a 5-minute recess. How about that?
I keep drinking water. I was looking for caffeine. I couldn't find it. No, just let me know.
We're getting ready to continue the meeting. Everyone would have a seat, please.
Okay, thanks a lot, I appreciate it.
All right, I think I'm next on the board, and then we're going to go to public comment. And then after that, we'll vote on the motion that was made. As chairman of this board, I totally agree with what Commissioner Servia said. We need to treat each other with respect. We are here for the same reason, to get things done for the citizens of this county. That is truly, in my opinion, what is most important. Without doing that, I don't know why we're here, other than for our own agenda. You know, I had said, I think, in our first meeting, or maybe it was an interview now, I can't remember, but you know, the one thing that I really wanted this board to do this year, the one thing that meant the most to me, was to bring back the trust of our citizens in this board, because it's been lacking really the whole time I've been on the board, and I just started my 9th year. I have also said that sometimes it is an embarrassment to be considered on this board because of some of the things that take place, that have taken place. But what I am most proud of is supporting and working for the citizens of this county. You know, there's a difference between what is legal and doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And there is no way that I can justify in my mind how this meeting could have been done without knowing that the public had every option to be invited, and that this board was told about this meeting. You know, for me, and I'm only speaking for myself, it is very concerning to me that I cannot feel that I, as a commissioner on this board, not as chair, but as a commissioner, don't feel, and I've had this problem almost the whole time I've been on the board, that I am informed of everything by the administration that I should be. Because anything that takes place on this board is concerning for not just my district, but the whole commission. And I want to bring up, I've heard a lot this morning about, you know, well, the district commissioners and the commissioners at large, and that George doesn't care about potholes. Well, let me tell you. As a matter of fact, at 6 o'clock this morning, I was looking at the Florida statutes. I also looked at the Florida Association of Counties. I looked everywhere I could think of to get a real definition as, you know, as to whether there's really a big difference between a district commissioner and a county or an at-large commissioner. And the bottom line is that actually I think in some ways, I think our job's a little bit harder as a district commissioner because we do receive many more emails. And so it does take district commissioners more time and effort to do their jobs. Now, the interesting thing is about a district commissioner and an at-large commissioner is that every single vote that's made by this board is made by all commissioners for all the people in Manatee County. So I do believe that there is some truth to the fact that we have new commissioners that aren't as educated to some things that do go on. Obviously, I know that's very true. I know it's true. I think it's a sad day that we're having here today to even be having this discussion. And I got to tell you, nothing was sadder for me than yesterday, because I keep asking how we all ended up here. How did we all end up here with the issues that we're having. And I think overall, I think the majority of this board agrees with what Commissioner Satcher said. I fully agree with him. We're supposed to be doing the business for the people, not wasting our time on having to feel like we're in, high school or something. It's ridiculous. We need to all work together for the betterment of this county. I don't, nor would I ever want anything differently on this board. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. So I find this whole day very sad. Comments have been made about, well, this meeting was done before. Well, then evidently we didn't learn by it, did we? I wasn't here when the meeting was done before. Although, now I don't know whether I should say, maybe I have been here as a commissioner when two commissioners met. I don't know. Could be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known about this one had I not seen it on the website. So that is very concerning about trying to move forward for the citizens who I answer to. I will tell you, and I've said this before, we don't have to like each other. We don't have to respect each other, but we also don't need to speak of such things. We are county commissioners, and we need to show respect to a county commissioner. We need to move forward as county commissioners, and we need to do our job. And if we can't do that because of hatred for somebody else on this board, then you know what? It's time to go. So that's how I feel about it. And I really wanted this motion made because I think it's very important. I think it has, it's been proven now that, we need to put some regulations on these kind of meetings. Because I'm hearing they were done before. I'm hearing that commissioners that were here then didn't like it, but yet they just did the same thing. So we need some rules put in effect to help us do the right thing, because it's the right thing to do. So I want to say, whatever any issues are that people have on this board, don't include me in your issues. I'm trying to do the best I can for Manatee County. That's all that matters to me. So that's kind of where I'm at, and I'm really sorry, but I did put this on the agenda because it was such an outcry from people that I felt like we needed to put this to bed. Mm-hmm. And it would never be put to bed until we had a public discussion. Okay, before I go to public comment, I do have Commissioner Van Ostenbridge and then Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with you and Commissioner Servia and say that by setting a standard here across the board, and that, making the statements that the bare minimum of legal requirements is unacceptable, that we have a higher standard for that, my motion is doing the business of the people. And of course, to Commissioner Whitmore, we disagree up here at the dais and we go at it. But she knows if I saw her on the side of the road with a flat tire, I'd be the first one to pull over and help her out. I mean,
Better.
Absolutely. Unless there was a puddle nearby, then you can't pass that.
Drive through it.
Can't pass that up, right? No, but yeah, absolutely. We go at it up here at the dais, but outside of that, there are no hard feelings.
Right.
So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Whitmore.
And again, I'm sorry that this got blown up like it did. And I just saw, I don't know if he's here. Oh, Michael Gallen's still there. He did confirm that poor Commissioner McClash forgot. Maybe he's getting older now. I'll make sure I call him. But he said I'm the one that raised hell when they had that. And I don't recall that, but I probably did. So again, I have no problems having a process. If there was a process, I would have followed again. I don't break the law. So if there's a process, I 100% support whatever Mr. Clegg's going to do. I have no problems if legally our attorneys say that other commissioners can come when it's a meeting of just two commissioners. In that process, that procedure you're going to do, we have to make sure that if it's between two commissioners or like the two at large in a district or whatever, that no other commissioners join that because that's not advertised of what it's going to be, and I know you can figure that out. I just didn't even think of inviting them because it had never happened before. But I have no problems as long as you can figure out, Bill, how to make everybody understand that this is a meeting between a certain number of commissioners, and there's going to be a process we have to follow legally so there are no issues later. I never had a problem. That's why I called you when I first wanted to do this. I thought I was legal, so I don't do things devious and I don't break the law.
Okay. I'm going to now, it's 11 o'clock, and we're supposed to be at a time certain. I'm going to go ahead to public comment. I have a couple of people signed up. Rodney Jones, and then after Rodney Jones is Andra Griffin.
Rodney Jones, 213 16th Avenue, West Bradenton. It is embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing for the family that's deciding on where they want to live and they happen to run across these school board meetings or these county commission meetings. Nobody would bring their family here. If I had an opportunity, I'd probably move my family. I'm generational here. I'd probably move my family away from here. It's embarrassing that still in 2021 we're having these kind of conversations. And then some of the petty, childish behavior of some of the commissioners is also embarrassing. But to get to the subject matter, Carol, I believe you did that intentionally. You need to quit sitting up here playing like you did, and you did that intentionally to do things like you always do. And I'm 100% in agreement with Mr. Satcher, man. We need to get back. We got serious issues here. Mm-hmm. You've got serious issues with race. You've got an all-white executive structure at the county commission where none of the executive members are black. 100 six-figure salaries up there, not one black person. I think I counted maybe 20 names. And so, we've got issues with law enforcement. We've got real things to deal with here, and you guys are, doing petty stuff here. And Carol, you don't always respond because I reached out to you as our at-large commissioner to do a community meeting with the black community. You know what? Another county commissioner overheard you say you weren't going to respond, and to this day you have not responded to that email. So don't sit up here and play like you're some kind of princess or you do the right thing all the time, because you don't, and you're part of the problem that's wrong with this board. And then you guys wonder why the public comes up here and they're disrespectful to you and they're not courteous to you, because look at you. We can't trust you. The public no longer trusts these boards. They don't trust the school district, they don't trust law enforcement, and they certainly don't trust you guys. So we're hoping for change and we're wishing for change. But, you said that you asked that county attorney what was his opinion on that meeting. And I'd like to know the full story on what he told you, like word by word what he told you, because I'm pretty sure he advised you that I probably wouldn't do that because it's going to be problematic. And so we need to hear what was actually said, because I don't trust you as far as I can see you. And you've earned that reputation with our community by avoiding us of the conversations that we've requested for you as an at-large commissioner. So you need to get your crap together and start telling the truth, because I believe you're a liar.
Andra Griffin.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. Let's talk about facts, shall we? On 112, we hear George referencing how he knew that we cannot have meetings except for the dais. On that same day, we hear Misty and Carol completely terrified of having public comments in the government building. 2 days after that meeting, that very same meeting, we're hearing that they scheduled this secret meeting. On January 19th, we never heard of any announcement about this so-called public meeting on the 22nd. On 121, I sent an email referencing our next meeting. Not one person corrected me from 126 to explain that we have a public meeting on 122. On 122, I was called by a friend, which informed me this illegal meeting was happening, and the public couldn't even get into the building. The main entrance doors were locked. So, Carol's saying these doors are unlocked upstairs. Mr. Van Osten Bridge is saying somebody opened it for him. One person is lying, and I believe Mr. Van Osten Bridge. After the meeting, I was either calling or emailing everybody in my frustration about this gross violation. I want to apologize to Kevin, Vanessa, and James. If I came off rude and blew your phones up, I now realize this was out of your control. On 122, I was told this meeting was above board and the notices were ran. I see no evidence put forth to confirm any of this. I see no time-stamped evidence to confirm this. We would like to see that, including door locks. Florida Statute 286.011, Section 6, clearly states we cannot have a meeting in a facility which operates in a manner as to reasonably restrict public access. I would say a main entrance door staying locked with a notice on it that says limited access meets that definition. Therefore, a second-degree misdemeanor. So even if you posted this meeting in accordance with sunshine law, you're still committing a second-degree misdemeanor by locking the residents out, which you did. So do not mince my words. We did not have access. You knew we did not have access. The attorneys did not have access. Other commissioners did not have access. So this idea that this was all above board is garbage. We have Miss Carroll on the videotape as soon as Kevin walks in saying this is our meeting as if no one was supposed to be there, which is indicative of closed doors to the public, no attorney in there, and no commissioners in there. This is ridiculous. Don't sit here and play innocent. Sherry is Carol's friend. Jan Brewer is Carol's friend. These 5 people were the only people that knew that this meeting existed and was going on. This is absurd, and you're going to sit here, and I understand that the attorney is in a very, very tough situation because he has to represent this nonsense, and he has to do it to the best of his ability. Okay. And you guys make it very hard to do that day in and day out.
You need to finish up, please.
I am done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you have anyone on the phone?
Probably.
Okay, go ahead.
Caller 347, please press *6 to unmute. And that's *6. We'll come back to 347, 445, please press *6. Glenn.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Bunch of links for the record. For the record, I did listen to that complete meeting, the audio version of it. George does an outstanding job when it comes to explaining the financing of affordable housing. He comes to this board with an immense amount of knowledge on that. I like what he had to say about the DeSoto Mall and the green spaces. He said everything, all the right things in that meeting. And his knowledge of how to finance affordable housing could have benefited everybody on that board. It could have benefited everybody in the county. It could have benefited all the department heads, in my humble opinion. And yet it was squandered between 2 commissioners and a few people in the room. And I guarantee you, there was no social distancing if the public did show up through those locked doors. I will tell you this. I would have got in, but for 99% of the citizens, that would have been an intimidation factor, and that alone would have stopped them from coming in. So getting back to the meeting, why wasn't it? Why wasn't it open to the public? Why wasn't it notified? I did do a records request for the timestamp, so I'm still waiting for a return on that. The other issue I want to bring up is that the call-in, the public call-in, I listened to the very end of that meeting, and Carol said, okay, no public comment, meeting adjourned. Boom, it was done. So a guy like me, who's on lockdown for a few more days, what would I do? Go up there and endanger the rest of you because I tested positive? Or would I have the ability to call in? I didn't have the ability to call in, so I got screwed out of my public comment because George had a lot of good things to say, and I could have weighed in on that. But I didn't get that opportunity, nor did the rest of the public get that opportunity. So that fine line of putting it on notice legally may legally be there, but morally it was off the radar. It was done very clandestinely for the public to stay out. That building alone is difficult to navigate. You know, you go up to the 9th floor, you got to get buzzed in. You go to the 4th floor, you got to get buzzed in. So I don't know how easy it would have been for the general public. I would have got in, but I don't think general public would have got in. So disappointed on the meeting. George, super job. Thank you so much for your knowledge. You've got a lot of information that I think other commissioners can learn from you and department heads. Oh, there's my time. Thank you.
Go ahead. Another caller?
Yes, caller 189, 189. Please press star 6. Please state your name for the record.
Don Kitterman. Good afternoon, commissioners. I don't have anything written or prepared. I've been listening along, and I've been following the last couple of days online on social media, and a lot of the mudslinging that's continuing to go on. I appreciated the attorneys explaining the legality, and so I guess I just want to put on the public record that uncommon or unusual does not equal illegal. And I think that's a point that everybody should be turning to right now. Now, you know, whatever discussion or argument going forward for, resolution for making rules to make a change, that such a meeting should be better notified or more accessible. I see no issues in putting rules forth for something that rules hadn't been made around before. There's a lot of discussion and frankly anger from some in the public and even some on the board about a perceived, if not illegality, some sort of moral unwritten rule code broken here. But I haven't heard a whole lot of comment, except for prior to the previous caller to me, about any real issue with the content of that meeting. So if we are to believe that this was some shady, nefarious meeting with ill intent, then surely the content would reveal the dark intentions of such a thing. It's my understanding there was no actions, there was no votes, there wasn't even necessarily a plan to conspire to propose something going forward. I'm disheartened. I'm disheartened by the entire atmosphere around all of this. There is not but maybe one or two of you that I personally feel has any position to stand on free of hypocrisy. I just hope all of us can do better. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next caller is 675, 675. Please hit star 6 to unmute. State your name for the record. Go ahead, caller.
Corey Holmes, Manatee County native. My question to the motives of this meeting is very clear. The building opens at 8. How many times have you started a meeting at 8 a.m. at the time that the actual building opened? That's to the motive of public access. That's what's questionable to me, is that the public was not given the access. It's very clear if the building opens at 8, you couldn't expect the residents to make it to the 5th floor at 8. You had no intentions for them to speak. It's very clear to motives. The other question is, Mr. Clegg, I think it's important for you to detail your conversation with Carol Whitmore, what she said, what advice you gave her. You did not give that to the public. Please give that to the public before you guys exit that meeting today. It is necessary. Thank you.
873, 873. Please hit star 6 to unmute. Star 6. *6 to unmute. I think we're okay, Madam Chair. That's all the calls we have.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to ask one last time. Is there anyone in the public sitting here that would like to make a comment? If so, please come up to the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Michelle Martin. I had a lot scheduled to say today, but most of it has been covered, and so I just want to respond to some of the stuff that I heard today. A manipulation strategy of people who love control is to pretend that they don't know or that they don't understand. And Carol, this is a classic tactic that you use, and you're doing it right now. You've said that you believe you work in a hostile working environment. You claim a situation like this has happened to you before, and that you were angry and that you raised hell. Yet you moved forward as you did. You didn't do anything to prevent that atmosphere of hostility to be diffused. You perpetuated division, you perpetuated hostility, and you love to tell us how involved you are in this board and for how long. You should have known. Shame on you, Carol. This lands on you. You moved forward as you did, and now you're acting like you're surprised. You're saying that you had no idea there would be a response like this, even though you yourself had a response like this when it happened to you. You're asking us to believe that you're out of touch and that you have no idea how your behavior appears, but that's not accurate. You're conniving, you're deliberate, you're power hungry, you're easily offended, and you saw this as a way to warm George up to you to make him a swing vote. There is no way you didn't know what you were doing. You said earlier, I have character, and you're right, you do have character, and this political stunt and power grab revealed your character, and I hope the people of Manatee saw it. George, I hope this reveals to you who you can trust. It seems like you have a propensity to give people the benefit of the doubt, which is a wonderful character, wonderful type of thing to have, but it's clear that in this current environment and with this current staff, you need to go to the extra step and clear up that doubt. Sherry, it astounds me that you, knowing the tension of everything that's happening here, that you didn't suggest that the whole team know about this meeting and make this meeting more publicized. I really appreciate the commissioners who heard the concerns of the public and have validated our concerns by opening up this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come forward on this issue? All right, not seeing anyone. I'm going to close public comment. Commissioner Servia, did you have something you wanted to say?
Just a question, please, about the front doors and how they're locked and unlocked. I believe it's done automatically, as I've been a consultant before waiting at the doors to open. Is that accurate? Are the doors locked and unlocked automatically?
Correct, they're on a timer.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Again, I am apologizing that this caused all these problems. Thank you, Glenn, for listening and seeing the information that maybe some ever had from Commissioner Cruz that I didn't. And again, I'm going to bring up some of the issues that was discussed at the meeting at the end of the meeting, because if you listen to the minutes, I said this is something that we'll probably need to bring back to the board in the future, or to talk about. I apologize to Commissioner Cruz. I apologize to my commissioners that you got upset. That was not my intent. For those that actually know me, I don't think I'm a master manipulator, and I would never do anything illegal. I mean, that's just like a joke. I live on, I'm an old island hippie that the minute I get home, I take off everything, my shoes, and I go around barefoot. I just can't believe people think that I have that much power. I'm still surprised that people even know me when they see me out in public. I'm just doing a job that I love. So that's all I want to say. I apologize, Commissioner Cruz. One thing I did get out of that meeting is I learned a lot. And I hope that we have a work session in the future regarding that issue with maybe Madam Chair and maybe the board, if it's okay, with affordable housing, with our finance people and Commissioner Cruz, to bring it down to 10,000 feet versus 100,000 foot level. Because for once, and I said this many times to him, I am so sick of all this. Every commissioner says they're going to do this when they come in office. They're going to work with the, I asked him, how are you going to get the developers to give us affordable housing? Really, how can you think you can do it? when nobody else has been able to. So, and he had some good ideas. So let's hope can have another work session on just this, because that's one of my goals this year, is to accomplish things that we haven't been able to. And that's it. So I apologize, Commissioner Cruz. I apologize to the board that we've spent 3 hours on this. Apologize to the public, because I guess everybody thinks I'm a devious, mean, evil person, which is absolutely not true. That's it.
All right, we're going to go ahead on the, did you want to speak now or take the vote? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't
Let's
see
do a
you
motion.
have your card.
The whole day.
I know. I just happened to see him with his card.
Oh, you did?
Okay.
I would prefer to defer to Commissioner Cruz, if that's all right.
The county attorney would rather defer to you.
I'll read, okay, I'll read the motion.
Okay.
The clerk has asked that I reread the motion into the record so that it's clear. So that's all I'm doing here. It's just a quick procedural housekeeping matter. So the motion is, I move to direct the county attorney's office to draft a resolution establishing protocols for meetings between commissioners to discuss business of the county outside of meetings of the full board or other established boards on which they serve, to include a requirement for other commissioners to be invited to attend and for attendance by an attorney from the county attorney's office.
Okay.
All right, and
I'll make the motion, but I wanted
No,
a
the motion's
clarification.
already
I already
made.
made the motion.
Okay, can I make a
Can
clarification?
you let me recognize you? I'm trying to get
I'm
us back
here.
in the habit.
Yeah.
Commissioner Whitmore.
At the very end, read it, because you said that they can attend, but can they participate? That was the process.
They cannot.
Thank you.
And
I just want that in the
will handle that
process.
when the
Okay.
resolution comes back.
Thank you.
And that was my advice to Commissioner Whitmore. If it's all right, I would like
Yeah.
to state that for the record. I need her to say it's okay for me to state it.
Yeah.
Okay, because everything I do with each of you, I try to keep it in confidence if I can. So that's why I didn't discuss our conversation. But I did state that other commissioners do have the right to attend if two commissioners have a meeting like this. But unless they're noticed to speak, they should not. It's not necessarily a violation, but it can be touchy. And that's why I advised Commissioner Van Ostenbridge to make the statements he made this morning to cure any potential, and I like to emphasize the word potential, sunshine issue.
And just, I had my card up in my.
Wait, I haven't, you know what,
Okay.
we got to keep in order. I'm telling, this man is after me to keep order. Okay, so, did I understand you correctly that you're saying you told Commissioner Whitmore that? Is that what I heard
That
you
is
say?
my recollection, that I advised that other commissioners do have the right to attend, but they should not speak. That
Well,
is my recollection of the discussion.
And the reason it's a lesson for all of us to learn. That's why I'm saying
It
that.
wasn't mine, though. He knows that. We talked about it yesterday.
Okay, well, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Did you want to speak before or
I
after?
just wanted to clear up one little thing. He speaks in legalese, and
Yes, sir.
essentially the
I
only
do.
issue was that it was Whitmore and Cruz were advertised for that meeting, and my name was not in the notice or the
That's
advertisement,
correct.
and that
Totally.
was the issue with my
That's
speaking.
the technical glitch, yes, sir.
Correct. So that's why
the
other
pitfall.
commissioners may attend. However, they may not speak unless they are part of the public notice.
They're noticed to speak.
Right. I'm an expert on this now, Commissioner.
Yeah, I think
Chair.
we all are now. Okay, so we have a motion by, I think it was Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, second by Commissioner Satcher. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
I've
Yes.
lost count. Is that correct? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved unanimously. Thank you. Commissioner Cruz, did you want to speak?
Yes. Yeah, I've just kind of sat here and listened to everybody about this, and what I want to speak about is slightly different than we talked about, but it's relevant to it. So this is the time for it, I suppose, as opposed to waiting for commissioner comment at the end of the day. And in the wise words of Glenn Gibolina, this place is a shit show. It doesn't seem like we get a whole lot accomplished because we seem to spend more time administratively talking to ourselves about things that each of us have or done or did or was assumed to have done. So I wrote something up, and it's a lot to unpack, but it's par for the course on this board. So I'm just gonna say it because I think we need to move forward, and there's a way to move forward and that's to get everything out there and just do it. So, so first and foremost, I do want to sincerely apologize to the people of Manatee County and my fellow commissioners for the nature of how the meeting on Friday went down. I was asked to speak informally with another commissioner about affordable housing, and honestly, I thought nothing of it if it was done properly. I was told by the county administrator that everything was going to be properly noticed and handled appropriately, and while I do believe it was legally and statutorily compliant, I realized the optics were terrible, and that was certainly not my intent. At the first sign of frustration by you, the public, I realized this was incredibly poorly handled. My first thought was honestly one of surprise that a 30-year public sector employee and a 4th-term commissioner could so carelessly structure this meeting to result in the now obvious and rightfully deserved backlash. I chalked up this carelessness to nothing more, and until I was passed troubling information this weekend, which leads me to believe that there may be more to it than sheer ignorance. I believe that public figures deserve a private life. As long as it doesn't interfere with county business, other commissioners' families and personal lives should be and traditionally are off limits. I would never bring my family situation up on this dais, but in this case, I will for the good of Manatee County. And believe me, it's not easy, and this is certainly not an agenda item. Late last year, I did the absolute worst thing a person could do to someone they love, and she's in the audience right here. And I had a short but nonetheless real affair. I'm not going to make excuses for it, nor am I going to give or ask any of you for forgiveness. The only people in my life that I need to continuously work toward forgiveness are my wife and my children. Fortunately, because my wife has the patience and the heart of a saint, and we're doing fine, and we're working through this together. But why do I come up here and tell you this private and seemingly unrelated information? Well, because while it was going on, one commissioner, Carol Whitmore, knew about it. Rather than ignore something that didn't pertain to her, I've learned that she actively acquired pictures from while we were out in public. I'll ask all of you, if you found out a coworker was having an affair, would your first thought be to get physical proof for your files? No, because most people do not operate through corruption and deceit. And I've now learned from people I trust that she's actively spreading this information out even though she knows it's over. I believe her intention for obtaining the pictures was to use them to manipulate votes on this board. As my wife knows about it, and it is in fact over, the only blackmail she could hope to achieve would be the public embarrassment that would inevitably trickle down to my 11-year-old daughter and my 14-year-old son. This is how far I believe she'd go to retain power and destroy fellow commissioners if she doesn't get her way.
Whoa.
What I did do to my family is inexcusable, but it doesn't affect the county or you, the citizens. However, maliciously trying to alter votes away from the majority interests of this county can never be tolerated. I have and always will vote and propose policy which I truly believe to be in the best interest of Manatee County. No money donated during a campaign or threats from fellow commissioners will ever sway my vote or alter my best intentions. I felt it necessary to get this out there now, ahead of time, before there was even a shadow of a doubt regarding my stance on anything. I am taking accountability with nothing to hide. I will admit my faults and fix my problems while moving forward with solving your problems. But this leads me back to our meeting last Friday, one which I accepted in good faith because I inherently give people the benefit of the doubt. Almost to a fault, some would say. Knowing what I know now about the lengths some would go to knock someone down, in a situation where they feel threatened due to a loss of long-standing power, I'm inclined to believe this meeting was never intended to look good optically. Holding this meeting last Friday and revelations coming out this weekend about the pictures and the rumor mill, I think is a little too convenient and reflects on a past culture of how things were seemingly done in Manatee County. These past 2 months since a new majority took office have been a certifiable mess, and it all circles back to the same place. From weaponized sunshine accusations to questionable meetings to self-serving politics to this new information, these past 2 months have shown me exactly how this county has run in the past and, unfortunately, in the present. It's run by, and its culture is structured by, people longing for absolute power at any cost. The notion that you can control others isn't leadership, it's manipulation. It's a me-first environment, not a Manatee County-first mindset up on the 9th floor. We hear campaign rhetoric about swamps and underhanded dealings, but you don't fully understand it until you've seen it. I came to the decision to run for this office to specifically eliminate this unlawful and distasteful behavior. I want to and I will redirect the power back to the people. As I said, I'm a benefit of the doubt type person. I'm the first to give anyone and everyone a chance. However, the overall culture presently embedded in Manatee County government is deep-seated, and the people of Manatee County will never be fully represented and looked out for while it exists. 7 weeks ago, I gave this administration the benefit of the doubt to achieve the agenda the majority of Manatee County wants and deserves. I still think we would get a good portion of that work accomplished, even if it would be done self-servingly to save a job. What I do not think will change, however, is the toxic culture that doesn't put the people first. I'm in real estate, and I know that even the grandest building can't be built on a faulty foundation. You have to start from the ground up. It has now been 2 years with this administration, so at this point, what we see is what we'll get. Commissioner Van Osterbridge brought this up in November as the guiding force behind his previous motion, and I did not believe it could possibly be true. However, this meeting last Friday reaffirmed my suspicions that this administration focuses internally to friends and connections and not externally to those that matter most, you, the citizens of Manatee County. It's seen by how callously the public was disregarded for this meeting and, for that matter, afterward when requests for information poured in. This needs to change now, even if it leads to short-term disruptions I was hoping to previously avoid. I no longer believe that meeting quantitative benchmarks can ever give me assurance or comfort in the continuation of a fundamentally flawed system. I am therefore, once again, bringing up the motion to notice the termination of the county administrator in accordance with her contract, and I will leave it up to the will of this board to determine whether recent actions deem this with or without cause. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Carol,
Yeah.
Commissioner Whitmore, just one second.
Oh,
Nobody seconded my motion.
No.
Second. Do you have anything you want to add?
Nobody does.
I think really under the circumstances, before we start going into conversation, I think this board needs to take a 5-minute recess, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Do I have a, yeah, I do. I've got a quorum. Okay, we're back from recess, and we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. We will come back here at 1 o'clock.
Madam Chair, I do want to clarify
Yes,
before
sir,
you
go
adjourn
ahead.
that we do have a motion on the floor, and I know there are commissioners that want to talk about that motion, and everyone should get the opportunity to do so when we reconvene after lunch. That's my advice.
Okay, all right. All right, that being said, we're in recess for lunch. Thank you. All right, welcome to the afternoon session of the regular meeting of January the 26th, 2021. We are going to continue where we left off with Commissioner Whitmore.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I just want to be very clear, again, for the 10th time today, Carol doesn't break laws, and I want that very, very clear, and I'm ethical. But what I do want to make clear, and I'm not going to say all that I wanted to, because this probably will be something legal now that you've all decided to terminate Sherry again. And the only reason why I think you're terminating or suggested it is because I directed her as one of her 7 bosses to coordinate with staff to have a meeting for me, and that's the only thing. What I am going to tell you is, and Mr. Cruz knows this, I was sent a picture, I don't even know, maybe 2 or 3 months ago. Mr. Cruz was somewhere with another party, and they sent a picture. It was really very benign, but everybody was making a big deal out of it. And to me, it was nothing. It's just 2 people sitting there talking. That was all. And when he came by my office one day, I said, I just want you to know that there are some people in this town that are sending pictures around about you. And I said this, and he can confirm it. I said, I could care less what you do with your personal life. I said, you do have the most powerful job in Manatee County, and and you've got a family, and whatever goes on in your personal life is personal, but you are a very powerful person now, and you have to figure out what you're going to do and work it out with your family or not. And I told him that I've seen this happen in my husband's office, where almost the entire office was doing the same thing. And again, that stuff doesn't bother me. What bothers me is our position and what it does to the families. So time passed. I saw the picture and I never did anything with it. I don't care about that. And again, it was just them sitting, talking. That's it. Another party. So then I get somehow involved with the other party, and then I hear it's all over. So then I see him again. He comes by. I said, I heard everything's, all over, and that's good. And he had said, yep, he's going to work it out or whatever. And I said, that's good. And that was more or less it. I have more to say because there's other commissioners up here that actually said what just happened with Mr. Cruz, have said out in public, more or less insinuating I was trying to control somebody. You guys don't know me, but everybody else knows me. I don't care about that stuff. And he knows I said that. Then Mr. Cruz mentioned that I was passing it around the community. Well, those pictures and all have gotten around the community. I have confirmed it with a few, but I said I heard the other party in that it's done, and everything's fine. And then I have had close friends that I've said something to, of course. And I said, it's over. I said, no, but I know what you said is a terrible accusation. It's not true. And I would like to say more because I actually know the commissioner that actually encouraged somebody in the community to do the same thing that Mr. Cruz did. And it was fairly recent, but I'm not going to because I think it'll go to legal. I'm sorry that all this happened with Commissioner Cruz. Again, it's a free country. We're all adults, and he handled it the right way. This person would have never said anything. And so a press person asked me the person's name, and I'm not going to. That's up to Mr. Cruz. And I would have never said anything about Mr. Cruz. But anyway, it has gotten around the community because the people that knew about it had spread it around, but I don't even know if it was the picture. But anyway, that's all that happened. And again, publicly, and I told Mr. Cruz this, it was a very benign picture. He was talking to somebody. That was it. And people who worked wherever he was were taking pictures. And I said, when you're a county commissioner, everybody knows who you are, even though you don't think they do. So that was all, and I'm sorry that all this had to come out in public because I don't think George did actually, I know he doesn't believe it, but I don't think he deserves to be going all through this. I'm thinking maybe somebody encouraged you to do this because maybe people do think I'm this evil person, but my daughter has sent me a message saying I can't believe what I'm hearing. So anyway, that's all I have to say on that issue, and to pull Sherry into this, our county administrator, first of all, it's not related. I asked her as one of her 7 bosses to pull a meeting together. She passed it on to our clerk and our agenda coordinator, and that was it. I asked for her and Jan to be at the meeting. That was it because of the financial stuff. And Sherry is always with her staff when we meet with commissioner. Every time you make an appointment, Sherry's on it if she wants to attend, as you know. Some commissions here lock their doors and don't allow anybody in their office and don't allow their calendars to be public. That's not me. So again, Carol would have never done this, and I'm sorry that you felt that way, Mr. Cruz. George, I would never do this. So that's all. What's next?
Mr. Clegg?
Mr. Bellin was asking.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see Mr. Bellin.
Well, is my mic on?
Yep.
I did speak to the county administrator and the chair this morning about me having to take my mom for a medical situation. And everything's okay with that, besides the text message about the paramedics that I just got, but that's another issue. I'm not necessarily sure if I asked the county administrator, asked the chair or the attorney to give me some type of quick briefing so I can be clear on what's going on, or is it at a point that it doesn't matter? Because I think I should know something. Am I correct?
I would ask the county attorney to meet with you on that.
To meet with me.
Well, not meet with you, but whatever the two of you feel.
Well,
But
this is
I
what
don't think it's something we
this
need
is
to
what
sit
I
here
just
and
wrote
hash
down.
over again.
This is what okay, that's fair.
I mean,
This is what I just wrote down. I wrote Mr. Cruz and something personal, and then I know from looking at the emails and things like that that there's a lot going on about this meeting that took place, and my frustration and disappointment is we have gone away from county business. And to bring an individual's personal life and personal business into the mix, all 7 of us, whatever role we played in it, and I don't necessarily think I played a role. If I did, I apologize, sir. Whatever role that we've played in it, we should be embarrassed to take somebody's personal life and bring it up for public discussion at this level right here, and allow it to interfere of county business where we are right now. We're in the midst of a pandemic. Where we are right now, as far as me representing District 2, we have minorities that's fighting and trying to find a way to get vaccines. And so where we are right now, we're talking, so I guess the issue concerning the county administrator, and was there a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, do you mind if I can be aware of the motion?
No, and that's what I want. Attorney Clegg, he's going to go over that. We haven't voted.
Okay, and the only thing that I'm saying, it seems like strategically or like thereof, we're sliding away from county business. For some reason, we are sliding away from that, and I hear about the spats. I hear about it, the emails, and obviously all of us have access to them and everything like that. My personal tone about that meeting, and I don't like taking shots at each other, at anybody, anything like that, but that meeting should have been conducted better. And to both parties that was involved, and you all know how I am, I don't do nothing without consulting with the attorney first. And I'm not saying nobody did or did not, because truthfully, I don't supposed to know that at this point right here. So I don't know whether or not they did or did not. The entire point about having the meeting and then to allow our public to have the level of rage and frustration in the midst of pandemic, we're adding to problems.
Mm-hmm.
We're adding the problems. And with us adding the problems, I have to be honest with you all. In my district, they put out a list of 500 people to get vaccinated, okay? And I'm very thankful for all the efforts that went behind. But you know what? We need 500 more, and that's what we need to be talking about. And I don't normally go this level, but it's at a point, can't all of us see what it's doing to our county? Sir, I'm sorry. Can you just give me some idea of where we are? I'm talking, Madam Chair. I apologize.
Sorry.
You're asking me,
Yes,
Mr. Bellamy?
just-
So Commissioner Cruz made a motion, and my suggestion is that it's, needs to be restated to be legally correct under the county attorney, or I'm sorry, the county administrator's contract. So I was prepared to read a suggested motion into the record, if that is all right. So that we have one on the floor that Commissioner Bellamy can then respond to, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
So the suggested motion would be, I move to direct the county attorney to provide the county administrator with 15 days' notice of a public meeting to consider terminating the county administrator. And that basically is mined right out of the contract. So do you agree with that restatement, sir?
Yeah, I accept that.
Seconder,
Okay.
the you, Commissioner. Madden.
I'm going to second that, and I'm going to tell you why. I said this before, for discussion. I think this board needs to have a thorough discussion about how to move forward from here. There's been a lot of things that have transpired, really going back to the day that the new commissioners were sworn in, and I was reelected and sworn in. And this does need to stop, and I would agree totally with Commissioner Bellamy. My question is, where does it stop? Now, we have a lot to get through on this agenda, so we need to move forward. But it does need to stop. And I think the majority of the commissioners here agree that what all has been going on needs to stop. I think we're pretty much all in agreement. And we need to realize that, because Commissioner Bellamy is correct. It's tearing the county apart. And we're playing into that. And unfortunately, a lot of us are being put in that position. And it needs to stop now. So that being said, Commissioner Bellamy, did you want to make a comment?
So from what I understand, what's on the board is Mr. Cruz wants to look back at the terminating the county administrator's contract.
That's correct.
And so now it's my time to comment, because within that approach, and again, I may be wrong, and George, I have a lot of respect for you. You are a very crafty, keen individual, and I learn a lot from you. Every time I walk out to meetings, I always tell you thanks for teaching me something. Am I right or wrong? It seems like, to me, that based on this meeting and based on what is taking place of these allegations, and if you know it, don't bring it to me, about what's going on in your personal life, has created a level of frustration. Has created a level of frustration for you to reconsider again. And give me a minute. And here I am thinking about, how am I going to fight to communicate with you all about getting more vaccines to the minority community? What are we going to do differently with numbers of COVID going up? And again, and I said this the last time, in the midst of a pandemic, we're asking to rattle the cage as far as from our county administrator and our directors, after we have already set up goals and things of that nature right there, in order for us to get on one accord, in order for us to move forward. Now we're in a situation we're taking steps back, and again, the pandemic is still there. Again, we still need people vaccinated, and there are a lot of other issues like the goals that you strategically put forward in order to challenge her to see, can we get through to make sure everything is aligned and people are on the same page. So with the frustration, and to be honest with you, George, if it's about your personal business, you deserve to be frustrated. And I don't know who did it or why it's being done, but come on, people, come on. So my thought is this right here. My thought is this right here, and all of us see the writing on the wall. All of us knew this was going to come back around again if something took place, right? But I think we have a professional responsibility to look at this from a different focus lens. How is this going to impact? Not Sheridan. How is it going to impact the district I serve? for us to work to start getting these vaccines. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm not getting in the middle of y'all mess, y'all spats and everything like that. Sorry, I'm not getting in the middle of that. I need somebody to tell me whatever direction we go, with or without the county administrator, what we going to do about getting these people vaccinated.
Okay, well, we're going to discuss that next, Reggie. Next conversation is about just that. But in the meantime, all of the commissioners have a right to look at this. So, I mean, I don't know what else to say about it and we'll deal with it in the early future. I think right now there's a lot of hurt and maybe unhappiness. So, and I'm sorry that you were not here, but I am glad your mom is doing well. And I hope that you mentioned paramedics. I hope it's nothing. Commissioner Servia.
No, it's my brother now. It's okay.
Oh, no, you're kidding.
Your mom and now your
Reggie. Okay. Commissioner Servia, and then I really would like to move forward because we are really behind.
Commissioner Bellamy, I can't thank you enough for your comments. I'm sorry you weren't here for the discussion. I feel exactly as you do. You know, earlier in the discussion, I asked people not to make assumptions. I asked people not to take things personally. Nobody listens to me. That's okay. So if we move forward with this, I just want everybody to understand this will be a disruption of business at the highest level. We're not just talking about Sherry. We're talking about the whole structure underneath Sherry. Okay, this is a disruption of county business at a very deep level. I appreciate your comments, Bellamy. I'm going to say it again. I got people every day that I talk to about getting vaccinated. They tell me their stories, and everyone needs that vaccine, they think, more than the next person, and they all have sad stories. I got homeless people in my district. I had somebody killed again yesterday in my district on US 41. I mean, these are real issues, and those were my comments that I'm trying to bring the focus back to the county business because there's so much important work to do here. And I do understand everybody having an opinion about county leadership. I understand and respect that. I just ask you to think about the timing of this. I want people to understand very clearly that for me, this is not about friendship. People come to me all the time and say, well, you only feel that way because you're friends with so-and-so. Not true. I don't operate that way. I am a very business-minded person. Yes, I enjoy my friendships, but I separate business, and I always have been that way. So if we go forward with this, guys, I say we're going to lose ground. We're going to spend the next year or so trying to staff up again. We can't hire people to do the most simple jobs in Manatee County right now. There aren't enough employees. We are going to be at a deficit when it comes to labor to run the county. Just keep that in mind with this move. If we go forward down this path, I am going to suggest this. I don't want any more contracts that are evergreen contracts. I don't want a contract that never ends. Because when a contract ends, and I think all contracts should have a beginning and an end, you can make a decision to wait the contract out, and when it expires, then we save a ton of money for our taxpayers, okay? Instead of having to pay out golden parachutes. I don't like that. So the next time that we do a contract, please, let's have a beginning and an end. Because if we had a contract that ended in 3 months, people might think differently about this move. And I say that not just about our county administrator, but any contracts that we have. So that's it. I'm really concerned about the direction that we're taking. But it looks like we're taking that direction, and I'm just concerned about the citizens of the county, period. First and foremost.
Okay, I'm next on the list. You know, I think it's fair to say that every commissioner has the right to feel that they have confidence in their county administrator. Now, what I'm thinking is that when this does come back before us, which I know it has to, then we'll see where everybody's at. But in the meantime, the board has the right to have this discussion. And that's exactly why I did before what I did and why I'm doing right now what I'm doing. And I don't believe that this affects COVID. I don't believe that this county will not continue to move forward, because if that's the case, people, we have a bigger problem than we thought. Your county doesn't run just because of your county administrator. It runs because of all the people. That's right. Everybody, including this board. So I just have never been one to believe that one person makes the difference and makes all the decisions and everything would just stop. That's not the case. Am I saying that I think that Sherry is terrible? No, I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that every board member has to look at this and say, do we have confidence? Because we cannot move this county forward and make some of the decisions we have to make unless every commissioner feels that we have confidence in our county administrator. And that's what, to me, this is really all about. That is a decision that every board member has to make. And every board member has the right to make that decision. I admire Commissioner Cruz for what he did this morning. Takes a lot of guts to do what he did, and I admire him for it. Do I hate it? You bet I do. Am I hurt and angry over it? You bet I am. Because no one should be put in that position to have to do that with his wife sitting in the audience and his young children. But we are in that position. So the bottom line is, we've got some real thinking that we're going to have to do. And by the way, I think the county administrator has a lot of thinking that she needs to do. Because obviously there is a disconnect somewhere for whatever reason. And it's really important. Because there's a lot of things that I know, I can tell you, I've got a list of things that I'm going to bring up that we need to change right off the bat. To move this county forward, to make it a better quality of life for all of our citizens. And we can't do that unless we're a team. All of us have to be a team, including Commissioner Whitmore, who pounds me all the time. But we have to be a team. We have to work together. And I hope she figures out how to do that, because I am.
We've done it before.
Well, yes, we have, but it's another story. So the bottom line is, we have to all be a team. So that's really all I have to say. Commissioner Cruz.
Move on. Oh.
You said what?
Oh, I did? Okay, that's unusual. Okay, then yes, Commissioner Van, and then we really have got to move forward. We have people in the audience waiting to talk on COVID. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, and with all due respect, Madam Chair, I don't think this issue should be rushed. I think this is a very serious issue. I understand we have other items on the agenda, but we'll get to it as we do. With all due respect to Commissioner Bellamy, I would say that we are doing the people's business here, and that earlier today we raised the bar of transparency, and we set a higher standard for meetings, Board of County Commission meetings. All meetings now will be held at the same standard and the same protocols we set for new meetings. And so now more open government exists in Manatee County as a result of the actions we took earlier today, and that is the people's business. As far as the vaccine goes, I'm equally as frustrated, and I get the same emails that you do from people who are in the pool and are eager to get their vaccine. And as Commissioner Servia stated, they feel that their circumstances prioritize them over others. But Jake Sauer, Crutchfeld, Steve Lichtauer, these guys are doing a very good job. We are able to vaccinate residents at a much higher rate than we can receive vaccines. And the issue continues to be supply. And that is not an issue, a Manatee County issue. Obviously, it's much further up the food chain. Now, referring to the issue at hand here, I think obviously we all know where I stand on this issue. I saw examples of bad government a long time ago when I was on the campaign trail. And I'll keep this brief, but I think back to the Lena Road land deal. And I look at this poorly managed meeting today, or Friday, and it seems manipulative. And ultimately, these are, in government, these are parlor tricks that we're seeing. Rushing the Lena Road closing. This meeting where people, they can attend, but no one really knows they can attend, right? I mean, the bare minimum of legality for a meeting with commissioners. These are parlor tricks, and it's not good government. I think that we do need to move forward as a county. We're highly polarized. This board, under this administration, is, I think, hopelessly divided. And so I don't see another path forward other than to part ways with the administrator and move forward. I made the administrator, I made a statement to her when I famously met with her before I made my motion 50 hours in. And I asked her for her resignation and said I would make a motion to honor her severance package if she would resign. And I'm still good for my word. If you will offer your resignation, I will immediately make a motion to honor your I think it's a 20-week severance package in your contract. So that you've been a long-time employee of this county, over 30 years. And I think that you are entitled to that. You've put your time in here. And I do thank you for the service that you have given to this county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Bellamy.
Hey, thanks, Kev. Thanks for your words, Kev. And here's where I am on a lot of this. Chet, can you hear me? Yeah. Here's where I am on a lot of this. When this first came up about the Lena Road, obviously we were split on that. And I don't have a problem with that. But you and I are two men. We've been split on things before, and we still have respect for each other, as well as the thoughts toward the county administrator. It still seems as though, and I have a lot of respect for everybody, that this comes from the county administrator doing what one of her bosses told her to do. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that, if Commissioner Whitmore asked her to set up a meeting, right? That's her responsibility. Now, all of on the steps and things of that right there, that's where legal come in at, and I'm not getting in the middle of that. But she still has a responsibility if Commissioner Whitmore asks her to set up a meeting with another commissioner. I think it's twofold on that. I do think it could have been done better. I do think it could have been done better. And with the experience that Commissioner Whitmore has, I'm not necessarily sure why it was done better, to be honest with you, because I don't think anybody has any ill intent. And for you to say that it sound like parlor movements, I hope it's not. I hope it's not. But to Kevin and all of you all, it does need to be addressed. It does need to be addressed. But my concern is when you have someone doing what they're told to do by one of their bosses. What took place with the Lena Road, when I finish, yes, sir. It took place with the Lena Road situation where the vote was to move forward, and again, she did it. So we disagree with that. You understand what I'm saying? But there was a vote, there's record procedures and everything like that that show that she was doing what she was told to do. These actions right here, all right, for her to set up that meeting, show that she was doing what she was told to do. Now, the situation that frustrated my other colleague right here, Mr. Cruz, and I'll do honestly, I don't think they have nothing to do with the county administrator. I really don't. I do think that has something to do, that keeps going tossed back and forth between some of the other commissioners, so I don't be getting the name calling. All right? And now it's all of a sudden that she's mismanaging the mismanagement that you all are doing. And what I mean by she is mismanaging the mismanagement that you all are doing, if Carol told her to set that meeting up and there was a way that it should have been done better, Carol should have done that.
My fault.
Right. And whatever the legal advice was, whoever the legal advice that was given to Mr. Cruz, Ms. Whitmore, or the county administrator, it should have been followed. And now we're not in this storm where we're throwing back and forth with each other. But in all due honesty, with the step like this, are we mismanaging? Are we mismanaging what was supposed to be managed? And again, I'm saying it's real difficult to say someone is not equipped and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and they're doing that. If the Lena Road project, right, was something that the county commissioners at that time told her not to do, then she should not have done it. But if they told her to do it, she should have done it, and she did. The same thing about this meeting. And no, I don't normally do this, but that should have been handled differently. That between the three of y'all. I don't know what happened, and I'm pretty much glad I don't want to know what happened, to be honest with you. But it should have been managed differently. Dialogue.
Yeah, I would add that, for instance, the rushed closing of the Lena Road deal was a request of Commissioner at that time Betsy Benak, and a request of a single commissioner. The administrator has the authority to grant or deny that request. She is in charge of the day-to-day operations of Manatee County. A directive from a county commissioner only comes from a majority of the board. A majority of a quorum of the board can give a directive. Outside of that, we cannot all individually give directives to the administrator.
Madam Chair.
But you'd have seven people barking at the administrator.
Enough.
Madam Chairman.
Excuse me. Kevin, you didn't ask for the floor, so I'm sorry. Commissioner Servia, I'm assuming that's what you were going to say?
No, I wasn't going to say that, but it's a good point. I was
Well,
just going to say
just a minute. Hold up. Are you finished, Commissioner Bellamy?
Madam Chair, Mr. KVO asked me, could he?
KVO?
Yeah, Mr. KVO asked me, could he dialogue with me? And that's why I came.
Well,
and if
you know
you're not
what?
going to allow
You have to
dialogue,
be recognized by the chair,
Right.
or
And
things are going to get out of control.
right. And if you're not going to, and again, we differ on that because
We already know that.
No, not really, not on this one. The county administrator takes directives from all of us all the time.
Well, there you go. All
Right.
of us.
Right.
Can we get clarification from Mr. Clegg?
Well, I'll.
About what?
I'd rather wait for the chair to ask me to do that.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah,
See, he's on me, I'm telling you. Y'all just don't know.
I'll be happy to do it when the chair is ready.
I'm ready. Please, answer that.
So the county administrator, once the board directs to close on the contract, it's under her administration to go through with that and close it. That is correct. But it is also correct that the board did authorize and direct her to do that. So she was acting. I mean, if she weren't, she'd be in some serious legal trouble, to be quite honest.
That my question was, does the county administrator take a directive from an individual commissioner, or is it only at a vote of the board?
All right,
Does she
I'm
have the
sorry.
authority if an individual commissioner makes a request? If I ask her to paint the county building purple, does she have to
Right.
do it, or does we need
I
a
understand.
direction of the board?
And Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I misunderstood your question. I'm sorry. That's what happens when there's a
Exactly.
lot of back and forth. So, no, the county administrator takes direction from the board as a whole, as a collegial body, voting by majority.
So I did have
That's
the floor,
the law.
and I wasn't finished, Madam Chair.
One question.
I don't have a
Got
question.
to move on.
I don't have a question. When I'm saying directives, if you want things done in your district, or if you want things done, you ask, and then she goes and talks to staff to get it done. All right, that's where I wasn't at. So a lot of the things that we've been working on and everything like that, from each and everybody's district, I'm sure you've talked to her about what you want going on, and some of those things go forward to the board. Some of them, there are projects and things like that. Okay, sure, we can look at it. We probably can get this and we can get that. When it comes to something at the level of the Lena Road, right? When it comes at the level of Lena Road, the whole board did that. The whole board did that. And I'll stand down for right now.
Thank you.
I want to call the question because I think we know where
Second.
it stands, and we got another discussion in 15 days.
I think
It
we've
seems like
all
we're just
spoken
waiting.
at least once on this topic, so we have
That wasn't fair,
Oh,
but I'm sure you.
the question has been called by Commissioner Cruz, and there was a second by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Maybe we better raise hands, because I couldn't tell by that, I'm sorry. All in favor of the question, raise your hands. That's 4. All opposed? What a surprise. 3.
And what a surprise.
Madam Chair, we do still need to take public comment on the
Right.
motion on the floor.
I knew that, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Could we please clarify the record that the motion carried 4-3?
Yeah.
The motion carried 4-3. Opposed was Whitmore.
The motion to call the question.
Correct.
Yes.
With Commissioners Whitmore, Servia, and Bellamy voting nay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
That's what I was going to say. You beat me to it. Thank you. Okay. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to discuss this situation? Please come forward, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Andrew Griffin. So, Reggie, I disagree. I disagree. And here's why. Because they are friends. They're on all these groups together. They admitted it. If you even listen to the recording of the meeting, they explain of all the groups they're involved in. So I can kind of see this. While Carol wants to act like she doesn't break any laws, I disagree. We've listened to her break the law after break the law for years. And she has gone without accountability. And I think it's time. Thank you, George. I can't even imagine how courageous, how hard that had to have been for you. But I'm glad you laid it on the line, because Little Miss Whitmore can't be Little Miss Whitmore anymore.
Let's
She
be
is no longer a
respectful,
victim.
please.
So, with that being said, I can see them two colluding on how they can get somebody in there. You can't? I'm sorry. Maybe you need to go. I don't know. This is very obvious of what is going on and what has been transpiring in this county for years. And enough is enough. The county has had it. The residents have had it. And believe me, Mr. Bellamy, we do not think the whole county is going to implode by her being removed. As a matter of fact, she's lost the trust and the respect of the public. So I can guarantee you there's more than not that wants her removed. And as a matter of fact, I want to go to steps further. Why don't we just pay her for the 2 weeks that we have to wait and actually walk her out the door so she can't do any more damage to this county under Carol Whitmore's direction? And it's pretty surprising that 3 of the people here aren't as angry as me that this backdoor meeting had taken place. Why isn't the whole board angry about this? Why is it just 4 people and not the other 3? Then that's all I'm going to say.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
You know, my name is Betty Sales Rose. I've been here ever since this morning with the same thing. I thought I was coming to a meeting, and now you brought up by Sherry Hoyer getting terminated. Listen, this one thing I always liked of what Martin Luther King said. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Saying this, all us must love one another. Now, what I'm saying is, now, I agree with Mr. Bellamy. You all came here for a meeting, but what y'all came here is to out somebody out. Listen, people talk about people every day. I was in here last year when I'm not going to call the commission name, when she was saying about jobs out there to Port Manatee. Now, I could have jumped up and came right here and throw the book at her. But what I did, I sit right there in that chair. I was sitting back there and let her say it. Yes, if you go out to Port Manatee, you're not going to get a job. You're going to have to go through the temp service. Now, go out there who made that statement and see how many minorities out there working. You all, I think what you all are doing, y'all need to sit down and call a special meeting and then rush into the gun. I don't care who don't like nobody, but I see who trying to pull the power. And y'all need to stop here. You know what? Y'all sicked me here, and I'm not kidding. I'm listening at you all. Y'all acting like a group of kids here. You don't know, like I say, I've been in this county some years, and I'm not going to put my age out here. But I can say I look good for my age. I'm next to my brother, deceased brother, Seymour Sales. But listen, only thing I can say, when I was at the Palmetto Youth Center, and she wasn't an administrator, she came and helped us. If they gave anything for the county, she always had her face out there. Now, I myself, I'm not going to let you throw stones at her like that. Hey, everybody do everything. Everybody, you give me a picture, yeah, I'm going to pass it around. Because yourself shouldn't have been doing it. That's the problem I got to say. So I'm sitting here listening at all this. And another thing, you on me TV. It's okay to apologize what you did, but if you know you're not supposed to do it, don't be out there doing it. That's how I say it. And I'm just listening here, everybody doing this and that. Hey, if you got a problem, have all your paperwork together. Call a special meeting. Have the public here. Then let's see what's going on then. You ain't got to be rushing to the thing. Rushing. And that's all you all doing. It just irritating me. I've been here ever since this morning to come here to talk about COVID-19, and I'm listening at this from you all who's supposed to be representing our county.
Thank you, Betty.
Thank you.
Anyone else out in the audience like to come forward? If not, I'm going to go to the telephone. Please state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Corey Holmes, Manatee County, lifelong resident. Very, very disturbing, very sad day in Manatee County. Very sad, but it's time to move on. So to George, I commend you for what you did. You should never have had your personal business used against you in any matter by anybody on this board. That is your business. But for a board member to have taken those pictures and proliferated those pictures to attack you, to gain power, shame, shame, shame. It's illegal as hell, and you should be put in jail. That's what needs to happen. Where's Mr. Brodsky? Because a crime has been committed, and it's shameful. 30 years, 40 years, Ed's been in control. He passes it off to Sherry. They give all their buddies jobs. George, you called it. It's time to change it. Don't let these people beat you to death about your decision. Do the right thing. We can't move this board forward with this bullshit.
Watch your language, please.
I do apologize. I'm sorry. But it's time to move the board forward. Do the work for the people. I think y'all got the votes to terminate her, and I support it. Thank you.
I think we already voted, didn't we? No, that was the question.
We still gotta vote.
The question. Okay, I know that we've got a few on the phone. If you could, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. 445, please press star 6 to unmute.
445.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Bunch of land for the record. So, I guess my question is probably for Attorney Clegg. You know, we deal with catastrophic loss day in and day out across this country. So what is the contingency plan if there was a catastrophic loss for some reason that Sherry was unable to come back to work, got run over by a truck, some illness came over? What is the contingency plan the county has to move forward? And if you're telling me we don't have one, I would be very surprised and disappointed. So I would like to hear from the attorney, and maybe some of the board members know, what is the protocol if that were to happen tomorrow? How would the county be protected with good leadership and good governance from that point forward? So can anybody ask a simple question that is something, if there's a catastrophic disruption in an administration, how would the citizens be protected? What are the contingency plans in place? And would the governance continue on a daily basis regardless of that loss? So I would like to hear from the county attorney and any commissioners that weigh in, because I haven't heard anything yet, to be honest with you. So I'll get off the line now and wait for an answer.
Okay, Glenn, I'm going to go ahead and answer your question. An interim administrator will be appointed by this board. Okay, next caller.
Next caller is 408. 408, please press star 6 to unmute.
Yes, Carol Feltz here. First off, I'd like to applaud you for looking into the procedures in which our county commissioners interact with each other and with the public. One caveat I would like to make is that you can't create a system by the same people who broke it. So I would highly suggest that in these workshops, you let us be the judge of some transparency. With all due respect for your county attorney, he's looking at the law. That's important to us. But we need to have input on this motion to discuss all of these things that we don't know, to include social media interaction, et cetera, et cetera. It's a great idea, guys, but let's get the public in on it, because that's who it matters to. We're the judge of whether it's transparent. You may have the law, but we are the judge of what we find transparent. Secondly, with things that are going on right now, you have a divided team. And I'm sure Ms. Correa has served her county well, and she has quite an adequate severance package and could retire early, but we probably know will go to work as a consultant for somebody out there. Life is not doomed. I believe Ms. Correa may be able to positively contribute via her personal endeavors, and she'd be given that chance. I have nothing against anyone. This is the decision of the board. We have a majority. We need to make some changes. Ms. Correa has a wonderful future ahead of her, and I wish her the best, and I think she's done the best she can with what she had to work with. Thank you.
All right, I think that's the end of the calls.
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, we're going to close public comment. I'm going to go ahead. We have a motion by, I've almost forgotten, Commissioner Cruz, second by...
You.
Oh,
Twice
did
now.
I second? Oh.
Yep.
It was like 4 hours.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
After, Madam Chair, we make comments then after the vote?
After, let's vote
Okay.
first. So we'll go ahead then and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Well, James isn't here.
Oh, we got to wait for James.
Let's go ahead and take that vote. It'll be a tie.
You know, I really don't, that's the problem. Let's do it correctly. How
Always,
about that?
Then answer questions then.
Yes,
comments.
ma'am, go ahead.
Okay,
Commissioner
just
Whitmore.
real quick, I want to say, and I don't even want to get into that, but Corey brought it up. I don't think there was any commissioners that ever took the pictures. It was out in public, and somebody in the public sent around, and that's how I got it. So, and it was probably sent to many, and more, but that's how what happened. But then also Mr. Holmes, and he's made it public, and you're not supposed to. I called the state, but he's allowed to. He's already filed 2 ethics complaints against me this past week about my son, and it's already been. We'll be getting an opinion from the state for the 4th time about my son-in-law and I. But it was on Facebook, so I'm assuming Mr. Holmes told someone who posted it, because I haven't told anybody. And very quickly, because Reggie wasn't here, the first person I did call, Commissioner Bellamy, was the attorney, to see if it was a lawful meeting, if I met. And as long as I did the proper advertisement, yes. What the communication was is I didn't ask him if an attorney should be there. He said it was a lawful meeting, so and I did during the meeting apologize for all of this, because I assumed, and it is a lawful meeting, but I could have done it better, and I did. And I apologize, Commissioner Cruz, too. Sherry has 7 bosses, and if a boss asked her to set a meeting up or orchestrate setting a meeting up, that's not a fireable offense. Lena Road was voted, and I remember Betsy sitting there. Misty was sitting next to her. When we voted on it, Betsy said, let's get this done before we're out of office, and you were here too. And that wasn't a formal vote, but once we discussed it and voted, she made that comment and nobody disagreed. So I do want to say that it's not Betsy did it. The commissioners all said, yeah, let's get it done, because they'd been involved with it for 4 years and they wanted to see it done. So it wasn't against any other commissioners. We all knew in the campaign how you felt about it, but it was our decision as we've been working on it for 4 years. That's all.
Okay. So we have a full board again. We're going to go ahead and we're going to vote. Did you have a comment, Mr. Satchel?
Yeah, I think we just need to clear this up because it keeps going.
Thank you.
Back and forth.
I'm trying.
I wanted to, and we covered a lot of ground this morning, Commissioners, so I apologize. But I did want to say, or just ask the county attorney, did you know the Friday morning 8 a.m. 5th floor meeting was taking place?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Satcher, I did not know it had been scheduled, so I was a little surprised to see the emails and texts come in. I did have a conversation with Commissioner Whitmore maybe 10 days before that saying they can do it if they follow the Sunshine Law.
If you had, and the second question, if you had known, not that anything was not followed
Right.
on the legal letter of the law, but if you had known about that meeting, would you have had different advice on how to carry forward with not that the meeting itself can't take place, but would you have given different direction as to how the proper way would have been to do it?
Well, Commissioner Satcher, first of all, I'm not sure I could have been there myself because it was a busy week, so I may have had to send an assistant attorney to cover it. I don't know in terms of the details of how it was conducted because I wasn't there. And maybe this wasn't as clear to Commissioner Whitmore as it could have been. I will acknowledge that, but I did feel that the other commissioners should have been notified of it. Now, it doesn't appear that that statement that I, made it through to Sherry. In Sherry's defense, I did not have a direct conversation with her about it. I had it with Commissioner Whitmore. But I was surprised that other commissioners had not been told the meeting was taking place.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not even going to go there. Okay.
But I do respectfully, we did have a motion to call the question.
Yes,
And
thank
procedurally,
you.
I'm sorry to say this, but we need to get back on track.
I'm just trying to make sure everybody gets to speak if they really prefer, if they really want to, but I do agree. So we're going to go ahead and take a vote. All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Okay. All opposed, raise your hands. 4-3. Madam Clerk, did you find out who it was that?
Yes, the motion carried 4-3 with Commissioners Bellamy, Whitmore, and Servia voting nay.
Thank you, that is correct. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to our 11 o'clock time certain about the CARES Act. Madam Administrator, are you going to handle this or?
Madam
Karen
Chairman, I
Stewart?
think you probably would like to have the COVID update first, since it sounds like there's citizens that have been waiting for
Yes.
that portion of it.
Yes.
And then Deputy County Administrator Stewart will update you on the CARES Act.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Director Sauer is coming to the podium.
We'll give you more than 3 minutes. I had to say it, I'm just trying to lighten up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Jake Sauer, Director of Public Safety for Manatee County. I'm here today to provide you with an update on COVID-19 data and to talk about vaccination efforts to date locally. All the data included in this presentation is produced based off the most recent information available at the Florida Department of Health and ACA databases, or as it is reported directly to public safety from our local hospitals. In Manatee County, there have been 26,881 residents that test positive for COVID-19, which unfortunately includes 487 confirmed fatalities. This is an increase of almost 2,500 new cases since January 12th, when I last provided a public briefing on the situation. In the last week, the percentage of tests that come back positive has decreased slightly and currently stands at 8.2%. Manatee County EMS continues to see some long turnaround times at our local hospitals. EMS staff will continue to monitor call volume, hospital capacities, and COVID patient counts closely and share this information with our partners. And the Manatee County Emergency Operations Center remains at a level 2 partial activation for the COVID-19 response and will continue to field any urgent requests from partner organizations for equipment, personnel, or other required resources. Positive case counts by date. On slide 3, the graph shows the number of new positive cases per date, as well as a 7-day average, which smooths out outliers in the data to show a trend. Since September, a significant rise in the number of new cases recorded each day has taken place. However, the post-holiday peak may have passed, as data from the last week or so does show some decline in the number of new positive cases. In the graph on slide 4, the bars represent the percentage of tests that are positive for COVID-19 each day since September, and the line is a 7-day running average. Like in terms of new positive cases, there has been a recent downtick in the percent positivity. However, it remains in excess of 8% over the past week, which is higher than we would like to see. For this variable, 10% is a threshold established by the Florida Department of Health as an important benchmark to not cross. Manatee County exceeded this value on a number of days recently, and the 7-day average remains very close to it to this day, indicating the pandemic has not ended. Slide number 5 provides data surrounding COVID-19 in our local hospitals and ICUs. There has been a noteworthy increase in the number of people in Manatee County hospitals and ICUs since mid-November, when there was 31 COVID-positive people in hospitals and 5 in ICU. Those same numbers have reached as high as 102 in our hospitals and 20 in ICU in January. However, a plateau or slight decline has been noted recently. Public safety will continue to engage with and assist our hospitals in the unmet needs through our healthcare work group and the Florida Department of Emergency Management. Vaccine distribution to date. Manatee County has been able to administer 9,683 vaccines via our point of distribution pod at Tom Bennett Park or the Public Safety Center. The county is ready and able to increase this output as more vaccines become available, and we will discuss future vaccination schedules here in a few slides. We continue to encourage our residents to sign up for the vaccination registration pool, where residents 65 and over are randomly selected to be vaccinated whenever new shipments of vaccines are received here in Manatee County. The purpose of this slide is to remind everyone that we are operating fully within the scope of the state and federal guidelines that has been released to date. The Governor's Executive Order 20-315 limits the population groups that can be vaccinated to include only those persons 65 and older, those in long-term care facilities, and frontline healthcare workers to date. Through an emergency public health advisory issued last week, residency restrictions were also implemented by the Florida Department of Health. And going forward, to be vaccinated, people must either provide proof that they live in Florida at least part-time, or prove that they are a frontline healthcare worker whom is providing medical services locally. Once these restrictions are lifted, Manatee County will revise the criteria for who can receive a dose and open up vaccinations to additional population groups. So some successes to date. I want to take a second to recognize the large group of people involved in these vaccination operations and all the hard work that they have been doing and putting in for these vaccination distribution pods. A team effort is required when talking about vaccine distribution in Manatee County. We are lucky to have one of the best, and I just highlighted a few here today as there are countless others involved in the process. From the Medical Reserve Corps to the Department of Health, Manatee, to these groups listed here on the slide, there are countless partners all pitching in to get these vaccines into arms, and we just want to say thank you. Another success I would like to discuss is the launch of the pre-registration site. To date, approximately 92,000 unique users have signed up, but since couples are allowed to sign up together, this actually represents over 146,000 users in the pool. There was an initial surge in signups within minutes of the new site launching, but since then, web traffic has remained steady and the site has functioned as planned. This week will be the busiest week of our vaccination pod to date in Manatee County points of distribution, as there are both first and second shots being administered. Today, approximately 1,400 second doses will be given out, followed by 1,500 first doses each day from Wednesday to Friday. These events will all take place at Tom Bennett Park or the Public Safety Center. On Friday, while our first doses are administered at Tom Bennett Park, a second dose event will take place at the Public Safety Center simultaneously, the first time we will operate both sites at the same time. MCR Health and the Region 6 Incident Management Team from the Florida Department of Emergency Management, provided by the state, will be conducting more targeted testing, but registration details are being handled by those entities separately, locally in our community, and additional information will be provided on these events as it becomes available. I don't know if this will play, but we'll see. This is a recent video we've done with our PIO team highlighting a Tom Bennett distribution point.
here to get the vaccine because I think it's going to be a good thing for me. I just don't want to get COVID. I know people who have gotten COVID, and it's not a pretty sight. So I'm hopeful that this will take care of it for me, and a lot of people can get vaccinated, and we'll get rid of this pandemic.
Well, I feel great about getting the vaccine. I feel very hopeful that I can start to resume a normal life.
I'm absolutely ecstatic. Absolutely cannot wait for the second one.
With that, I can take any questions you guys might have.
George.
Oh, sorry, I forgot she wasn't here.
I was first, I think.
I don't know which was first. Wasn't paying attention.
I think I was
Okay.
first.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz.
That's
Thank you,
chair.
Jake.
Chair.
Chair Cruz. Got it. Yeah.
There we go.
Excuse me. Jake, great presentation as always. I have a question. I read recently that the federal government has provided the state of Florida with vaccines, but our state has only used 53% of what we have received. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't.
You don't know?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. That's held at the state level. That's not provided to the counties.
Okay, so I'm just wondering why it all hasn't been distributed. Is that something that you guys can talk about on your regular call with the state? Because I know we're in a position to get these vaccines into arms. All we need are more vaccines. So I'm just trying to understand why we can't get them.
Yeah, so during our state calls, it's focused on vaccine distribution, how many we can get. Not only us, all other 67 counties are trying to plan a normal vaccination flow, because each county, including us, we were one of the first to start it, but each county is starting to get into second doses and first doses. And when you do a lot of first dosing planning, you have to really manage your second dosing planning as well. So the state's been focusing on that. I do know that through talking through the state and through the governor's office, there is a high priority on second dosing and making sure that that is available. I do believe I read an article today where the governor said today that he has held some of those doses so that he can ensure those that are vaccinated in the counties here in Florida will receive their second dose, but that's all I know about that.
Yeah, well, and that makes sense. Okay, that's good. And we are still under a state of emergency from the governor, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because I had heard that we weren't. And I
He
think,
extended that, I believe, 2 weeks ago for
okay.
another 90 days.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Whitmer.
Yeah, three questions. Is there any way that maybe it would be easier, because I told you, I'm getting tons of nurses asking me where to sign up. Somehow somebody sent me a link and then I had to sign up for an app, and I got mine to volunteer. So I sent them the one app, but that's not the link. They have to register with the state. Is there any way we could put that on our Facebook page? If they want to volunteer for, what is it called, Florida Department of Health?
I will ask the state if we can put that out publicly.
Okay, would you, to sign up for volunteers? Also, I had another gentleman just ask me a few minutes ago, he's willing to volunteer to drive people to get their vaccinations. Do we have a volunteer pool for that, or?
We currently use Manatee County Area Transit in our
buses?
In our buses. Anyone that we schedule that cannot get through transportation to one of the distribution points, our MCAT will pick them up.
So we don't need volunteers for that stuff?
No, it's a great operation. We actually pick them up. Once they get to the site, the paramedic or the nurse that is giving the vaccination gets on board of the bus and vaccinates all of them. They don't even have to get off the bus.
Okay, and then the number of severe reactions since the approximate 7,000 or 9,000 we've given. What was it? I saw it somewhere last night. How many injections or
Us
vaccines have we
personally,
given? Yeah.
over 9,000.
1,000, okay. How many severe reactions enough to intervene? None? Oh, thank
We've
goodness.
transported one to the hospital. That was on one of the first days of the Pfizer vaccination.
Pfizer, not the Moderna. Okay. Now, are we going to be starting to get different? Are we always going to stay with the Moderna? Or we don't know yet, because it seems to me, from what I'm hearing, Moderna had less reactions.
We have completed our second dosing on all the Pfizer vaccinations we have received. To date, we have not received any additional Pfizer vaccinations. I'm sorry, I take that back. We have 500 Pfizer second doses to give out Friday at the Public Safety Center, and that will complete our Pfizer vaccinations. We have not received an additional first dose Pfizer allotment. They've all been Moderna. The state
Okay.
does not, they do not delineate though, if they get a shipment from Pfizer, they tell us to expect both.
Okay, and on a personal, I have two friends that are in their 50s, and they've been battling this for a week now. And we just shipped one of them. We shipped the husband via EMS this morning, like at 5:30 or 6 to Blake. That's crashed, but hopefully, like others we know, they'll be able to treat him in the ER and then send him home on oxygen or something. But it's like it just hits you just like that. I mean, when you start declining. So, for those of even though the vaccines is assault, everybody's feeling a little more liberated, we still got to be very, very careful. And also I've heard on the CDC they're recommending double masks because of the variant that's going around. What have you heard, and what are we supposed to do?
To be quite honest with you, I've been focusing on vaccines for the last 2 weeks. I've not heard any information.
So
on
Dr.
double
Bensey would be the one. Okay, thanks. That's all.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, I had an opportunity to tour, and I had a good time out. Good time out there. I made sure. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now I can.
I had a good time out there with some staff, and I'm always very, very observant before I jump to the gun. I saw a lot of high-end vehicles out there, not high-end vehicles out there, and I did not see a lot of people in line that looked like me. Now, with the 411,000 people that's in Manatee County, I think we at 16, 17%. Don't quote me because it fluctuates and everything like that. Then I received a phone call alleging that for some reason the people that's looking at the pool are removing minorities by looking at their addresses. And I immediately called Jake, to address that. And the reason why I'm making it public, so they'll be sure that I'm making it public, because it is an allegation. And Jake, I just want you to give me those same comments for the record when you and I talked about that. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. I take that allegation very seriously.
You told me that 3 times.
If that was even possible at the human level, that person would be fired immediately. That is not the case. That has never happened with the vaccine waiting pool, and it's not possible. When the person goes to schedule an appointment, they select a button and the computer pulls the next name. We have a record of that. They can't move on, and they schedule the person that answers the phone call. It's not possible.
Now, I am not questioning the integrity of the system. I just wanted to put your response to me, on the program. However, I am very thankful. I am very thankful of the initiative that State Representative Rayner and Senator Boyd and some of the other state representatives, and we have 500 that'll be going out through a black church in our community. And regardless of what takes place, everyone wants to be vaccinated. Everybody needs to make sure that they understand there's a level of patience. What I commend you all on is that we have the ability, right, to get people vaccinated, regardless of race, creed, or color. However, I do remain sensitive to how it looks to assure that we all understand everyone can't get out to Tom Bennett for the vaccine, and I'm not necessarily sure, what's next for that? I know we'll exhaust these 500 very, very quick, but I do appreciate you saying that if you know people that need to get vaccinated, we can transport them. In today's world of technology, some people are just not that up to what's going on for whatever reason. If we can make that information a little bit more out there, so we'll know that individuals that may need a ride, they can get there, because I'm sure some of the individuals in what is it, 2 and 4, may not have the ability to get out there. And I want to go on the record asking the board to look for, or can we come up with a letter to ask the governor, what are we going to do about individuals that are high risk? Because if you have a 45-year-old or a 60-year-old that does not meet the 65 age bracket, but they're considered high risk, I think they should be considered a little bit more than someone that's 65 years old and healthy, not taking nothing away from anybody. But if you're tagged as an individual at high risk, I think strategically we should look at that a little bit differently. And I'm not necessarily sure, are we looking at it? I've talked to some people and I heard that it was out there, but I think we need to make sure that we hold that discussion. And how does that look? I mean, there are a lot of individuals, and I'm saying this statement with eyes closed, there are a lot of individuals between the ages of 0 and 64 that are considered high risk.
Can't do that.
You are correct.
Governor.
I just want to know what can we discuss and what can we form to talk, Madam Chair?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I want to respond to that, if it's okay. Jake, can you help us with that?
Yeah, sure. One thing, that Mount Rainier Church event, that is through the incident management team directly from the state. They're using their own 500 doses to come into the community. And I believe that they're going to be starting to schedule that fairly soon, but they don't keep us apprised to that operation. We know that it's coming into the county. They have stood those up because the governor and us, local health departments, local counties have all known that the underserved population needs to be able to go to a local place to get a vaccination. So the incident management team, working with the Florida Department of Emergency Management, is bringing in that team. We're looking to partner with MCR Health and his clientele to start vaccinating as well. But everyone should sign up for the vaccine waiting pool. If they're not signing up because they don't have any transportation, we will get them transportation to that vaccination site.
Over 60.
You want me to do it?
Ladies first.
Jake, have you heard anything about the governor? Is there any comments that you're hearing from the state regarding those that are under the age of 65 but are at high risk? Are you hearing anything along that line?
No, ma'am. I've heard that effective February 1st, all of the long-term care facilities and all the assisted living facilities, those that requested to receive the vaccine will be complete. That is all I've heard.
Okay. It's probably a good idea. You could make a motion.
Right. I do want to make a motion, but can I say one more thing?
Yeah, of
prior to? When I came to work the other day, there was an individual and a young man and his wife, and they were walking around trying to find the health department. And he was when you passed us, he was basically saying that my wife is not 65 years old, but she has cancer. And we need to know what can we do to make sure that she gets the vaccine. So I can tell her about, the specs of being 65, and if you're in the healthcare industry and things of that nature right there. She doesn't fit that criteria, but she's considered high risk. So I will make a motion for us to, ma'am?
Well, I was just in follow-up to what you just said. Jake, how about, I've heard that, of course, the hospitals have vaccine, and it's stopped now? Is that done?
The hospitals have expended all of their vaccines.
And they're not getting any more?
Vaccines. They are not scheduled to get any more doses.
All right, great. Okay, thank you. Okay.
So I may need a little help with the wording, but I would like to make a motion for the county, as a Manatee County, to form a letter for us to write to the governor as far as what we can do about individuals that are high risk and having them vaccinated. Did I botch that up pretty good?
Second.
Right.
Second.
Good idea.
Discussion.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, the governor has identified high risk 65 or older. I mean, so many people have pre-existing, and I agree with the cancer and the other high risk, people that have had heart casts or stents and all that, those are high risk. I get that, but I don't know where the vaccines are coming from. We're getting like supply and demand, but this was his rationale that 65 and older were high risk. And I'll support the motion, but that's where he said numerous times on the news. Because he's getting
Commissioner Commissioner Van Ostenbridge and then Commissioner Servia.
So I support the spirit of your motion, and I'll probably end up supporting it, but the devil's always in the details. I think I've heard Commissioner Whitmore reference this previously. Who determines high risk? What exactly is high risk? Because there are some people who are quite anxious about getting a vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a doctor that accepts gratuities, you could probably do pretty good writing prescriptions for determining someone to be high risk. I mean, we put up a couple of these, stores on Manatee Avenue, and everybody has glaucoma now. So,
and they do.
So that's my only concern is we sort of open up, but it's the governor. Ultimately, it will be his decision, right? We're just encouraging, prioritizing people at higher risk, and I do support the spirit of that. So I guess I will support it, but there are always
Commissioner Bellamy, you can
details to work out.
Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. Good comments and discussion. And I did second your motion, Reggie, again, because I believe in the spirit of it. But I would suggest amending the motion to be much more specific, to say something like, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but those that have stage 4 cancer, or those who are, whatever it is, to create a much smaller group to focus on and ask that they be a priority, or I feel it will just get lost.
I'm going to butt in at this point. Commissioner Servia, I understand where you're coming from. I don't know that I would support that motion, only because you have a lot of people out there that are in very high risk that isn't because of cancer.
Right.
So I don't want to leave anybody out in that regard, and I think the governor would probably feel the same way. That's why I'm saying that. Commissioner Bellamy, you are next.
Right, and this is where I think we should have Dr. Bency or either Jake here and maybe categorize 4 or 5 areas in the health, as far as whether it's cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, whatever the areas are, and then he can also put a step there as far as per doctor, right? So you got 2 that you can check off. But I do think maybe we can hear from Commissioner Whitmore as far as. And I know there are a lot of high risk, but if we can come up with 3 or 4 or 5, so we can identify it. I mean, cancer is there, diabetes and high blood pressure, but I'm sure with her knowledge in the healthcare industry, a couple more. And I don't want it to fall away. I just want it to be documented that we are trying, that we are trying to look at it.
And if I may, and then Commissioner Whitmore, that's why I'm not in favor of putting any illness and so forth, because I think that really hinders us in a lot of ways, because I've got a feeling that the governor is going to be coming out with something real soon on that, but I could be wrong. Commissioner Whitmore, did you want to add to that?
Yeah,
and then Commissioner Cruz?
Usually hospitals, it's called ACOs and other things at hospitals where there's 20 high-risk diagnosis codes that they use, and that's the ones where they try to decrease lengths of stay because it costs more and the patients are really sick. What about the one that has the 21st diagnosis? I think you should just say high risk. The governor thinks it's 65 and older, but I don't think we should be getting specific. So I don't think we should identify certain diagnoses because there's many people. My husband has Parkinson's. He can't walk hardly. Is he high risk? I mean, if he gets it, he's not going to do very well. But I don't think he should be any different than anybody else with breast cancer, chemo, heart disease, stents, anything, strokes. Because, when you get COVID, there's a lot of instant side effects of strokes on this. So I don't think we should be that specific. I think the governor has it under control, just high risk maybe.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I like the idea behind the letter, but I think we're talking about here is probably substantially above our pay grade.
Right.
Trying to come up with the exact request. The question is, well, what's a higher risk? A healthy 80-year-old or a 64-year-old with diabetes, or a 7-year-old with one disease, or a 68-year-old with maybe a potentially worse disease? There's too many levels to it. What we're talking about here is writing a letter, not writing the actual ordinance for the state of Florida.
Right.
I think what we're trying to express to Governor DeSantis and the state of Florida is that a straight line 65 and up is not necessarily accomplishing the high risk intent of it, because there are people younger than 65 that are incredibly higher risk than very healthy 65 and up. So I agree with doing the letter. But I also agree with Commissioner Wimmer that it needs to be broader. I think what we're just trying to project is, hey, maybe we should rethink this and put something in place to allow for younger recipients of the vaccine in certain levels, and then leave it up to the experts in the state of Florida to determine what that is. I think what we're hoping is enough other counties send these type of letters that they expand the program, and I think that's the intent.
Right.
Commissioner Satcher?
So what hello. So I've got Colony Cove. The county has Colony Cove, and so I'm being contacted by residents that are all of the above. So they're over 65, and they have conditions that would make them at a higher risk, and they're in our pool. So it'd be hard for me to support lowering the pool or lowering that, except for the fact that I want everybody, to be able to get it that wants it. So in that way, the spirit of it, I'm behind, and just to put out just to advocate for them, it is it's the second largest, from what I understand, the second largest retirement community in the state. And well, there's a lot of people there that need the vaccine, I'll put it that way, and that would have a tough time traveling to get it. So, I'll put out, and I know we could all probably compete in, well, this neighborhood in my district or whatever, but I just do that to say that I have or we all have, there are people out there that are all of the above. So we're also over 65 and high risk on top of that. So that's my only comment.
Commissioner Bellamy, are you raising your hand again?
Yes, ma'am. And I normally don't do this, but
Go ahead.
I agree the conversation, and I think where this is, we know that we want to have a letter, but we want to be very strategic on how we write the letter. And I want to ask the board, are they opposed to me reaching out to Mr. DeLillo, someone who's at that pay grade, so we can make sure we have the right terminology, and then format and come back to the board as quick as we possibly can? Because I agree with Commissioner Cruz. Again, that's not what we do every day, but we do want to say something. We do want to say something very general to make sure that we acknowledge the individuals that are high risk and see what the governor has. So if it's okay, how's that done, Madam Chair?
Well, I think if you're going to ask one executive
Right,
director,
and I was
you
going
need
to
to
talk all
ask
of them.
all three.
Yes, ma'am.
What their thoughts are. So on that comment,
Well, he can
Jake,
do
did
it.
you have something you wanted to add to what
I'll
you
just
said?
let
Hold
you in on conversations that we continue to have every day with the state, and maybe some food for thought. There's not enough even if the governor changed that, there's not enough vaccinations going out that any of those persons would be able to get the vaccine any faster than they would today. I continue to ask Florida Department of Emergency Management and that state level, we have got to start privatizing a public partner privatization of the vaccine. I can't do it alone. The health department, we can't do that alone. I could stand up 4 or 5 of those with an army of personnel that I get, but we have got to start getting these vaccines out into other privatization areas, such as Publixes and primary care physicians in the community.
I agree.
We don't have any.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
So thank you, Jake, for everything you're doing out there. I'm actually going to go back to something that you brought up earlier, which had to do with members of Commissioner Bellamy's district not receiving the vaccine at a very high rate. So my question is, are we tracking the race of people who are in the vaccine pool?
No, sir.
So we have no idea what percentage of the pool is minority, so then it's impossible for us to know if, and I fully trust your lottery system. I have no reason to distrust your lottery system. But I was just wondering if that was being tracked.
We
so
do
that
not.
could point
We
to
do
it.
not ask race or ethnicity on the vaccine pool.
And then I would just follow up by explaining to people at home that part of the reason that it's important to inoculate people from all different aspects and geographical locations in the county is you don't want everyone at St. Peter and Paul Church, no one has the vaccine. The idea is herd immunity, right? Slowly, more and more people throughout your county are becoming inoculated. That's the goal here. So we don't want, the vast majority, 90 or more % of the people in one area where none of them are inoculated. Then you're going to have, localized outbreaks. And just for people at home to understand, that's what we're trying to avoid by ensuring that, the vaccine is being evenly distributed throughout the county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments? Commissioner Bellamy.
Right, and I know I don't talk that much, but God be with us all. So when I asked Jake that, he pretty much let me know that they don't look at the race. But your points are right on. But one of the things within the comments that I received is, race is one thing, but addresses are something totally different. But Jake has assured me that the computer and the individuals that's working, it's just not done that way. And again, I'm not questioning the integrity of the pool. All of us just want to do whatever we can do so we can make an impact on people. So, we can vaccinate people to put them in the best situation as possible. So I agree, Madam Chair, as far as reaching out to all three. Who's going to take that? Is Jake going to take that? Am I going to take that? What, can you give us some direction on that?
Well, I hate to give the direction on it. It's your motion,
I'll take it.
sir, but, you made the motion and Commissioner Servia seconded. Does that motion still stand?
Yes, I still want to move forward with it if it's okay with the board.
Okay, all right. Then in that case,
You'll bring that to us to vote, read it and vote.
Same way.
in that
Right.
case, then I think I need to open this to public comment before we vote. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this situation? Yes, ma'am. Please go up to the podium and just state your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Betty Sales Rose. I disagree with the guy, I didn't get his name that's over this. What I'm saying is, as a minority person, I don't like the way the health department is doing for the vaccine. Because what you do, you call, they get your name and they put you on a standby mode. Then they randomly check your name, and then they don't want nobody to call in to see whether you was pick or anything. Because I'm going to tell you, when they first start out to get tests for the COVID-19, you call the health department, you have to wait so long. So I was glad, I think, either was Reg or something. Anyway, went out there to Lincoln Park, and we stood in that line to get that COVID-19 test done. But I need to let him know, and I do my research. Here in Sarasota and Manatee County combined, 54,725 people have gotten this vaccine. But let me let you know, only 812 minority, along with Hispanic, have gotten this vaccine. And one thing we are thankful for is the following people that went up with the Florida Division of Emergency Management to get this done for 500 people Sunday from 9 to 5 p.m. at Community Church on 29th Street. And I'm glad they did it because it was Reverend Smalley, it was Representative Michelle Ramsey, it was Senator Jim Borden, it was Representative Will Robertson, it was Representative Tom Gravely, and it was Commissioner Bellamy. They got this done for the people who is having a hard time of getting this vaccine. So I think you need to go back and check. And I'm not telling you what to do, but We shouldn't have a standby mode. If a person called that 311 number, their name should be taken to get that vaccine. That's all I got to say. We shouldn't be in a standby to say who can take it, who can't. You got some people right now, 85 years of age, that need to take it and everything, but they can't get in. And then another thing you all not thinking about, a lot of people, it's not electronic manageable. That means we got to go out and let the people know that.
That is a good point.
Let me sign you up. Do y'all have people going door to door to see? No. So I'm just saying, you all as county commissioner, I did write a letter to the governor. I don't know if they're going to give it to him because he needed to open it up here in Manatee County like the way it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak?
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. So as we start to settle into the imposed Biden administration, I find it awfully funny that not even a week the U.S. is opening businesses, schools, and now reducing the cycle rate of the PCR test and find out not only does the vaccine not prevent COVID, people that take the vaccine are automatically enrolled in a vaccine trial without their knowledge. For months, I've been screaming numbers aren't right, professionals are wrong, and we need our own research to determine what is real and what is not. For months, I've been dismissed, blocked by my own county commissioner on her Facebook page, and silenced from telling the truth. Michelle, a person I highly respect, has been here to this board multiple times with research and evidence that was contradictory to our professionals, and she was mocked, belittled, dismissed, and blocked on the same county commissioner's Facebook page for telling the truth. I can't count the numbers on my hands how outspoken the two of us have been, and you have all dismissed us and claimed to be the expert. I don't know how many times Miss Whitmore has stroked her ego, pat herself on the back, and tells us she's an expert in her medical field and knows what she's talking about. Guess what? Now we're hearing the PCR tests were cycling too high and need to be brought down. Where have we heard that statement before? That's right. Michelle brought that to this board months ago.
She did.
So we're finding out day in and day out people like Michelle and I were right all along. After being belittled about not being professionals with degrees in medical fields, Ms. Servia has violated our constitutional right by blocking the truth because she didn't want to acknowledge it. Meanwhile, the professionals refuse to do any independent research or even think for themselves. So now we're at a crossroad So now we're at the crossroads. We're starting to see the truth and keep wondering why our professionals didn't tell us this stuff up front. Then I had to remember how much federal money is being flooded into this town to keep this narrative going. I am demanding that this board pull their state of emergency and stop all this madness and false statement of facts. I've asked for clear evidence from Jake as well as Misty, but to no avail, they choose to keep the citizens in the dark by violating their constitutional rights and by blocking us from blocking us from their own misinformation campaigns that drive a narrative while we've been trying to provide truth to these misinformation campaigns brought forth by our government body. Please rescind county's state of emergency order today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Joe, come on up. You don't speak very often.
Hi, everybody. Joe Hendricks. I don't know if it's okay to ask Jake a question, but my question would be, Jake, I know you communicate with the state officials a lot. Are you getting any insight from the federal level, whether the National Production Act will be enacted? Are you getting any insight as to why the actual manufacturing of the vaccine seems to be going at such a slow pace?
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else from the public like to come forward? All right. Any phone calls? Two?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
147, caller 147, please press *6 to unmute. Go ahead, caller.
Hello.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi. This is Sally Welsh, and just to the point you were talking about the list of what are increased risk conditions. There's a whole group of different categories and lists of these conditions on the CDC website, and they have different tiers. They have increased risk at any age and might be at increased risk at any age, and also for children. So you were debating what's an appropriate list. You may want to take a look at this, and then you have a point of reference in case anyone questions it. That's all I wanted to mention.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
It's 585. Caller 585. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Yep, it's Michelle Martin. A couple of weeks ago, I came on and said one of my biggest concerns was that we're only getting a partial story from the staff in regards to COVID. I specifically said that the World Health Organization confirmed, as Andrea just pointed out, that what we've been saying for months is the PCR tests run too high, and they can no longer, a positive PCR test is no longer enough to confirm that they have a case of COVID. They need a second test and a diagnosis of a doctor. Like, old school, stand in front of your doctor, describe your symptoms, get a diagnosis. Okay? So with this in mind, which we've known for months, but WHO, CDC, and National Institute of Health, all of them have been colluding together for political reasons to keep this suppressed. Now we know it. As soon as Biden got into office, this all blows open. With this now a reality, I want to know how it's ethical for us to continue to do this ticker tape of cases in Manatee. So I would ask that we reset that standard of how we decide what is a positive case of COVID. The other thing is that misinformation that the staff is giving you is now translating over to incomplete information. Let me say it like that, incomplete information about the vaccine. So even in that PSA, somebody said, now I can't get COVID. The vaccine does not protect a person from getting COVID. The vaccine does not protect a person from transmitting COVID. The vaccine supposedly reduces the symptoms when somebody gets COVID-19. So that should be either, I would say you should announce that, but short of doing that, because it probably is going to affect your COVID cash, at least pull that part out of the PSA because that is inaccurate information. Another thing, Andrea touched on it, how are people being told that they are part of a vaccine trial? This vaccine is not FDA approved, and it will not be FDA approved until 2023. I don't understand why the Manatee County government is pushing for residents to be part of a vaccine trial. This is absolutely wrong. It's a vaccine trial. This is what's happening right now. This is not a proven vaccine. So my recommendation, my request is that you have a broader, more honest campaign surrounding this vaccine.
Thank you, Michelle. Another caller?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller 440-440. Please press *6 to unmute. Go ahead, caller.
Yes, hi. This is Laura Hoffman. God, there's so much I want to say. First of all, the PCRs. I've been speaking with local epidemiologists and epidemiologists around the state about it because I was concerned about the PCR accuracy as well. The problem is that we can't tell if the cycle is going to happen before the spike in the infection or after. So the whole point of the CT cycle is to see if you're infectious and you need to quarantine yourself. So a lot of people are going to more rapid tests to help this. So really the most effective way is to do frequent rapid testing, which we don't do in our county. Nobody does rapid testing. Nobody does, well, they do rapid testing, but they only do it if they have symptoms. And we should be doing frequent rapid testing no matter what. We should be monitoring schools. We should be monitoring people at the workplace. That's how we mitigate the virus. We know this, but we're not doing it. Instead, we're having county fairs, and we're inviting people to spend time with each other who are not in their homes. And that's kind of ridiculous. And our numbers are spiking. And, that's neither here nor there. That's all I wanted to say. And you should keep that in mind. Know how virus spikes affect PCRs and how we should be using the tests that are appropriate for the situation.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Caller 189, 189, please press star 6 to unmute. 189, star 6. Go ahead, caller.
Don, for the record, I unfortunately missed a good chunk of
I'm sorry, what is your name again, please?
Kitterman.
Oh, Don Kidder. Okay, we couldn't understand you. Thank you.
That's okay. I unfortunately missed some of the public comments just now dealing with e-learning. However, I'm growing increasingly dismayed by some repeated citizens who always come to the mic over the COVID issue and scream about how the county is misinforming people and the CDC is corrupt and misinforming people and Jacob Sauer is corrupt and misinforming people and every professional under the sun is lying. But Michelle and Andrea, I mean, for crying out loud, they could have solved the whole pandemic by now if somebody would have hired them. I mean, what are we waiting for? They should maybe take Sherry's seat and run the entire board, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
On the 12th, Aunt Andrea asked the board to take up some sort of motion because conservatives are experiencing the same. She literally equated Jim Crow era laws to censorship of violent speech or disinformation. And we can argue all the way around about whether or not, any website should be taken down or fact checkers should be fact checking disinformation, whatever about all that. To equate it to the fact that Andrea can even come into the building, just a mere 50 years ago, black people couldn't have done that, let alone be given the mic to spew off disinformation in the middle of a pandemic where almost 500 Manatee County residents
Dawn,
died.
control yourself, please.
You know what? I control myself constantly when I call in. This has been a horrible day for Manatee County. You people have absolutely destroyed my faith that this board can get their act together. If there is hypocrite calling hypocrite, the commissioners who have deleted my comments on their official government page are preaching about how they respect the Sunshine Law right now. It's allegation after allegation between you people, and I'm so fed up. 500 residents have practically died in this county, and I've got to give airtime, and you guys got to give airtime to people who want to spew disinformation. I'm so dismayed. That's the end. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Dawn. Do we have another caller?
That's all the calls we have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that being said, then I'm going to close public comment, and I've about forgotten who made I think Reggie Bellamy, Commissioner Bellamy made the motion. It was seconded by Commissioner Servia. If you would, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Satcher?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And let it be noted that Commissioner Van Ostenbridge is not in the room. So
Yeah,
it's
yes.
too late.
Could you read the motion? I was going to ask, but you kept going. Can somebody read the motion one more time? Because
Well, I think we
were
just
talking
voted, did
about-
we not?
Well, I would like it to be read again because we were talking about specific diagnosis, but I think you dropped it out.
The motion was for the county to form a letter to the governor regarding what can be done to vaccinate high-rate individuals. The amendment as proposed by Commissioner Servia was not made.
Okay, that being said, just a moment.
High risk.
High risk.
High risk.
Yeah.
My apologies.
That's what I thought you
High
said.
rate. No,
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Can I just call the vote?
That is so rude. I apologize.
Thank you. We've already voted. Commissioner Satcher was a nay, and Commissioner Van Ostenbridge was not in the room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bellamy.
I just want to make sure it's clear, regardless of what, when I move forward on the letter, it will come back to the board for us to move on it. So it's not something I'm just going to write and send. I don't do business like that. So the content will involve all three hospitals and other healthcare entities also. So I just want to get as much information, try to form that letter and go from there. But it will not just be, I'm just not a rogue person. I just don't do stuff like that.
Right,
So.
I understood. I never thought you would, by the way. By the way, commissioners, I'm going to mention this again because trust me, I'm going to hear about it. Remember 5.2.4, interruption. If a commissioner has the floor, then another commissioner is not to interrupt that commissioner unless they are recognized by the chair, please. And Commissioner Servia, did I miss you? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
I thought you had written me down, but.
Not this time, no, I hadn't. I had
Okay.
not.
Well, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to correct the record. Whenever someone from the public mentions my name, I just want to correct the record, okay?
Right.
So, we had a citizen, Miss Griffin, say that I had blocked her and Miss Martin from my social media. The truth is, I've never blocked Miss Martin from my page, and I have had to block Miss Griffin twice for 48 hours each time because of the use of foul language after she was warned. So those are that's the truth, and those are the facts. Neither is currently blocked from my social media page. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jake, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
There was a couple things said on the public comment. I just want to make a couple things clear for the public. Rapid antigen tests, 15-minute tests are provided throughout the Manatee County School Board through a third-party company that tests the school board and its employees and the students. Rapid antigen tests are being performed right here at the Convention and Visitors Bureau. You can get 15-minute tests back. And rapid antigen tests we have that we produce to the jail, to other entities that need those rapid tests immediately. So anyone can get a rapid test. If you do,
I might add one location. There's also an urgent care on State Road 70
That's correct.
that does them as well.
and if you do test positive with a rapid antigen test, we follow that up with the gold standard PCR. You do not take 2 PCR tests to confirm it. If you take a rapid antigen test and you test positive, you should follow that up with a PCR test.
Right.
Okay.
We were doing it right.
All right, is Karen, she's been sitting there patiently. Thank you, Jake.
Here comes the complicated one. I need my paper.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Madam County Administrator Karen Stewart with staff. I'm going to talk to you today about 2 different things. One is the CARES Act, Phase 3 extension, and the second one is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. 2 separate things, 2 separate funding sources. So first, I just want to remind you again of the CARES Act requirements, the federal requirements, because these are still the requirements for the extension. The expenditures must be necessary due to COVID-19, not accounted for in the budget that was approved on March 27th, 2020, almost a year ago now, and were incurred during the period that began March 1st, 2020, and now extended through December 31st, 2021. So the program has been extended, but these requirements remain the same. Here is our dashboard that's available on the county website for you. You can see the information regarding approved programs. This was updated last Friday. You'll see that there are 262 applications approved in Community Health and Wellbeing, which is our nonprofit organizations. That's been approved for $6.4 million, and about $4.6 million is out the door. In economic recovery, this is a combination of the slide I'm going to show you in a minute that divides out all the different areas of economic recovery. You'll also see that government and community facilities make up almost $2.8 million approved, and public health and safety, $10.3 million. This dashboard is updated every Wednesday and every Friday as checks are cut. This is the dashboard for the Economic Recovery Program. The first column on the left, on the left is the business recovery. This is our business grants. You can see that over 1,000 businesses have been served by this program. 18.6 million approved and 17.6 million has been paid already. For the housing assistance, 461 households approved, 2.1 million and about 1.9 million out the door. The third column is for individuals. These are programs that were funded through the application that was on the Community Health and Wellbeing page, which includes food distribution to Manatee County residents, but also other services such as mental health, counseling, CDC, materials to meet CDC guidelines and the like. 9.6 million approved and $7 million out the door. The CARES Act grant was for $70.4 million, of which Manatee County has spent $39.9 million. Also, the county has either planned or encumbered an additional $16.9 million, leaving remaining funds of $13.5 million. Without an extension, we would have left around $30 million on the table. So we're grateful for the extension. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the strategy that we have planned. So in order to participate in the CARES Act extension, the county must notify our state liaison through email no later than January 29th to opt in. And after that time, we'll be submitting our spend plan by February 5th. That spend plan will be evaluated by the state, and once the spend plan is approved, I imagine there'll be some back and forth, an amendment to our funding agreement will be executed. The Florida Department of Emergency Management recently held a webinar about the extension, and it allows for the deadline, the Treasury allows for the deadline to be extended to December 31st, 2021. No changes are made to the eligible expenditures. And the deadline is related to funds already allocated, and that includes here in the county, those funds that were already allocated as of December 30th. FDEM is allowing an extension only through June 30th. So we don't have the extension of these particular funds all the way to the end of the year, just till June 30th. All programs that are included in the extension are based on the availability of remaining funds. It's likely that the request for the reimbursement of the CARES expenditures will be due by July 30th. So in order to complete our payment process in time for the new rounds of funding under the extension, programs may need to end even earlier than June 30th to accommodate this. So in our extension spending plan, of course, public safety is at top of mind, with $5 million set aside for vaccine distribution and support, staffing, vehicles and equipment, and then also COVID-19 testing. For economic recovery, we will reopen the Open Safe grant for small businesses, which includes money for sanitation and safety supplies, PPE, signage, marketing, outdoor seating, and that kind of thing. In this next round, it will be $5,000 per business, and we'll be accepting 250 applications scheduled to open the week of February 8th. We will use the guidelines that were approved by the board on June 23rd for all of the CARES Act extensions. When we open the application on February 8th, we plan for it to be open a few days, and we'll announce the number of days when we have it in stone with Neighborly. But we want to be able to get the applications in, close, and then go through the applications immediately, starting to process them on day one. Also, we plan to have $1 million for this program, which will be open to all industry sectors that are active, private, for-profit companies that have not received any other CARES grant money from the county. We have served more than 1,000 businesses through the business grants, the first 3 rounds, but there are so many companies who have never been able to complete their application, get through the process, and be able to receive the funds. So we want to make sure that they have an opportunity before we open any further rounds if further money is available. So the company will have to have a physical location in Manatee County. This has been kind of a sticking point in the past, but they'll have to be located here. 500 employees or less. We'll open it to home-based and mobile businesses as well, and businesses that have received the Economic Injury Disaster Loan or the Payroll Protection Program are also eligible. We have made some process improvements. We've learned a few lessons along the way. We've spoken to applicants who gave us some great ideas for moving forward, and then based on our own experience, we've also made some changes. So we'll be using Neighborly software again. It'll be a streamlined and shorter application. We're going to be providing a Zoom video on our website, and it'll be available to disseminate out to the community as well on how to fill out the application. So the application page would be open for the business to see. Click here, enter your name here. If you use this name here, use it everywhere throughout the application, those kinds of things. We'll also have detailed instructions on our website about how to fill out the required forms. The W-9 was a sticking point in the last several rounds, so we plan to have precise information on how to fill out your W-9 for this round. We'll also have a checklist of forms needed in advance of opening. We'll have call takers available for navigation help. We're going to utilize our staff on the 9th floor who've been working on CARES Act to answer the phones, and we'll process applications beginning on day one. We won't be waiting for it to close. For economic recovery individuals, we'll be opening the mortgage assistance program. Now, you may recall that we had the HAP previously. That was the housing assistance program. We're going to use those guidelines, but we're only opening this program for mortgages because I'm going to tell you about an emergency rental assistance program in just a minute. These applications are scheduled to open the week of February 22nd, and we'll be accepting 75 applications. Once we receive the 75 applications, Neighborly will close. In addition, we'll be opening up a round for food distribution. This will be $750,000. It'll be an expansion for nonprofits who have already provided food distribution in the community through CARES. They'll be able to expand their programs. And this application will open in the Community Health and Wellbeing application by February 26th. We are juggling a lot of timelines now. We're working with the departments who are involved in this to make sure that whatever we open, we can respond to quickly, that we have people available to answer questions and to move the process much more quickly than we've done in the past, because we only have until June 30th to get this finished. The approvals for this program will be based on the availability of funds. For this, we will have a very short window. We'll open it. We'll probably close it after around 3 days. We'll process the applications we received. If there's money left, we'll reopen for another round. Same thing, a rapid fire type round. Also, current CARES recipients who received money before, nonprofits, will be able to extend their agreements for the new time frame and the dollars that they got before. And we're just waiting to receive our amendment back so that we can start that process. Based on recent contact with our nonprofits, there will be more than 95 amendments that will need to be written by staff. and that totals around $2.9 million, which is already encumbered and planned from our previous allocations, our previous phases. Also in phase 3, we will have under community health and well-being the $4.2 million that we've mentioned to you before for hospitals that were operating and serving the community throughout the pandemic, up to $100,000 each for Manatee Memorial and Lakewood Ranch for PPE reimbursement, and up to $2 million for each hospital, Manatee Memorial and Lakewood Ranch, for business loss due to the interruption for the governor's executive order that prohibited elective surgeries or services in general.
Carol, what happened to Blake? Did I just call you Carol? I'm sorry, Karen. What happened to Blake? Were they just accidentally missed?
No, ma'am, they were not missed. We had had a conversation with Blake, the county administrator had before, and they've elected not to participate.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let's see what page I'm on here now. All right, we also plan to open the community health and well-being grants for nonprofits. We did this in the first round where they could apply for $5,000 for PPE and reconfiguration. Opening Safe, we'll be reopening that for nonprofits. We will be taking 100 applications for that, and we also plan to open that by the end of February. At your next board meeting, and we'll be communicating in between now and then, we'll be making sure that you're aware of the openings of the applications. Also, during the extension, we set aside previously $3 million for Open Safe for the school district. They have provided a request for reimbursement for $1.7 million already, and they will be eligible for the rest of their the $1.3 million balance for these PPE type things, Open Safe, thermometers, all the things that are touchless for schools. And we'll be working with them. We will need to amend their MOU to allow for the payment after December 30th. So that is the CARES extension. So if there are questions from the board, I'm happy to answer them now.
Any questions for Karen? Not seeing any. And there's no action that we need to take, correct?
Yes, ma'am. There is a motion. The motion is to opt into the CARES Act extension through June 30th, 2021, approve strategies presented by staff, and allow the county administrator to make adjustments from time to time to meet unexpected needs and based on the availability of funds.
Okay, Karen,
So moved.
I swear to you,
Second.
it's not on my paperwork of motion. I'm sorry, who made the motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, sorry, it's not on my.
My apologies. We just got this on very late because we were working with all the different details and guidelines from the state and the feds. And so this was added on late. I apologize.
All right, no, it's okay. I just wanted to apologize to you. Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, second by Commissioner Whitmore. Before we vote, I am going to open this to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward and speak on this issue? Do we have anyone on the phone?
There are no raised hands, Madam Chair.
All right. Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, because this is so complicated, we have money set aside for mortgages over $500,000. It's another pot. Then we have the 12.8 or 4 million, 5.
We're saying 12 million. It's
12
actually 12,081,000.
Okay. We have that money just for rent, utilities, and what was the third one?
It's just for housing to sustain housing, so it's just for rent. It can be, I'm going to talk about the rental assistance program in a minute.
But that money is from the federal government. It doesn't go through the state, the one you just spoke of, the 12 million, and we can get that out probably faster?
I'm going to make a whole presentation on it in just 1 second.
All right.
Okay, we need to move forward. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge,
I was just going
did you
to
have something you have
state
to
very
add?
quickly, I just wanted to state that my motion to approve is not necessarily an endorsement of yet another layer of welfare. It is simply that this is our tax money that has been taken from the federal government, and we are due it back into our community, and so I'm making a motion to enter into the CARES Act extension.
All right, so on that note, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It is approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Karen.
All right, so now I'm going to talk a little bit about the rental assistance program. It's completely different from CARES, and so I don't want to I don't want to mix them up by talking about them together. So in the COVID-19 relief spending package that was approved on December 27th, there were a variety of things that were included in that package, including vaccine distribution, testing, supplemental unemployment benefits, direct payments. The payroll protection program was re-implemented, and lumped in with all of that is the emergency rental assistance, which is coming to the county directly from the Treasury for us to provide assistance to our. So the total program is $25 billion, an emergency rental assistance program distributed by the Treasury directly to states and localities that have a population of 200,000 or more. So we qualified for this time for the direct disbursement. 90% of these funds have to be used for the payment of rent, rental arrears, so if you owe from the back, we can pay for that, utilities, home energy costs, and other related household expenses. 10% can be used for housing stability services and administration. So we're going to need staff to get this out to the community. So here are the program guidelines for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. It's completely different from CARES, and it's a little bit more, there's more information that we require. So the applicant must be a citizen or a legal resident alien, a resident of the county and our municipalities. They must have delinquent rent payments or utility payments that are due to COVID-19. So if they have rent or utilities that are late for some other reason, they don't qualify. They have to be eligible because they were impacted by COVID-19, and then also they have to be income eligible. They qualify for unemployment or have experienced a reduction in household income, incurred significant costs, or experienced a financial hardship due to COVID-19 on or after April 1st, 2020. The household income is at 80% of area median income or below, and I'm going to show you that in just a minute. And the households that are at 50% of area median income, or those who have someone in the household who's been unemployed for 90 days, are prioritized. And this will be verified by a contract that we'll have with CareerSource Suncoast. The assistance must be provided to reduce arrears before the household can receive assistance for future rent payments. The program can provide up to 3 months of assistance at a time, and then the applicant would reapply at the end of the 3-month period if they still need assistance and they meet the eligibility guidelines, and the overall time limit is not exceeded. Eligible households may receive up to 12 months of assistance to assure housing stability. Oops. There we go. So there's the area median income. If you take a look at that, you'll see that 50%, a 4-person household, their income would be $38,250, and if 80%, a 4-person household would be $61,200. So prior to the application launch, we have some things to do. We are contracting with nonprofits to provide utility assistance that is not included in rent. That way, we will just be making the rent payments from the county, and we will work with nonprofits to get those back utilities payments made. We will collaborate with 211 in the season of sharing. We will create policies and procedures for emergency rental assistance, temporary manager, and temporary staff. We will post our FAQs, the frequently asked questions, to the website. We'll develop a neighborly application, and we will hire our temp staff and train them. And then we'll be providing extensive program outreach and education. So looking at outreach and education, we want to make sure we bring awareness of this funding to the communities and the residents that need it most and that would qualify for it. We want to explain how the application process works for those who will be applying. We want to provide checklists for what you'll need when you start your application process, so you'll have it. We want to promote getting the 2020 taxes filed. And the reason for this is if the applicant is eligible with their tax filing, this is an automatic qualification for the program. And recertification of their income may not be needed over the coming months, but they would still have to meet the criteria for COVID impact. We are going to be putting a list of tax-free prep services and locations on the county's website, and we'll be putting the information out through our outreach plan that I'm going to talk about in a minute. We plan to assist applicants with clear-cut guidelines and troubleshooting when they have questions or encounter problems applying, and we will have people to answer the phones and answer their questions. For the outreach and education portion, we'll be doing press releases, but we know that not everyone reads the paper. We'll be providing mailers to targeted areas. We'll be targeting the employees of hardest hit businesses like restaurants and hospitality. We'll partner with chambers to reach out to employers so that they can provide the information to their employees. Working with neighborhood services and others, we'll utilize neighborhood influencers and use their social media. We'll be on Nextdoor. We'll have signs and flyers posted in grocery stores and laundromats and other places. And we'll be doing an outreach to apartment complexes and landlord associations where an apartment leasing office could actually gather all of their tenants who are late on their rent together and help them through the application process, where they would each provide a single application, but numerous applications could come from one location. As I mentioned, we're going to have advanced information out there in the checklists. We're also going to be doing a Zoom recording for how to complete the application in this process. We're going to have staff navigators to assist with the process and call takers for questions. So now I'll be happy to take any questions, and there is a motion for this as well.
I don't have it, so you're going to have to help me there. Any questions for Karen?
I'd like to move the staff recommended motion for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Bellamy. Before we vote, is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward and speak? Okay, no telephone? Okay. I'm going to close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved unanimously. Karen, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are you really done? Okay. All right, at this time, I'm going to go back up. We have not actually voted for consent, and I've not taken can you believe this? What a day. And I haven't taken comment yet on the consent agenda. I'm surprised I was able to keep up with that, to tell you the truth. So, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on the consent agenda? We have a phone call? Okay, go ahead.
It's 445. 445. Please hit star 6.
Hey, Glenn.
For the record, Glenn Giuliano. On the consent agenda, item number 35 would be the mosaic bond. I would like to see the numbers on the actual land that they've reclaimed. Certainly, they're not up to speed of where they would be, and I see that their bond was reduced. So I have some concerns about that. On number 9, on the energy policy, it's a good start. What was lacking in that number 9 is that no funds are set aside or included with the building department. So I would like to see that any new building sets 5% aside for renewable energy. And here's the problem that typically happens. You get the plans, it goes to an architect, goes to the builder. Time they build it, oh, what about solar? Oh, we didn't budget for that. First of all, general contractors are not solar installers. That 5% should be siloed away. So when the building is done, you call a solar installer and say, here's 5% for the budget, go put it on the roof. The architect doesn't care about panels or how they stick on the roof. He doesn't have that skill set. The builder doesn't want to have that innovation because he can't get his final till it's done. So keep that separate on your building end of it. And on number 45, the resolution on the affordable
Wait a
housing
minute.
payment,
We're
talk
not
about-
there yet. I don't think I don't think 45 is on consent.
No, it's not.
It's not. Sorry, Glenn, you can't talk on that
Okay.
one.
How about 43?
No. You can only go to
Yeah.
38.
Okay, well then, I guess we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Anyone else, sir, on the
No, Madam
telephone?
Chair.
All right, we're going to close public comment. What is the pleasure of the board on the consent agenda?
Make a
Okay.
motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, a second by Commissioner Servia. Let it be noted that Commissioner Whitmore is not in the room. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved 6-0. Thank you. All right, we're going to go now to advisory board appointments. Building and Development Services, we need 4 individuals to the Criminal Nuisance Abatement Board. So what I think I'm going to do is do one position at a time, just to, keep it from being complicated. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Bruce Stam.
All right.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to nominate Robert Price.
All right, but we're going to vote separately because we do have 4
I understand.
positions. Okay. All right, I tell you what, let's stop there.
Madam Chair.
No, I got to get more, sorry.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate Alex Dunlap.
Who?
Third down.
Oh, I see it.
Dunlap.
Alex Dunlap. Okay. All right. Is there one more?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to nominate Rashunya Chavan.
Oh, boy.
Where is
Okay. Well, last name is actually Clark.
Clark.
Yeah.
Roshania?
Okay, so we've had 4 people that have been nominated, and we have 4 openings. So that pretty much takes care of it.
I thought we were
Okay.
doing it one at a time.
Well, I was, but there's no need.
There's
We've
4
got
and
4
4.
openings, and we have 4.
No debate.
Okay, I was going to nominate other people.
Oh.
Sorry.
We haven't closed
Oh,
nominations.
We
no,
haven't
go ahead,
closed
go
it.
ahead.
You can nominate more if you want.
Okay, do we have Robert Price on already?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And Eric Hedeman?
No.
Hey, I would like to nominate Eric, please.
Peterman?
Oh, man.
Where's
I'd like to make a
Eric?
motion to close nominations.
Second.
Second.
All right,
So we got
have
5.
nominations are closed. So all in favor of Bruce?
Okay, so we would need to have a vote on the motion to close nominations.
And public comment.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Not on
Oh,
public
no public
comment,
comment.
no.
Beautiful.
All right, so do we have a motion to close nominations?
Yes.
Yes.
there is
No,
a
we
motion.
heard it,
I
but
made
I
the
didn't hear
motion.
it. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, nominations are closed. Let's move on. Bruce Stam,
Hey, Madam-
raise your hand,
Madam
please.
Chairman, you have 3 for 2-year terms and 1 selection
Boy,
for
I
a
guess I
2-year
really-
term.
I'm not seeing that on mine
You
right
should
now
have a
either.
separate sheet, Madam Chairman.
Wait, 3 or, would you repeat that?
Okay.
You are to select 3 for 2-year terms that begin on October 21st, 2020, and 1 for a 2-year term that would expire on January 25th of 22.
Okay.
So, Madam
So-
So you need 3 selections for 2 years.
Did everybody know that? Because it wasn't on mine. I wasn't looking at this. I was looking at the actual agenda.
Do you have it?
So, okay, so
Yeah, but
how do we want to do this then? Yes, Commissioner Bellamy? Jeez Louise.
Well, the only thing that I'm saying is when we made our motions, should we make our motions specifically for the ones for that
Yeah.
particular year?
Yes.
Yeah,
for sure.
And
How about if we start over?
that's a good idea.
Let's start over. Okay, so we're starting over. Is that okay, Madam Clerk?
It is.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, because I'm getting tired now.
Reopen on nominations.
Yeah, so Criminal Nuisance Advisory Board appointments. We have 4 appointments that are open, 3 for 2 years. That began October 21st, 2020, and 1 for a 2-year term that expires January the 25th, 2022.
So, Madam Chair, could I suggest that you
Yes.
do the nominations and votes for the first set?
Okay,
So
all
that
right.
you're not trying to go back and forth.
So we have 3 openings.
Get those done.
For 2-year terms.
And then worry about the last one.
Okay.
Nominate-
And the term actually began October 21st of 2020. Yes, sir.
I nominate Bruce Stam.
All right.
Second.
I nominate the 3 I previously nominated.
You're going to have to repeat them.
Yes,
Christie.
yes.
And can you just do one at a time?
Robert Price,
Your head doesn't turn that way.
Eric Hideman, and Rashunya Chavan Clark.
oh, come on.
Well, that really just, all right, I'm sorry, Eric Hederman, is that
Yes.
right?
That's, yes, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name.
All right, well, do you know him?
I do not personally know him.
Ah, okay.
No.
And what's the last one that you nominated?
Rashenia Siobhan Clark.
Reggie, yes, I see you, sir.
Well, I had my hand up ever since because I wanted my recommendation to be for one of the 3 years, but I think she just took all the last 2 spots. Am I correct?
No,
We're
we
doing
can,
one
we'll,
at a time.
we'll vote individually
Right.
on each name.
Okay.
Yeah, on each
Okay. So I'll nominate Alex Dunlap for one of the 3 of the 2-year spots. Wait, no, we ain't
For
gonna
something
try
to be so simple, it's getting complicated. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nominees.
Motion to
we
close
would-
nominations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to close with a second. So we have Bruce Dam.
We need to vote on that.
We'll
I'm
vote,
sorry.
on-
We
I'm
vote-
sorry.
we need to
Yes,
vote
I
on that.
know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry.
We vote on the closing of nominations. please.
We need to vote on closing nominations. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
It's been a long day. All in favor of closing nominations?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it is approved unanimously then. Okay, going on with the vote, I really want to get this out of the way. So Bruce Dam, all in favor of Bruce Dam for one of the positions, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3.
All right, all in favor of Robert Price? Raise your hand.
I don't know who he is.
Yeah, I know, I don't either.
Was that, I'm sorry,
Sure.
did you have your hand
I
raised?
did, my hand was raised,
So
yes,
that was
ma'am.
2, 3?
It was 2.
I'll support.
That's all I saw.
Okay.
Yeah, it's-
No, wait, here comes Kevin.
No, I'm at 3. I'm supporting Misty's guy.
Okay.
Okay.
So Robert Price has 3. Eric Haderman, and I hope I said
And how
that
many
right.
are we voting for, Madam Chair?
We get 3.
Okay.
So Eric Haderman.
1.
The next one's tough. Roshina Siobhan Clark. Raise your hand.
3.
Yes, ma'am, 3.
Is that 2 or 3, Madam
It
Chair?
was 3 that I saw.
We have 2 that have 3 votes, 1 that has 4, and 1 that only has 1.
Did George
I-
vote?
I
I'm
had 2.
confused.
I raised my hand.
For the last one, did you get George?
For which
Yeah,
one?
there was 3
Okay.
votes for that. Or that's what I got.
I had-
Madam Clerk, did you get
I
that?
had 3 and I had 2 for Haderman. I'm
Did
sorry.
Haderman have 2? I only saw 1.
It was.
I voted. I
Did
voted
you
for Haderman.
vote for
It was
Haderman?
2. It
Yeah.
was Commissioner Van
Okay,
Ostenbridge
so
and
2.
Commissioner
Okay,
I thought maybe I was
missed
the
it.
only one.
Servia.
Sorry. You good?
Yes.
Okay.
We have one more.
All right, and then Alex Dunlap,
1, 2, 3.
and that's 3.
That worked well.
So what do? We have a tie. You want to go back and just do those 3? Somebody, yeah, I mean, it could happen.
So which 3 do we have?
So what's the status now? One of them received a majority vote.
Yeah,
Mr.
Bruce Dam is
received a
elected.
majority.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the only one at this point that's been appointed.
Yes, so there's 2 left.
Can't appoint them by less than a majority.
Correct.
So you can vote those names again
Just do the, yeah.
that are
again.
remaining,
That's
or you
what
can
we'll do.
start over. It's your choice,
Yeah,
Madam
well,
Chair.
we're going to revote now for the 3 names that are remaining that got 3 votes before.
Madam-
Robert Price,
1,
Robert
2,
Price.
3.
Did you want to speak? Are you voting or speaking? Thank you very much. I'm
That
like,
was-
come on now.
So
All right, can we raise our hands again on that? I missed it.
Robert
I'm
Price.
Sorry. Robert Price, raise your hands.
4.
Reggie, I could have sworn you had
I
yours
had a
raised,
question.
but,
He has comments.
okay,
Comment, a question.
No, he has questions.
So Robert Price received 4 votes.
right, he's got 4 votes, and I need 1 more.
So we need to fill one more.
So we need, the next one up is Roshina Siobhan Clark.
2.
All right, well, Alex Dunlap.
4.
There you go.
So that-
He lives in my district. I had to vote for him.
I have
So
no
then you still
idea.
have the one remaining slot
Canes, go
for a
Canes.
different term.
Right, so we have 1 remaining slot.
Okay, who's next?
Are y'all with me? 1 remaining slot for a 2-year term that expires January the 25th of '22. Yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate Rashanya Siobhan Clark.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so we
I'll
have,
move to close nominations.
Second.
Check.
All right, we have a vote to close nominations. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so then we have, let's do a vote on Roshana Siobhan Clark.
Aye.
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 All right, she's got it.
Okay.
It's done.
All right.
Okay. Next, we have, John, thank you. You didn't have to do a thing. That was so easy. I don't know if he agrees with that or not. He didn't look like it, did he? Convention and Visitors Bureau, appointment of 2 individuals to the Tourist Development Council.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to nominate Mr. Patel.
Second.
I would like to nominate Michael Wilcox.
And I'd like to nominate France Langan from Margaritaville.
I'm sorry, what was France Landon?
France Langan.
Thank you.
All right, so we have, what we have here is an appointment of 2 individuals. One, an elected official from the city of Bradenton, I just can't imagine who that might be, and then 1 opening for 1 hotelier. So let's go ahead and
Should I nominate Jean Brown?
There you go.
Thank you.
All right.
Second.
Are we doing them individually? I'm
Yes.
confused. about how-
Excuse me. Please ask to be recognized because it's getting out of hand again. We're getting tired. All right, so Gene Brown is the only applicant, so he's automatically there.
We would
Mayor
need to
Brown?
have a motion to appoint him.
Yeah, we-
I make a motion to appoint Jean Brown.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's unanimous, thank you. Okay, 1 hotelier. We have 3 nominees. France Langan, Raul Patel, and Michael Wilcox, and only 1 can be elected.
And we would
Yes,
need to
sir.
have a motion to close nominations.
Motion to close
Second.
nominations.
I was pointing
I'm sorry.
to get that done. Okay, was that your,
Yeah, are we allowed to talk about the people?
yes, we do.
Yeah.
All right, that's what this was. Yeah, I was happy to see Commissioner Serbia nominated Raul Patel. I was going to do it myself. And just for discussion purpose, my rationale of this is this council is for the entirety of Manatee County, not just for an island. As much as we all love the islands and want to go out to the islands, and it's where I go with my family, if you actually look at the current people on this board, if you draw a line north-south on the DeSoto Bridge, all of them are west of that bridge. We've got Premier. Eventually, we're going to have Moat Marine. Parish has the train museum. This TDC should be for the whole county, and I saw absolutely 0 representation east of 75, or for that matter, east of downtown. So I just thought having some representation over there would be good for dialogue on this board. So that's why I supported her motion.
Can I ask a question real quick? Is, don't we still have people from, or not a hotelier, but other people on the TDC from other areas, correct? Elliot?
There's still
Yep.
Yeah, I thought so.
Citizen,
That's what I was
And then
wondering.
Jack Reinerson is an
Palmetto.
interested citizen. Vernon lives in Palmetto.
Palmetto.
Oh, is it
And Jack
Palmetto? I thought it was
Reinerson
Parish.
lives
Oh, it is
off of
Parish.
Cortez
Thank
Tidy
you.
Island.
Okay, all
You're
right.
right, it is Parish.
I thought so. I thought it was
Parish.
Parish. Okay. So, Commissioner Serbia?
I just want to add that, very good comments, George. I agree with that. And Mr. Patel has applied before, and he's very, very interested and excited to serve.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge?
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Patel is a great guy, and I have nothing against him. I would also say that France does a fantastic job managing a brand-new hotel in my district, and Mr. Wilcox represents a contingent of our county that own Airbnbs, and he's just a small-time operator who owns and runs an Airbnb and is a retired fireman and lives in my district. And Commissioner Cruz is right. Disproportionately, my district is represented on this board, however, as it should be. Because when it comes to tourism in this town, Manatee County, I've been to the Railroad Museum, and it's fantastic, but there ain't nobody coming to town to see the Railroad Museum, okay?
No,
People
you're
are going
right.
to the
They're
beach.
They're coming
and-
out east for sport.
Sure. They're coming out to the beach, to the island. They want to see the water. And when things happen in this town that affect tourism, whether it's red tide or whether it's COVID and government imposed lockdowns, it drastically disproportionately affects my district, and my district should have a say and fair representation on this board. And that might mean an extreme majority because we are disproportionately affected that way. Thank you. I nominated Mr. Wilcox.
Okay.
But I'm also advocating for Mr. France.
That's what I just heard.
I
Okay,
can,
well,
okay. Commissioner Bellamy?
Yes, I just
You were
want to.
next.
I just want to relate on Mr. Patel. Also, great comments from Commissioner Cruz and Servia. This individual obviously has applied, but I watch his work and his desire to make an impact and be a part of the TDC and the area that he represents. So I'm in favor of him.
I'm sorry, and Reggie, what was that name?
Mr. Rahul Patel.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. Commissioner Whitmore, you're next.
and I agree with Kevin. I don't have a problems with Wilcox or Langdon, but we are collecting the lion's share. We have the water, we have the recreation. We almost there's hardly any residents left on the island. Again, with the new motel, I haven't been even in it yet, or the restaurant, I heard it's a major success. And the previous person that's taking this seat also managed a hotel motel with, one of them used to have a restaurant, but I don't think they had them anymore. But anyway, so that's why I thought we should just keep it the same areas where the person is resigning left.
So are you nominating someone?
I already did.
I'm sorry.
France.
Nominations are closed. Right?
Here's the thing I just wanted to, you're at large, right?
Yeah, but I'm also been on the Tourist Development Council for years, and I know where the majority of the residents and visitors in Manatee County head.
Okay, I
And
was
agree
just
with
asking
Kim-
because I know you'd said earlier
I
about at
recommend-
large.
I recommend what Commissioner Van Ostenbridge said because of the lion's share
Okay.
of where tourists go.
All right, so I'm assuming we're going to have a motion to close nominations now?
I think we already did.
We already did that?
Yeah.
Boy, where have I been?
And you got it. We seconded it too.
I
But
think I
don't-
must be, did
We
we
need to
vote?
vote on it.
Thank you. Okay. So all in favor of closing nominations?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, nominations closed. All in favor of Rael Patel?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
By Jove.
That's it.
Yeah, that's
We
it.
tried.
Get it?
You ever get that question, sir, sorry?
Thank you, commissioners.
I think I must be getting very tired.
We already did the
How's that question?
Hey, it's getting tough sometimes, man.
Yeah, sorry, babe. She told me you were going to bring it.
All right, we're close now.
It's been a little weird day.
So we did that, we did that.
All right, next, neighborhood services. Trying to see what we have here. Let me look on my sheet.
What number?
Did we do the
Neighborhood
judge?
services
Number 42.
is
42
next on
is
my
the
list,
judge.
number 42.
Judge,
And there's,
advisory.
Yeah, we have one more appointment.
yeah, we do.
Item
Children's
42.
Services Advisory
There's only
Board
one
appointment. One person.
Where's the person?
I'll make a motion to approve the only person that's applied, the judge.
Second.
Second.
Judge Brunel.
Do we have to close nominations when we only have the one?
It's a motion to,
Approve Judge
Approve
Brunel.
the one
approve.
nominee.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't have to close nominations.
We
No,
didn't
you
open
don't
it.
have to close nominations,
Okay.
you just make a motion to appoint.
Approve.
And I did not hear who seconded the motion.
I think all of us did.
I did. Misty.
We have a,
Who made the motion then? I only heard-
Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you. I
we have a
apologize.
motion to approve by Commissioner Whitmore, second by Commissioner Servia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved unanimously. All right, let me find my place here.
So,
Oh, yeah.
oh,
Okay.
development.
We need to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back. Thank you.
Where are we next? 45.
Hello, everyone. Let's get this meeting back going here. Item number 45, Building and Development Services, adoption of Resolution R-21-023, and approval of the Development Review Fee Schedule. Who is handling that?
Madam Chair.
Oh, hi. Hello there.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good afternoon.
Thanks.
Tracy Trahan with Building and Development Services, the Planning Department. I'm going to go over a presentation. Most of you guys have already seen this before, so I'm going to try to make it as quick as possible, but I just wanted to go over what we're proposing for the new fee schedule. So the results that we're seeking is a simplified fee schedule that reflects actual costs and is easy to understand. To give you a little bit of history, in 2015, Fiscal Choice Consultant conducted a fee study, and then in November 15th of 2016, the board adopted Resolution 16117, which is the current fee schedule used today by Building and Development Services. The resources that we've used for this new proposed fee schedule, again, we met with Fiscal Choice Consulting in 2019 and 2020, and they conducted a new fee study. Managers and staff also provided input and made recommendations to develop a simplified layout that we're proposing. So this slide in front of you, I know it's hard to see, but basically it's just a representation of the current fee schedule that we have. It's 16 pages long. It's broken down into lots of different categories. It's sometimes difficult for citizens, development community, and staff to figure out where the correct fees are. So one of the big things we want to make for a change is a more simplified version of this. So this next slide shows you the proposed fee schedule. You'll notice it's 4 pages long. It's included in the agenda packet. We believe the slimmed down version will help clarify things. It'll help make it more efficient to find what items you're looking for the fees. The current fee schedule breaks down most application types into 3 categories, small, moderate, and large, based on the number of lots being proposed in a development or based on the commercial square footage. When we did some research, we looked at all the different applications we received and realized upwards of 80% of applications fall under the category of small, therefore really eliminating the need to have these other categories. Also, one of the things we've changed in the new fee schedule is we eliminated some redundancy. When an applicant has an approved project, if they want to make a modification, some of the modifications can be done administratively, some of them require a public hearing. To move forward with these, each application type was listed, had the modifications listed under different ones. So the final site plan had the modifications. The preliminary site plans also had modifications listed. So rather than listing this over 9 times in our fee schedule, we decided to just list each modification type once. We've also decided to go with a more comprehensive, inclusive fees, which would include our standard addressing fees. We've also removed unnecessary items, such as administrative permits. That's something that was removed out of land development code. It was combined with the final site plan process. I think it was 2019, but we haven't done a fee study a fee schedule update, since that point, so we're going to be removing that. Also, another example is photocopying. This is a fee that was removed because it's handled by the property management group, and it's something that's dictated per Florida statute, so we didn't see a need for that to be in our fee schedule. In the new fee schedule that we're proposing, we've created headers in like a bluish green color that create more efficiency. It helps better direct people to what they're looking for, so you're not having to navigate through pages and pages of documents to try to find what you're looking for. So what you see on the screen is what those greenish headings will be. So most of our fees have been adjusted to follow the recommendation of the fee study, which has overall lowered our costs. And again, I just want to state, as we conducted research, we realized that most of our application types fell into that small category anyways, allowing us to go with the smaller scale option. Some of the efficiencies in building and development services that have helped support the reduction in fees to follow the recommendations of the fee study are the implementation of Acela in 2018. It's allowed us to move from paper plans being routed to lots of different reviewers to an electronic system where we can do a simultaneous review at the same time. It's cut down on a lot of extra work transmitting documents all over the place. Also, House Bill 7103 has allowed for timeframes to be reduced for how long the applicants have to return an application to us. So if we review it and we provide comments to the applicant, Before House Bill 7103, they had 6 months to respond to our comments. Now they have 30 days. So these applications are moving through the system faster, and they're fresher in everybody's mind because we're moving through the process quicker. Also, we just implemented yesterday ePermit Hub. It's a plugin with Acela. It allows us to review overlay plan sheets on one on top of each other from like a previous approval, such as a preliminary site plan. Then we can overlay it with the final site plan. Also, when applicants resubmit, rather than having to resubmit the entire application package, they can just upload 1 or 2 sheets that they've made changes for. Therefore, staff doesn't have to review the entire plan set each time a revision is made. Another project that we're working on that will help increase efficiency is a checklist process, which an application checklist. We've been working with the development community as well as staff from Public Works and Building and Development Services. This will help streamline the process to show what it is we're looking for to help the applications move through the process so that it's clear for everybody involved in the process. So on the screen right now is just a quick view of, these are not all of the fees that are being modified. It's just some of the most popular application types, the most common ones for administrative review. So just to quickly go through this, the first 3 line items, the final site plan, the preliminary plat, preliminary site plan, that's a single application type. If we were to look at the final site plan separate from the preliminary site plan, if an applicant were to submit the preliminary site plan and then come back 6 months from now and apply for the final site plan, it would be double the effort. But when we start combining those application types together, you're looking at a little bit more information, but you're not looking at, it doesn't take twice the effort. So if you incrementally move down, you'll see the next 3 line items are combined application types. So we've incrementally increased fees to go along with that. The same with the final item on the sheet, the preliminary site plan, preliminary plat, final site plan. If we were to do all of those processes individually, it would be a lot more effort, but to do them together, it's incrementally just a little bit more effort for staff. The next slide goes over some of the common public hearing applications that you see before you. One of them I'll just point out is rezone with a general development plan, separate from just a plain general development plan. If somebody were to come before you with a rezone and then they were to come back and do a general development plan, it would require staff to write 2 different staff reports. It would require different rounds of review. It would require multiple hearings. Whereas if they do it as a combined application, we have to look at a few more things, because if we're rezoning it with a general development plan, you have to look at how that's compatible. But it's not twice as much effort as it would be if we did them individually. So we've looked at all of that. We looked at what the consultant recommended, and we tried to group things based on the amount of staff effort that was required. We really looked at these in every different angle that you could to make sure that we were covering our actual costs and charging appropriate fees. One of the other items, we're going to be removing a couple of application fees for the certificate of appropriateness, the local historical landmark designation, and the historic preservation ad valorem tax exemption. The applicants will no longer be required to pay the application fee, just advertising costs. Currently, we only process about 1 to 2 of these types of applications per year. It's relatively limited staff time that's involved, and we really hope that this will encourage historic preservation, that it will help keep the county's history safe. We don't want to, have burden anybody with an application fee to discourage them from applying for these types of applications. So we think this will help. So the results of our proposed fee schedule, staff feels that the proposed fee schedule is a simplified version of the current one that reflects actual costs and is easy to understand. And that's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I've got a couple of questions. I'll
Sure.
start. Is this part of I know you're saying these fees don't start until sometime in March, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. What is happening that starts February 1? With some of the development areas, because I've had some people that's asked that be held off for a couple of weeks because they're still not understanding it. So I guess with that and the phone calls that I'm getting on that, my question is, have you taken this out into the community yet to talk to the development world?
Yep, we have. We've posted it on our website. We've sent out, emails to lots of different email groups we have, including Planning Task Force. The reason that we're presenting it today and it's not going into effect until March 29th is staff needs time behind the scenes to make these changes, with where we're changing the structure of it. We're removing lots of different categories, grouping things together. There needs to be some time to be able to make that happen.
Okay. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Tracy. Great job. I love when we simplify the fee schedule. I just have a couple of questions. So there were a number of fees that are recommended now by staff that are different from the consultant recommendation. Can you just generally speak about that? I mean,
Sure.
you said that all of our fees are being, our time is being covered, I think is what you said. The
Yeah,
staff time is being covered.
Right. So what we did is we had the consultant do a fee study, and then when it came back to us, we really scrutinized every single item. We didn't just go with what they recommended. We looked at how did they get there with the recommendation? What did maybe staff provide not enough hours? We compared different application types. The final site plan and a preliminary site plan, do they take the same amount of time? Is there differences? And we looked at it from lots of different angles. We grouped things together. We said, this generally takes the same amount of time as this. And as most of you, I'm sure, know, not every application is the same. You might have a final site plan that you're reviewing that takes 40 hours, and you might have another one that takes 100 hours of staff time to review. It's not all the same. It depends on, the scale of what's being proposed. It depends on the quality of the application that we receive. There's lots of factors that go into it. So we really looked at it from the angle of grouping different application types to make sure that it made sense about the amount of staff time that it was taking to do the work.
Okay, thank you, that's good. And then does the staff have the authority to waive or modify any of these fees?
So there are certain provisions if something requires, I'm trying to think, give me just a second. The majority of the fees are set the way that they are. There's not very many limitations. There might be, the department director may be able to waive something for I believe it's affordable housing. We have a provision in the code where we can reimburse certain fees, things of that nature, but that's pretty much how it's handled.
Okay, but if someone said, I'm just opening a small restaurant and I think these fees are too high and I don't want to pay that fee, that's not a reason
it's not.
to
No,
modify the fee?
no, unfortunately, no. Everybody has to pay
Thank
the
you.
same fees for the review.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnott, did you have something you wanted to add, sir?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Tracy, very good answer. However, there is a situation, or we could have a situation where we get a particularly different type of application for land use, doesn't fit any category, then the director has the authority to adjust the fee to actually cover our cost, not really to waive fees, and that's all we're trying to do with this fee schedule is cover our cost. So if a fee seems to be out of line based on what it actually takes us to do this, we can do an individual assessment and adjust that fee accordingly.
Any other comments, commissioners? Any other questions? All right, well, we can go ahead. You're finished, right?
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
thank
I
you.
thought so.
Yeah, thank
We'll
you.
go ahead and open this up to public comment. Anyone have any questions? One phone call? Yes, please. Go ahead.
445, please hit *6.
That's.
Good afternoon, Glenn Gillian for the record. So as I was reading this proposal, I guess one of my questions is on the affordable housing payment in lieu of $3,889. Why can't we just put that across the board on every permit? That's my first question. My second one, was that question ever asked to the consulting firm, how do we get funds for affordable housing? I'm reading the annual action plan, program year 2021, that was given to the public by the government here in August of 2020. And here's what it says. The plan not only represents goals to address priority needs of the county, but to also address the following statutory goals established by federal law. Decent housing. Assist homeless persons to obtain affordable housing. Have we done that? Assist persons at risk to becoming homeless. Have we done that? Retain affordable housing stock. I know we haven't done that. Increase the availability of affordable housing in standard condition to low and moderate income families. particularly to economically disadvantaged persons. Have we done that? Increase the supply of
Uh-oh. Where did he go?
This battery went.
provide affordable housing that is accessible to job opportunities. Improve the safety and livability of neighborhoods to increase the access of public and private facilities or services. So my question is, why don't we have a affordable housing fee? I'll call it a fee or a tax, call it what the hell you want, of either the $3,000, which, by the way, would generate us almost $20 million a month. You want to dig yourself out of this affordable housing hole? I think $20 million a month would put a pretty big dent in it. That's like a $920 every month. So think about that. The developers aren't going to step up to the plate. Nobody's going to step up to the plate. And they pass those costs along. So let's institute an impact fee, tax, I don't care what you call it, a minimum $500. I'd like to see $3,000. You will get zero pushback from the community. You'll get zero pushback from the developers. They pay damn $600 for temporary water for 3 months. You think a $500 affordable impact fee is going to even get them noticed or blink an eye? It will not. So the time is now is to act into that. And by the way, was this board informed, the Affordable Housing Board, so we could weigh in on some of these fees? Because the first time I heard about it.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you. All right, is that the only phone call?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll close public comment. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the staff recommended fee schedule. And after it's seconded, I do have a comment.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Servia with a second by Commissioner Cruz. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It is approved unanimously. Yes, Commissioner Servia.
My comment is this, and it's probably already being done by staff, but just in case it's not, if there are times that we waive or modify the fees, I would just ask that that be put in writing and put in the file, just for transparency's sake. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you.
All right, so next is item number 46, dashboard report.
We need to vote on the motion.
I thought we did.
I thought we did. Yeah, see, now you're tired.
You're getting
It was
tired.
approved unanimously.
I apologize.
No, I'm glad it was you and not me. All right, Madam Administrator, did you
Yes,
want to
Madam-
handle that?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. This is the monthly dash report. There's no action needed. When you click on the link, you can review the data, and we provide that on a monthly basis to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners, on the dashboard? All right, anyone in the public want to speak on the dashboard? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Any phone calls? Close public comment. We do not have to vote on it, so we're moving to the next one. Item number 47, Public Works, report on 44th Avenue East, speed, rights-of-way, and landscaping. And I bet Clark Davis.
No. Shaw, too.
Yes, sir. And Vishal.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. For the record, my name's Clark Davis. I'm Deputy Director of Traffic Management for Public Works, and we're here to provide a recap of a report that we provided to the board in December. We can drill a little bit deeper if you want, but we thought for the members of the public that may not be familiar with the issue, we can at least cover the high spots of it and then address any areas that you want to talk about further in more detail. So the report arose from some public input and board discussion that occurred after the speed limits were changed on 44th Avenue all along the section from 15th Street to 45th, but primarily the section from US 301 to 45th. Can you show the map? For some reason, it's not projecting. Okay. So on that section, there's a portion of 44th Avenue that was originally designed for a posted speed of 45 miles per hour, but as the project progressed through to production and ultimately construction, it was initially posted at 35 miles per hour. And the staff recommendation, after seeing the average speeds out there and some feedback from the sheriff's office, came to the board and recommended posting it at 45, which was done. We received some comments, as I indicated earlier, from the public, and then there was some board discussion, and they asked to have a more complete report on items for 44th brought back by the end of the year. That gave staff some time to do some research and additional data collection, sort of a before and after study of the changes. First, due to the speed limit change, but also as we emerged from sort of the lockdown phase of COVID and traffic rebounded in that area. And in addition to that, we looked at the rights of way out there, particularly where some neighborhood road connections, I believe from Wallingford, Highland Ridge, and I'm drawing a blank on the third subdivision, but the
Peridia?
I think it was Fairfax in the Peridia area.
Because they're both right there together.
Right, but there were a couple of neighborhoods that originally had planned connections to 44th that elected not to be connected to the road when it was reconstructed. And then finally, we looked at some issues related to landscaping and the maintenance for it. Staff's recommendations, based on the data we've collected, is that at least for now, stay at 45 miles per hour posted speed on the road. We're seeing much better compliance. The average speeds are slightly above 45 miles per hour, but they really haven't moved very much at all since the speed limit was changed. So we had people that were well over 10 miles an hour above the speed limit before the change, and now they're closer to being in compliance for the most part. And because they're mostly in compliance, rather than putting speed feedback signs out there, if there's a compliance issue that arises, we'd recommend that we put speed feedback trailers out there on a rotating basis so that that we can work with law enforcement and they can go out there and do speed enforcement when they need to do that. For the for the right-of-way connections, those road connections that are there, later on in our report we talk a little bit about landscaping, and while we don't recommend, say, a robust landscaping plan for the road, we do think where those road connections were originally planned but not provided, those may be good areas to provide some landscaping, just so that people don't, under poor lighting conditions and things like that, think that there's road connections there that don't exist, but not to completely wall them off and not to vacate those rights of way. There may be some value in providing connections in the future. You never know what the future residents of those subdivisions are going to want. And also we can provide pedestrian connections at those locations, because the roads, not only the roads were disconnected, the sidewalks were disconnected as well. And so we think there's some value in doing that. And then finally, with respect to the maintenance issues, we did talk to our contractors that do the mowing out there. We think that there were some irrigation lines that were being cut during maintenance. We think those have been repaired. We've talked to our contractors, and we think we'll be able to do a better job going forward, making sure that those things are maintained and maybe hopefully not as disrupted as often. That covers the main points that are covered in the memo. We have other slides here if there's particular areas you'd like to focus on in more detail.
I'm going to go first. You know what? I know that neither one of you live right there, so you don't hear the traffic during the night or early morning or anything. But this is not new. The problems that we've had on that road, as far as drag racing and the cars going definitely faster than 45 miles an hour. I travel that road every day, at least twice a day. And I can tell you the problem, it's not so much that people are complaining, about, the cars going too fast. What they're complaining about is the noise of the cars. That is the problem. And we have gone through this ever since we started building 44th. I still go through it on Lorraine Road. That'll end up coming back. You know this. From day one, the whole 9 years I've been on the board now, it's been an issue. So that's the problem. It's the noise. The faster you have the speed limit, the more noise the cars make. Now, I understand with the road being built, it was made for everyone to travel. I get it. But those homes were there first, and they're on both sides of the road. So we've got to take a little bit of consideration in, and I know that y'all know that we've had a lot of emails on this. I think Commissioner Servia has been involved in some of it. I know I have, because it's our districts are right there. So I looked to make sure that there was no action being taken on this today, because I'm telling you, I would have really gone against it. I think it should go down to 40 miles an hour. I tried to get you to do that before in December when you brought it forward. Oh, nope, couldn't hear of it. No, it was before December. I forget when it was actually, when it came up. But the bottom line is we just don't seem to take any consideration in to the people, the citizens that live in that area. We just go in and we build, which is great, but it's not fair that we're not being considerate in the least. So you don't want to put up a wall, you don't want to put in landscaping, you don't want to do any of that, but you want that speed limit there. And, the residents, I just got an email on it the other day. So, it just seems like, and Clark, I know you and I have talked about it time and time again, and I realize I'm not an engineer. I get it. But you know what? I am for the people. And without those people, we wouldn't have any engineers here working. So we just need to, I think, be more considerate. I think you should bring the speed limit down, or either put up some walls or put up some landscaping, something. And it sounds like that we're just status quo. So why bother? Why'd you even bring it back today? We didn't get anywhere. So anyway, that's all I got to say on it. Commissioner Servia?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, and Madam Chairman, I appreciate your comments as well. I have been in touch with a couple of neighborhoods, but mostly Wallingford. I've spent the greatest amount of time with, and I've spent many times out there next to 44th, and I will tell you that the noise is really intense. It is. And I understand, you bring a major thoroughfare through, and you're going to have those incompatibilities sometimes, especially when the elevation is a little bit different than the homes that are there. But I think that there are some solutions to help address the problem. Now, I was someone who supported the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit originally because I didn't fully understand the issue when it came up. And I was going with the engineer's recommendation that that's what the roadway was designed for, because they designed to a speed limit. But the biggest problem that my residents at Wallingford are having is not even during the peak hour times. It's at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's the big cement trucks that are heading out for their work for the day. And those taller, high-profile vehicles, heavy vehicles, are extremely loud. They just are. So I would like for this board to consider lowering the speed limit again for a segment of 44th. I know that that's an inconvenience to some people, but I feel it's a balance that we can strike between having that roadway that's desperately needed and protection of the residents. The other thing I'd like to see is consideration of vacating those rights-of-way at Wallingford. I think there's 3 of them, if I'm correct, that stub out to 44th. I've heard from fire departments. I've looked at it, just, me, not the engineer, but in the field, I just don't think there's any possibility that those rights-of-way are ever going to be connected to 44th. I just don't see how that could happen. Maybe I'm wrong, and if I am, let me know. But if there's no reason for the rights-of-way, it's always been the county's position that we give them back to the community so that they can use them, and they would add a great buffer and the ability maybe for the residents to construct a wall. So we just need to do something to balance the problems we're seeing with the residents who live there. And I did receive an email from someone in Wallingford. I have forwarded it because it analyzes the report in our agenda packet today. I forwarded it to our county administrator and asked that she give it, please, to the appropriate public works people. And I'd really like to see an analysis of those comments done. Just my opinion.
And it needs to go all the way down to 45th, that section, all
Okay.
along there down to 45th.
Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Yeah, thank you. Clark, I appreciate the work you're doing here. I sold a house when I was like 24 years old in Wallingford, back when it was fairly new, and 44th did not run through there at that time. And I specifically remember when we were working on that purchase that the listing agent told us that back here where these power lines are, I believe there were power lines back there at the time, that Cortez Road is going to run through here one day. And he was like, "Are you sure about that?" And I said, "Yep, Cortez Road's going to run through here one day." And so we're going back, not to show my age, but a long ways back. And people knew that there was going to be a major thoroughfare coming through back there. And I do feel for them. It is noisy when you live on a major thoroughfare, but you live on a major thoroughfare. And changing the speed limit from 45 to 40 doesn't mean that cement trucks aren't going to run down that road. They're still going to run down the road. I can't, listen, when I was in high school, I had a Mustang, and if the speed limit was 45 or 40, it didn't matter whether
You
I was
still
going to
do
race
that.
the guy next to me, okay? So the kids that are drag racing out there should put the sheriff on it, fine, that's a whole separate issue, but changing the speed limit from 45 to 40 is not going to deter kids from racing out there either. I trust what the engineer says. The engineer tells me that 45 is the appropriate speed limit. I'm going to support what he tells me. That said, if there are ways for us to help those residents without getting into major financial commitments, to help them with easements, vacating rights away, to allow them to build walls or vegetation, that sort of thing, sure, I'm all for helping them where I can. But the fact of the matter is that it is a major thoroughfare, and we're not inconveniencing a few people. A lot of people are going to be driving up and down that road. I live in West Bradenton, and I still manage to drive it, fairly frequently when I go out to visit, Commissioner
You don't come to
Ball.
my house.
Well,
Don't be saying that. The
I don't
next
get
thing you
invitations
know.
anymore.
Oh,
But,
Lord.
I used to. But when I go out to see people in Lakewood Ranch or Mayaca, I do take Cortez out there. So I travel pretty frequently. And yeah, it's wide open. I mean, it's not a small, tight road with a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. It is a major thoroughfare. Anyway, I support the work you're doing, and I support your recommendation. Thank you.
Do you have anything coming up in your district on roads? I'm just saying. Any other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Whitmore.
Since day one, I still continue to support our engineer study. This was planned even before Clash, I think. Way back. It's been planned for many, many, many years. And I remember when I first started, they got serious about it. And we met with neighbors. They came to the county commission meetings. They knew this was coming. We went out. They wanted fencing. They wanted certain things, which I think we agreed to some of it. Unfortunately, this is coming when they bought their houses. So I know it's not pleasant, but I'm still going to go with the staff recommendation. We just can't, just like we put a stop sign in El Conquistador or Parkway, which we haven't done that anywhere else in the county. Maybe we have one other time now since then. It's totally interrupting the flow of traffic. And the whole purpose of that road, since way before any of us, was to go all the way from Anna Maria Island to Lorraine Road. So, or even further. So I'm not gonna, I'm gonna agree with Kevin on this one with the speed limits.
Any other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Servia, who are you? Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. I just want to say, as a planner for a long time, and I work with engineers, have worked with engineers, and have the greatest respect for them. But planners plan for people, engineers plan for vehicles.
Right.
There is always a little conflict sometimes. I'm just looking to strike a balance. There is a major thoroughfare there. Cars will continue to go by. But I feel that we need to do all that we can to protect our neighborhoods. That is our tax base. These are our citizens. There is a balance we can strike and have both. And that's all that I'm asking for.
And we might remember there are literally thousands of homes right in that area, so.
And many of them already had fences, Madam Chairman, and that's kind of the problem with like Wallingford, who didn't, but they're looking for ways to, not only to mitigate the noise, but you know, there was a motorcycle rider that was hit on 44th and I think was thrown several blocks in to Wallingford. That was a real nightmare of an accident. There have been numerous other accidents. So there are safety concerns of those residents as well as the noise. And when you drop the speed limit, you always have people like my friend Kevin who will test the speed limit and go 5 miles over. But, you know, when you lower it, you get a lower amount of people, or you get a lower speed limit overall. And those big trucks, the faster they go, the more noisy they are. So 35 miles an hour was the original speed limit there. It was raised to 45. I think 40 miles an hour is a compromise. I'm all about compromise and looking for solutions. Thank you.
Well, I think that's what I said earlier, but our engineers disagreed. So there was no compromise made. Any other comments? Okay. Well, there's no action that needs to be taken, evidently. It will come back. Are you making a motion?
May I?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to have a few, I don't know how to phrase this. I have an email that I've received from Wallingford that has several items. I would like for everyone to have the ability to look at that. I've, as I said, sent it off to our staff. But my motion would be to have staff bring back a report that talks about, in detail, specifically reducing the speed limit to 40 miles an hour and vacating the rights-of-way in Wallingford that stub out to 44th.
I will second that motion. Any other discussions on the motion, commissioners? All right, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. I can't even talk now. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this issue? Any phone calls? Okay. All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Raise your hands, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
5 to 2.
5 to 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Servia, thanks for doing that. A lot of people will be very thankful and appreciative to you.
Could I ask a clarification question, please?
Yes, of course.
The motion specifically referenced connections of Wallingford to 44th. I believe that there are 3 connections, and each one is from a different subdivision. Wallingford has one, Oak Trace has one, and Highland Ridge has one. So at the risk of being hyper-literal when we read your motion later, could you please let us know what your intent there is?
Yes, my intent was all 3 of those, and so thank you for bringing that up. I was thinking they were all in Wallingford. Yes, all 3.
The second
rights
agrees. I thought it was all one.
All right.
And Madam Chair, my ears perked up too about that, but my understanding of the motion is you want them to come back and report to you on that.
That's
Not
correct.
necessarily to schedule hearings to vacate rights of way, because we may need to look at how that has to be handled.
And that's the way I took it as well.
Okay.
I hope I didn't misstate it when I asked the question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And guys, really, thank you. You all do a great job. And I ran into Clark the other day in the grocery store of all places. But Commissioner Servia, they will love you for that. Thank you. All right, moving forward, we are almost down to the finish line here. I have several items that I'm going to have to discuss with this board under commissioner comments today. I don't have a choice. I mean, it's time-sensitive things that we're going to have to talk about. So I'll start, Commissioner Cruz, we'll start with you and go around, and then I'll finish up. Please.
I've got nothing.
Okay. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, I have a few. I do want us to look for, as dark as the day may seem, for a bright moment and get back to that conversation about supporting the Bucks. As far as, I think they want to look at that on Friday. So I'll speak with the Port Authority. and get some information out, or you'll hear from us shortly on that, so we can. And I think the intent is for the Port Authority members to have on. Are you a Bucks fan? Well, you can't come in. For us to have on some Tampa Bay Buccaneers apparel, and just come up with something to just put out, so we can show that we're supporting our local.
Madam Chair, I told Nick I have a WCIND meeting at 10 in Venice. So, and I've actually been a Buccaneers fan since they started. I would like to be involved.
You got any recommendations on another time?
It could be that day, but I have to get back from Venice. It's usually done 10 to 11, then I got to drive back from Venice.
It would work best for me the following week.
Yeah, I'm out of town Thursday through Sunday.
Oh, there you
this
go.
week.
This week.
Okay, so we'll get back with you all and try to shoot as quick as possible to get on that. Again, about the vaccines in the community, I just want to thank Jake and the team for everything that they're doing. And again, we're going to put the letter forward. This board asked me to come forward with the with notes from the different meetings that I attend as far as within my committees, and I'm going to start doing that. So from the Public Safety Council, it's a couple things that I think highlight that we should make you all aware of, is that there have been some issues out there as far as COVID concerns at the county jail, and just some data. It's been a total of 220 that's been tested, and 50 have come back positive. And I think we all received a text message last week about a potential outbreak at the jail, but I think that kind of went away. It did raise a discussion with the council as far as the public defenders going in to communicate with the inmates, and are the inmates actually being tested for COVID. And we quickly identified that there may be a numbers issue, and we reached out to public safety, and Jake and Mrs. Ava Edie quickly, communicated, and we were able to deliver 1,000 testing kits to the jail, so we can make sure if inmates need to be tested, we'll make sure that's being addressed. The last thing is, well, not the last thing, other thing, the JAG applications are coming out, and that's always been a discussion as far as funding when it comes to probation and drug court. And I will follow up with the email probably the next 3 or 5 days, because sometimes I muffle when I talk. But we do want you to know last year, as far as the JAG applications that went out from the state and from the FDLE, probation received funds, Brady Police Department, and drug court. I'm saying that because they've always asked the board to support full funding, to put full funding from drug court. And in the past, we've had this conversation. They are drafting a letter that's going to come from me. We're going to draft a letter to bring back forward to the board to assure that we do get public funding. And I think the county administrator is in on that. As far as and that's it from the Public Safety Council. There's a lot of moving parts, but I did want you all to be aware of the issue that was going on at the jail, and that the JAG applications are coming out. And truthfully, they're looking at the statute. They're looking at the statute when it comes to fully funding drug court. So I'm sure we'll hear more about that. As far as the T-Barter, I'm not sure whether or not you all are aware. We had a T-Barter meeting here last Friday, and I think it went well. One thing that came out is wasn't heated discussion, but a lot of open mind communication is something that I've always talked to T-Barter about. We give funding, right? But what projects are we working on, and also what projects that we're working on that actually impact Manatee County? So I actually made some comments about the lobbyists communicating with the legislators, so all of us could be on the same page about what projects we're trying to get accomplished through T-Barter, so we can actually get some things moving forward. Those are the only two that I've been to since you all gave me that task in order for us to make sure you know what's going on. So I wanted to make sure I gave you all a report. Thank you.
Reggie, can I ask you a question about T-Barter?
Hopefully I have an answer, but I'll do my best.
I bet you do. I think we need to look at that this year during the budget cycle. I know that I think that the fee went up last year, but I don't know to what or whatever. But as always, it seems like this has come up so many times in my tenure here on the board. I don't know that we've ever really received anything from T-BARTA. In fact, last year I remember they actually tried to take over one of our transit things there going over the Skyway. So, I don't know if it's beneficial for us to serve on that board, and I know you actually brought it up last year or a year before, I can't remember now, but I know you said something in reference to that, and I can tell you that when Betsy was here, when she was on T-BARTA, I was the alternate, and I just don't know that we need to continue that. So I would love to have that conversation.
Well, I
board
think
as a whole.
I think it's for the board to have the conversation. I agree with that. I've always spoke very candidly about our taxpayers' dollars, pouring into something and not necessarily getting anything out of it. I did speak with the executive director and let him know the approach of the new board, and everything is about to be looked at with a little bit differently. And they did let me know, and I don't know if Madam Chair will have this information Madam Administrator will have this information right off. But they did receive our check for last year, and so all funding was received. But I do agree that we need to find out what Manatee County is getting out of T-BARTA. And for the new board members, this is something that was kind of placed into Reggie Bellamy's lap. This has been this way. No, I'm just being honest with you. This has been this way for T-BARTA for years.
Yes, it has.
For years,
No,
and I have former Commissioner Betsy Burnett have made statements on what our options are and how we can look into it for a little bit better. And I'm not sure if there are options there. But we do need to make sure we communicate as a board to the executive director and to that board that we need something in order for us to continue to move down this road.
Madam Chair?
Well, yes, ma'am, just give me 1 second. Reggie, on that note, I just want you to know that I know that you were very questionable on T-BARTA this year, but just know that, I drive to Orlando, and I also go to Tampa every month for meetings as well, so you're not alone in that regard. Commissioner Whitmore.
I remember when this first came before us, we didn't vote for it or we didn't support it, but Senator Galvano was the state rep, and this was his deal to try to do a regional thing, and they included Manatee County. So even though we talk about this every year, I know Senator Galvano's not in office now, but that's why it's been. I never saw any purpose of it. Misty would probably say regional planning, but we never get anything from it, I don't think. And when we do talk about it, I'd like to know what we have received from it, because I really don't know. I'd like to know anything that we have received, we've benefited from. So that would be at our next meeting.
Good comments. And I will tell you that last year, when T-BARTA was kind of coming in on our territory with transit, with the Skyway, actually, I had a conversation with then Senate President Galvano, and he's the one that actually called and helped with that situation to make sure it was dropped.
Yeah, but he's gone.
Now he's gone. But I think he realizes that has been an issue, that we need to see some return on our money, whether or not it's just knowing what they're planning to or trying to do with transit. Because I think, isn't that their primary focus now is transit, Reggie?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think we should have a conversation on it. I really do, because I'm at a loss now.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I recommended to the executive director of T-BARTA for him to come and give a presentation to our board. So within that conversation, we need to have the conversation on our end, but he also has a responsibility to come and communicate with each. And I recommended that he talk to each new commissioner also, but maybe, kind of freshen our minds up on what direction he's going and how is Manatee County included. I recommended that he do that also.
Thank you. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge?
I'm open to opting out as well. If you want to get us a workshop to talk about it, or just bring it to a meeting. It sounds like you virtually have a consensus here.
I don't need to talk to him.
I know you don't want to put the miles on the truck, so that's
whatever. I will if you want us to.
Ma'am?
I said I think if that's your what you would like to see us do, then I think we should.
Well, in respect to our taxpayers and to all of the investment that we have had coming from our county to there, and to the newly executive director that's transitioning in, I think we should give him an opportunity to come and at least communicate and present his plan, whether it's individually to the new commissioners or collectively to the entire board, and then we have that conversation, and we're there. We could be there.
And I just actually, this past week, met with Chad and Tony and Steele out there at Transit and got the multi-hour full tour and breakdown of Transit and all that is Transit. And it was actually an excellent meeting, very productive. And then GT Bray in District 3, that's a major project that's ongoing in District 3, and we're working on putting a meeting together with myself and the Charlies, Bishop and Hunsinger, and maybe a couple of the users of Bray as well, like Manatee Wildcats. And I was reached out to by Manatee High School today about the pool. So anyway, good things happening in GT Bray, and we're going to get an update on the progress of Bray as well.
Can I ask what we're doing? You said a major project. There's so much that was happening.
There are many. The whole renovation of GT Bray, I think, is the
Tennis
project
courts?
that I'm referring to. We haven't broke ground there yet, but eventually. So soccer, Little League, softball.
Pickleball?
Eventually, that's part of the racket
okay.
center, right? We'll get there. So that's going to be a pretty major renovation when the others are complete. Yes, ma'am.
The pool? We're not doing the dive pool, or are we?
Correct. The dive pool, I believe, is already filled in. Not yet. Charlie, you're okay. That's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
If he talks about a pool, it better be.
We will discuss the pool when we get to that meeting, and I'll come back to you with an update on the pool. How's that? I think that's what Manatee High is reaching out about. Anyway, so there are good things happening in District 3, and we're working hard. So that's my update for today. And other than that, I hope everybody, have the best week possible and the best weekend you can, and hopefully there's some healing and we come back, with better perspectives and we can work together from this point forward. I hope that we can start to get the more productive physical things done in the county. We did get some things done today, and we hashed a lot out, but hopefully we can start, tackling projects within our districts moving forward. And I know the budget is coming, and I'm looking forward to that as well. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Satcher? And welcome back, by the way. It's good to have you.
It's good to be back, and the Lord's been good to me, so took good care of me, and thank you all for being patient. We had, had some neat conversations of stuff that's coming District 1's way, but I'm not at the point where I want to, necessarily go public with any of it, but working on access and keeping people safe and giving them places to go and enjoy our county. I wanted to point out that I was the only one that voted against the letter to the governor, and so I just wanted to say why. I thought about it as we're going into the vote, and to myself, I thought the governor, he's not a man to be trifled with, and so I would just encourage that whatever we write, which I know this is what I trust everyone here, but I just want to make this point that we make sure that we don't necessarily know better than him or more than him. We're just trying to stick up for our people, for our constituents as well as we can. But I do know he's got a big job on his plate and doing a good job of accomplishing those goals. That's all I have.
You're right. He's between a rock and a hard spot. We're just not getting the vaccine in that we need. That is truly the biggest issue. Of course, he wouldn't do this and we wouldn't do this, but, the thing you want to avoid is getting on somebody like that, is getting on their bad list.
Right.
We want to stay on his good list, not that we're writing letters to upstage him or tell him we know better than him. So that's why we just want to stay respectful with the tone and understand we voted to write the letter, and I'm fine with that. But we just, we want to stay on the good side of the governor, and like you said, he's doing a great job.
And you do know that the letter will come back here to this board before it's sent for approval. Okay. Commissioner Servia?
I'm going to ask for your patience because I have quite a list.
Oh, great.
Sorry about that. They're all important. Okay, so this morning I received an email from Richard Smith. He's a statistician at Chapel Hill in North Carolina, and he disagrees with the state health department's findings on the Bayshore Cancer Cluster study. And he's asking that some of that stuff be revisited. So what I'd like to do is if this board agrees, is to send his letter to our state health department, which I've already done, but well, I've already forwarded the email to the state health department, but I'd like to ask the state health department to respond to it, to analyze it and respond to it if this board agrees with that. I'm just looking for the best information. If this guy has uncovered something that we don't know, then I think, and he is an educated person, then I think that it's, it might be warranted to rethink it if there's something that hasn't been thought through. So I'd like to start by making a motion just to formally send that letter from Mr. Richard Smith to the State Health Department from the Board of County Commissioners asking for a response.
I'll second it.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong. Mr. Clegg, you? No.
Might as well.
Okay, well, now we need to take a vote. Anyone from the public want to come forward? Telephone calls? No? Okay, public comments closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved.
I thank you very much for doing that. Also, we have all been on the email list about the horrific bird torture that's happening with the hooks and the near the south end of the fishing pier at the Skyway. But I don't think that we've taken any formal action. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we've done anything.
I can give an update if you'd like.
Okay.
That was actually on my list to bring up.
Oh, okay.
But no, it's good. It's good. I'm glad you brought it up. I actually am getting ready to speak with Doug Egger. No, it's not Doug. Dave, I think it is, Egger, who's the chairman up north and in Pinellas. And we're trying to look at it from going together, the two counties, to work together to really try and get something done on this, because I think it is going to be something that Tallahassee's going to have to approve.
Right.
And I think Fish and Wildlife's going to have to be involved as well. And so it is atrocious. And I'm so thankful I know you're going to not believe me, but I really am thankful that Commissioner Whitmore brought this up before. And then, we've had some friends, mutual friends, that have brought it up to us as well. And this is something that we need to move forward on. So, Misty, please, if you'd like to take the lead on this, please do, because I would appreciate it very much.
I'm happy to help, and however I can support you. But I think we all need to, as a board, to decide if that's something that's important to us. And I think that writing to the state agencies is the best way to get a response.
It is.
And so if you would like that we wait till after your meeting in Pinellas, and then we could draft a letter. Since you already have things scheduled, you tell me how I can help you. But I do think that time is of the essence.
I will let you know. I know that Vita has been trying to get that scheduled. I don't know if it's been done because I've been, a little tied up.
Okay.
But I will let you know.
So that we have an actionable item. May I make a motion?
Please.
That following your meeting, that we draft a letter to the appropriate state agencies to ask for their help with this problem.
I'll second it.
Is that broad enough?
I love second. I can do that. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Well, we have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Whitmore?
Just real quick, yes, last night I sent a copy of Alicia's letter. I think that's one you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw
I sent that to every state rep, and actually Vern Buchanan, because he's so involved with animal welfare, and David, that's Tommy's assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Ballard,
I sent
David
it to all of
Ballard.
them, and I did get a response from Boyd's assistant that she was passing it. What I said is, not everything's always about money. It's about coordinating to try to figure out something to do. So you know that it's been that I sent something. I'll forward it to your office.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I kind of thought maybe you might have. And the one thing that I have learned in being a commissioner here is that when you can do anything with more than one county as a region, if you will, you can get a lot more done much faster. So
Agreed.
That's why I contacted Pinellas on this thing. So I'll let you know. And absolutely. So we have a motion. We need to go ahead. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Public comment.
I know.
You can do it after the vote.
I can do it after the vote.
Yeah.
All opposed? All right. So is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward on this topic? I think I'd already asked that question, but anyway. All right, we'll close public comment, so it's approved unanimously.
Okay,
Great.
Madam Chair, on that, there's 3 organizations, Alicia's Terracea, and then the Holmes family have been doing in front of Skyway and in front of all the off islands for years. And there's another lady that works with all of them. There's like 3 groups. And Charlie, whenever you decide who's in charge, I'm gonna give you all my paperwork.
I will gladly, because I'm overwhelmed, I will
Yeah.
gladly, Misty, if you would like to handle that.
Happy to do it.
Okay.
Happy to
I will
do
let you know when I get with Dave
Okay.
in Pinellas again.
Okay, that sounds
Okay?
great.
I know that Vita's trying to schedule it now.
Last
So-
week, I wanted to let you know, and I wanted to thank our code enforcement and building and development services staff for helping to organize a meeting with the landlords in my district.
good.
It's something that I campaigned on. It was a meeting that I really was looking forward to, and it was held last week because in my district, I have several landowners who are large landowners of many properties in different residential areas, and some of those areas are struggling, and so I'm looking for a partnership to work together so that we can help lift those areas up. Hopefully we can have additional meetings, because there's a lot on the table, but one of the things that I addressed with them is the need for driveways in some of these areas where we don't have driveways. I am going on the tour with 2 different landlords tomorrow in 2 different neighborhoods, and looking for answers. So I'll keep you posted on that. The MPO meeting, Commissioner Baugh and Van Ostenbridge and I were there. They'll probably want to give you an update on that, but I will just say in my district, one of the things that we talked about was US 41 has had a sidewalk project planned for a long, long time.
Right.
And it's been put on hold. And the reason it's been put on hold is because there's a county utility issue that needs to be resolved. And so when I talked about it at the MPO, what I don't want is for that project to be delayed any more than possible. And I don't want it to be delayed at all. Because as I told you, we just had somebody killed on US 41 again. It's the most dangerous roadway, I think, in the Tri-County area. Very, very dangerous for pedestrians. So those safety improvements are needed. I just ask, please, and I know the staff is working on that utility issue, but we have to get that thing resolved quickly so we can get back in the DOT work program.
The
That's
5-year program.
all I have about that, yes.
And Misty, on that note, the reason I didn't bring up the MPO meeting, because really that was the main thing that took place. And I had had conversation with LK over the weekend and with Wayne from DOT on that very item. And I had actually sent an email to the administrator, I think on Wednesday, I don't know. And I was concerned about it, and of course I couldn't talk to you about it, because of sunshine. So when we got in there, I let it go because I knew you were gonna, you had it, so thank you.
Yes,
for
thank
that.
you, thank you. This past week, I also had a phone conference with Mike, I can't read my own writing, Mike somebody, from the Florida Housing Coalition, and he represents a nonprofit, Florida Housing Coalition, that the counties have to work with in order to get SHIP funding. So because I'm on the Affordable Housing Committee here for Manatee County, he contacted me and told me what we're going to be doing for the year, so I will keep you informed as those meetings take place, but it seems like an excellent group throughout the state. I wrote down rewriting history because I want to clarify a couple of things about the Musgrave purchase. It may feel to some people like that was a rush job, but as a commissioner who was here during that, it's not my opinion. It was a rush job. It's my opinion that we've been in the middle of that transaction for like 18 months, and there were commissioners who wanted it done before they left, but there was no rush job. It was a standard practice for purchasing land. So I just want to make sure everyone understands my opinion of that. It may be different from others who feel it was rushed through for some devious reason. I just didn't see that. And I just want to state that for the record. On kind of that same topic, I hear from the public a lot. We hear from the public a lot. And there will be things said like, a majority of the public feel. I think we're all smart enough to discern real news from fake news and opinion from fact. So just keep in mind that the people I hear speaking, saying they represent a majority of the public, I don't think they're representing a majority of the public. So I just caution everyone to be very careful about that. And I am always someone who goes to the professionals and the experts for information. So when it's a COVID issue, I seek advice from the infectious disease physicians and the epidemiologists. It's not I'm not slamming anyone in the public for not knowing enough. I'm not trying to be condescending. I don't know enough about it. I just go to the experts. So when we hear things like the PCR tests aren't working, and I again contact Dr. Bensi and ask her if that's the case, and she again says they're the gold standard, they're working just fine. Or when we hear that citizens who are getting vaccinated are now part of a clinical trial that they don't know about, and Dr. Bensi says that's not true. That's no one's part of a clinical trial that hasn't agreed to be part of a clinical trial. So I know our board is filled with very smart people who know just because you hear something stated doesn't make it true. But it does worry me that there's so much misinformation that's being spread at a forum like this. And then two more things. So the biggest thing on this agenda today is we voted to move towards firing our county administrator. When that happened the last time, I asked for a succession plan because from a business-minded person, I got to know how is this county going to continue to function if we do that. And I'm asking for that again, please. We need a succession plan. We need to know who's going to pick up the ball and continue moving it forward. And when I said about the loss of Sherry, I'm not just talking about our county administrator. I'm fearful of the loss of a lot of our upper management staff. I really am. And I'd like for this board to consider how we continue to do the things the county needs to do without missing a beat. That from a business standpoint, that's the discussion I want to have. I hope we have that in the future. Final thing I will say is, and I've said this to many of you personally, I respect and appreciate every single one of you, no matter if I agree with you or not. I am not a commissioner who will ever campaign against any of you. I don't think that's my role. I do think that builds bitterness and resentment between each other. And so I would encourage everyone to stay out of elections and just be focused on the business of the county. Just my personal opinion. You may or may not agree with it, but please let's think about that. That's all I have.
I don't know. I kind of like working on campaigns myself.
They're
Sorry.
too tiring.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I just want to refer, I don't know if the new board members were watching, but I just recall the $5 million we spent for the King property, and not one person in the public said a word about it. And I think that was 3 or 4 acres, maybe 5, but it was no less than that. And not one person in the public said that, and that went through the same process as this to build 44th because we needed it. Clinical trials, I think you have to have an informed consent. I don't think it's legal to be in a clinical trial unless you sign a paper because I know when I've gone for an x-ray or something and they're doing something different and they want to include you in that, they ask you and you have to sign something. So that would be interesting to know. I'm almost positive you have to for patient rights. Just a few things. I had my 4th meeting yesterday at 8 a.m. at the county. It was a Zoom it's called the Emergency Relief Manatee, and the members I've told you before are Manatee Community Foundation, United Way, Step Up Suncoast, Women's Resource, Manatee Chamber, Community Foundation of Sarasota, and the 211 United Way Suncoast, and actually State College of Florida. This is our 4th meeting. We're trying to, and Sherry's involved, we're trying to work to stay in the loop that we're all not duplicating services, that we have a place where we can refer people, because some organizations can do stuff where the county can't, and they have funding, et cetera. It's probably one of the most complicated boards I've been in because of all these organizations, all the rules and what they do. And unless we're all in that world, which I'm not, it's very hard to, to know where to send a citizen to.
And I'm sorry, Carol, what board is that you're on?
It's a board that we put together, Susie Bowie from Manatee Community
Oh,
Foundation.
so it's nothing to do with the county per se?
No, I've reported on it. This is my 4th time.
Okay.
I do my
But it's
commissioner
not-
reports.
No, but it's not one, I didn't mean any disrespect. It's just not one that the county appoints someone to go to?
No,
Okay.
I actually asked to have this meeting when COVID first started, and there was so much going on, and I still think there's going to be issues down the road with our citizens, and I wanted all our major organizations to get together and be on the same page. So if anything happens, there's not a cluster and people just get different phone numbers to call and good luck, see you later. Mine was trying to get everybody on the same page and have a process. I'm all about process. I also had a meeting with via Zoom with Pat Land and Mark Barnaby, and that's coming up. I'm not even sure when. February sometime? 16th. When? Oh, you remember, 16th.
February 16th?
February 16th. Oh, that's the budget in the morning?
And the work session on retail.
Okay, I remember now. Okay, so I told them my thoughts, and I'm sure I think they've all met with everybody. I've had my 3rd meeting. Gail and Ed Strait from the Wildlife Rescue, they asked to meet with me. This is the 3rd meeting, and I've met with them, their board. Sherry's been involved, and trying to think of anybody else from the county. No. They are, and for some of us that do know them, Ed used to be a EMS paramedic here like 30 years ago. They literally have a rescue 50 by 100 lot in Bradenton Beach that encompasses a hospital, a NICU, food prep area with small cages in the garage, and more cages lined in the yard. Over 3,000 animals come through there a year, and they return to the wild over 70%. I know they have an agreement with Mixons for the reptiles. They're one of the few that have they're the only licensed native bird, mammal, and reptile rehab facility, I think, in the state. I think, George, somebody in your family volunteers there?
My cousin works there.
Your cousin works there, okay. They're trying to find something to grow. They're getting elderly. They actually have animals in their home, if you can imagine a 50 by 100 lot. So the board is trying to work with the originals to try to get them to look outside the box. And by law, they have to have larger cages, and they have to have a flying cage now, which they don't have enough room. So we've had our 3rd meeting. We're trying to help them identify areas in the county. They've been very successful raising about $200,000 a year, but with this year's with COVID, they couldn't be at any of the craft fairs, so they haven't been able to raise money. And they only raised, I think they're $40,000 short. They're not asking for money. What the board is asking is for a long-range plan. So I think Sherry set something up with them in the near future. I'm not sure. We usually meet on the island.
I'm sorry. What board is this?
The board of Wildlife Inc.
Wildlife Inc.
The nonprofit.
Is this a new
no, it's been a
nonprofit
30
that
years.
we're going to start working with?
No,
the county?
they've been here for 30 years.
I understand.
Okay.
But has the county given them anything over those 30 years?
We've reached out. They reached out to us.
Oh, so this would be new. That's what I'm asking.
I brought this
Is
up at the last
new?
meeting also.
But is it new?
No.
I mean, something new for the county to be involved in.
No, the board, a board and wildlife reached out to us, and they actually reached out to me about 2 or 3 years ago. Well, if you let me answer.
I didn't do anything. Honey, answer, please.
And
Hurry
they
up.
are trying to ask the county, who has major resources as far as where to get grants, organization, contacts. Sherry, just what I've said, we're just dialoguing.
Yeah, we just informed them, like we do of all the nonprofits, that there's a nonprofit application process that they can go through, and that's the same for any nonprofits that any of the other boards are working with. And they also are working with the Community Foundation. So.
And they reached out to us because they know that this community is very focused on their wildlife. We've been supportive of them for years. I don't know if we've done financially, but many things that we do in the county, they bring their owls and their eagles and everywhere else. So anyway, we've been meeting with them, and I'm going to continue meeting with them. Southwest Florida Water Management District sent us all a letter, and I brought this up the last time they did, and I think it's very important because a lot of people think we're just doing all this development and not doing anything good. In 2020, the total habitat restored. And since 1984, we impacted 637.1 acres. We have restored 2,697.9 acres. So that's good. That's showing that we're not, and I think Carlos, when he was on the board, Baruf, he started generating this report. So I think you all got it, but I think it's important that the public know that we've tripled, what we're doing. So I think they need to know that. I almost called you KVO, but Kevin, I wrote KVO. Kevin brought up at one of the meetings regarding the 59th Street lift station, and that's just one example in the county. I think we got like 141. I asked Sherry to find out how many lift stations we have. We have 141 in the county. That is something we can do, and I think during budget we should look at it and have a plan like that, and then so staff knows. I mean, we actually had the same issue with right-of-ways. When we started going the recession, we would build roads and we would have centers, but we wouldn't put anything in them because we'd have to maintain them.
Especially the water tower.
Yeah, I know exactly. I went by it. There's a fence around it now. Yeah. But anyway, there's 141 lift stations, and you've seen recently what we've approved in our consent agendas, 800 or 900, 600,000 to rehab one. So I would like to in the future somehow put this in the budget if you guys are willing to do a program like this in the entire county, because I'm sure I've even gotten complaints, even though I'm at large, conditions of lift stations and wanting us to do something. It's just not in our budget. Basic is, but not major. And also I brought up the Southwest TIF monies for Cortez Road, possibly going from 59th Street West all the way. We brought this up many times, and this is in the Southwest TIF. We could use money. The problem is the causeway does not have water in the mediums, but we were going to write a letter. That's why I brought this to the meeting. Sherry and I talked. I need to see if the board's interested in writing LK a letter to see if he has a problem with us doing this and if we want to have some kind of plan for that also. There's two separate things, the lift stations and also the corridor from Cortez to 59th Street probably to the beaches. There's literally nothing. It's dead bushes.
Ultimately, I want to basically go from Cox Chevrolet all the way to the beach.
Yeah, now Cox Chevrolet. Let's start small.
Well,
but now Cox Chevrolet maintains theirs. They adopted that years ago because we couldn't do it.
They do.
And Gary and all them, they pay for that.
There are about 15 medians between Cox and
yeah.
And 59th.
Well, we can look at it, but that's still in the southwest tips.
It is.
We could.
Correct.
Okay. So do I have a consensus to the board?
I think I need more information before I can vote on that. I need more information. I'm not sure exactly what it is you're even asking us.
I'm asking for this to come to future meetings to discuss using Southwest TIF funds on Cortez Road to the beaches, and also in a separate motion for the staff to look at a plan to maintain the lift stations throughout the Manatee County as far as aesthetics.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
We have did you get that, Madam Clerk? Motion from Commissioner Whitmore, second by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Did you get the motion?
Did you get the motion?
Did you get it?
Okay, she'll listen.
It was a motion when it was made. I apologize.
Well, Kevin asked me, right? I know.
Anyone from the public? I don't know that we even hardly have anybody left. Anybody on the phone?
Ryan, you got a comment?
Okay, public comment closed. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay,
There
only
you
got
go.
two more things. Matt, as some of you know, I think I told you last meeting, but I couldn't stay I don't even know if we had public comment at the last meeting because I had to leave. But I did meet with Lakewood Ranch last week, and some of it you all know because you've met with them, but I always like to let the public know, you know, I usually try to go every couple of years because we approve all the developments, but I want to know what more is going on. And I know Vanessa knows this, but I just wanted to just give you a little bit of the information I got. As you know, total of like 18,000 acres, Manatee County is, we have approximately 4,000 more acres to build. The plans in the 80s when I wrote the CON for help with the hospital for the Lakewood Ranch Medical Center, the plan is for 50,000 homes. That's still the plan. We've got about 18,000 on our side, and the rest will be going on the Lakewood Ranch side. Taylor Ranch, what they're mainly looking at now is the Southeast District, as we've heard, because we see a lot of things coming through there. There are 5 CDDs in Lakewood Ranch that everything was completed, it was turned over to them, you probably know that, and then the rest is in a stewardship district. And it would be nice sometime if somebody could, from Lakewood Ranch, can come and talk to us about that and how that works. I know they have a board of supervisors. So the Northeast Quad is the most growth, and it's Lakewood Ranch is known as the #1 multi-generational community because the villages in Orlando is the #1. But we are the #1 in multi-generational. They're seeing a lot of single-family rentals. They're starting to change their products to single-family rentals versus just ownership, multifamily and apartments. They've got approximately $5 million in infrastructure that they're paying up front, and they'll get back later, as you know. And that's it with them. I had my second governmental efficiency task force this past week, and we heard from the cities and counties of the state, and now, which is interesting, we're going to be hearing from all the special districts. We have some members that want to concentrate on the fire districts. Why do we have so many fire districts in a county? And the CRAs, everything. So we've invited them to attend our next meeting, and it's probably going to be the beginning of February sometime. Okay, and this was regarding, in my mind, my legit meeting the other day with George. The community land trust we talked about, surplus property. And I know at one time we got a list, somebody asked up here, we got a list of all our surplus property. And there was so much that I didn't know, I mean, it didn't really say if it was a buildable lot or not. And so at the meeting, actually I wrote builder, and what the current zoning was. So my question is sometime in the future, can we have a work session because, and if we want to start a community land trust, we don't have one, right, in Manatee County. Is this something that we want to do? Because we've heard about it for years, and I'm sick of hearing about it, and I'd rather see if we can do it. I did ask George, and I'm sure all of you listened to the tape, and Kevin was there, but we've heard this from so many new commissioners, and I want to see something happen because we do need affordable housing in Manatee County. So, but the big sticky point is I wrote, not my backyard. Nobody's going to want it. And what we were talking about, some of them are 10 or 12 stories high. I mentioned along the corridor in 41, we allowed that. We have that strip mall that's by John Horn's restaurant that he doesn't want to develop it. I know we've asked in the past. We talked about the mall. There's a lot of things we could get some momentum going on, but it's so complicated, at least to me, because I am not in this world. You've got a major history in this in the private sector and funded it, which I didn't know until the other day that you actually, that's what you did. But with the public and the private, what's a better way to do this so we can start honing in on this? And I know, Reggie, you'd be interested in this too. Well, a lot of us would be. So I would ask that the board have a work session, I don't know when.
We actually have a work session called All Things Housing in April already on the calendar. And it
can you
specifically
include
includes community land trust.
Okay,
And
so
I
we
can
do have
tell
one
you
in
I'm
April.
bringing up workshops under my commissioner comments.
Okay,
to look
so,
at them, so.
but we do have one in April already on this. Okay, and what I would ask, and George, this is not my bailiwick, but we did talk about it, so if you want to talk to whoever when they present to us, I am more interested in the zoning and the surrounding uses because that's where we're going to get in trouble. Nobody's going to want to have it. I would like to identify properties that we have a better chance of developing and getting something off the ground someday. So maybe if you meet with staff before, you got ideas you could pass on to whoever.
Certainly. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd love to.
Also, I had written on my paper, we had talked about budget in the future, and Kevin was still there too. There's some things that we'll just never be able to afford. The sheriff needs money continuously. Stormwater, we don't want to raise a fee, but that's a major issue. And I'd written healthcare and public safety. And I had mentioned at the meeting, because we've talked about it in the past, but it never went anywhere, but why aren't these various departments in a line item? So then they kind of really know what their budget is every year. And if the properties go up or down, that adjusts what their spending is. Because I know Commissioner Satcher is very supportive of the sheriff department. Usually he returns back about $1 million or more every year back to us, but why don't we have a separate item, and then he knows that he's going to get that money back or use it or whatever. And I know, George, you said you had thought of that same line too, but brought it up.
Yeah, I brought it up during the goals, during the goals section, just comparing us to Sarasota, where they have a few extra line items in their taxes, like for instance, hospital, and they have a separate board for it. They have a dedicated mill, and that allows them to
That's right.
to leverage it and bond it and whatever they want to do with it, just like what we're going to be doing with the land conservation.
And Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Whitmore, this is something that will be coming up here very soon.
Well, I'm just talking about
I
under my
understand,
items
but
because we brought this
it's
up.
something that we need to get more in depth about.
Well,
So
I agree, but I didn't
I'm talking about.
know that we were talking about this in the future. But
That's why I'm letting
during
you
the
know.
budget, this is when I would like to have this happen. I mean, to talk about it. Hold on. Community Land Trust, EDC, we're working with them, and impact fees. He tried to explain it to me the other day about the 9% growth and stuff. I need another discussion about that. God forbid I won't have another meeting, but we need to, because the idea, the comments that were brought the other day, are something that we've never heard before. So in the future, I guess, when we have this impact fee presentation, it's probably the right time to do that. And then I know I'm not in the majority, but I would like to know if anybody in the prevailing side would like to repeal Resolution 20-191 that we signed on changing a rule, since we never got an original copy, and it can't be provided. So I don't think this is a legitimate resolution when the author can't produce the original. And if there isn't, there's fine, but I'll keep bringing it up every time because I actually signed it, and you know it, because I was chair there. Original not provided by the chair, no, by county, by Vanessa Baugh, when I signed it, because I didn't have the original. So this is Bill Clegg's copy, the day of the meeting. That's all we have.
Thank God he knows.
So if there's
it's
anybody not on the
fine.
prevailing side, then it's a done deal. I'll keep bringing it up.
I have a comment on that. I think I was on the prevailing side. And to this day, I really don't even understand. I'm sorry. I don't
actually
understand
explained
what
it,
it accomplished.
But I'm not going to do it again,
or what it
especially
meant.
today.
So, I mean, I don't know what to do, you guys. I don't even know what it means.
There's not much you can do. It's there, it was voted
There
on,
must
it
be a
is
reason,
legal.
though. So
There is a reason, and I
What
told
is
this
it?
board what it was, and I'm not going into it now. We've got too much to cover. But thank you. Keep bringing it up.
I will.
It's a step in the right direction to help this board work better together.
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn?
I can't. I haven't had mine yet.
Oh, yeah. I
Are
know.
you finished now,
I'm paying
Commissioner
$21
Whitmore?
an hour.
Mine really is serious stuff
So
here
is
that
ours.
we have to discuss today. As you know, our legislators are up in Tallahassee right now, looking at, going through their committee weeks. And I think I told you guys, I can't remember, in trying to get 12 million from the state, we have to put in an appropriations paperwork. It's due on February the 2nd. We just found that out today. So it has to get done.
For what?
We also,
For
excuse
what?
me, you don't just speak up. I
I'm just asking what
recognize
the
you.
12 million
I'm
is
finishing.
for.
Let me finish. Commissioner Whitmore, please, you've spoken, so be polite and
asked to be
respectful to
clarified.
others.
Yeah.
Now, the problem is that we have to show a 50% match. Is it something that will actually end up happening? Can't say right now. Charlie has gone over this and is prepared to speak on it, so has Nick and Sherry. So I do have the paperwork here just for you to see. It's copies of it that will be submitted to Will Robinson's office. If you could, George, if you would pass it down.
Tell us what it is.
So what it's going to show, basically, and it's not, what you're seeing here is not complete. We haven't had time to finish it up. But it is for 12 million. It will show the county at our level of 6 million doing a 50% match, which is required by the state. Charlie, did you have anything to add, sir?
Well, yes, Madam Chairman, I do, because the draft that's being passed out today was prepared last night. In anticipation of the House of Representatives must submit the bills on February 2nd, not Manatee County staff. We have to get that before February 2nd to the committees. So we were prepared this draft as a placeholder for you to contemplate, but we are going to need to submit this Thursday or Friday of this week so that we can get the document in. And as I mentioned before, a placeholder that will allow us then to amend as appropriate. And for instance, I wanted to point out two changes to the House of Representatives document and 3 changes to the Florida Senate document that you have here, so we understand what we're wanting to submit. If we fail to submit by deadline, we don't get any action at all on the Florida legislature front. That's why it's so important, and I apologize for the lateness of the document, but it's our best effort to this point to place hold for appropriations. And this is the Piney Point Emergency Water Treatment.
Thank you.
And I might add, if you can turn your attention to the Florida House of Representatives document, is the one with the colored front on the sides here. This document has 2 amendments to what you already have as a result of changes in information we heard this afternoon while we were debating other issues. And the chairman brought this to my attention, and we made the corrections by pen, and believe me, it'll be translated and transcribed appropriately. But for instance, on page 2 of 11, as the chairman mentioned, the amount of requests in the state appropriations to hit a $12 million target at 50% match must not be 12 million, but it will be 6.
Right.
And it would require, on line 4, a local contribution of 6 million. That source of funding has not yet been determined, but it is there as a placeholder in anticipation of an ask for a total of $12 million to begin, not to complete, but to begin the process of tackling this year the Piney Point project. I might also then point out on page 3 of 11, the next page, there's a question there asked of us, which is the most appropriate state agency to place an appropriation for the issue requested? Our fill-in there is not choose agency. It's going to be Florida Department of Environmental Protection.
Right.
I'm on target with that.
Yes, sir.
And then one last thing I want to point out, and that is on page 6 of 11, number 17 has a narrative. And I think that's important to point out what we are asking, because the state says you have an issue, you have a request. What is the basis of your issue? What reports do you have that justify the need to take some action this year in the legislature? And I want to point out that staff is recommending to you, and I know it's not a recommendation, but staff is putting down 2 important documents. One, the Archaeus Design and Consultant Report that FDEP presented to you in a work session last year on this topic. And it's a 40-page or 50-page document that goes into the complete assessment at the state level of what alternatives are available for treatment. But it clearly points out the need for action. And then a technical report dated February 21st of last year, we're almost there here again, from the Department of Environmental Protection internal document that clearly stated that we have between 1 to 4 years to solve this problem. And this comes from the state agency that we are then asking funding be directed to help this area solve this problem. And then, Madam Chair, if you'll oblige, on the Senate side, to be consistent with these changes, I only want to point out where those changes would occur on the Senate document. Now, the House document, as we found out, needs to be presented by our legislative representative on the 12th. It gives us actually no time in following the work session that we want to hold to make any changes at that time. But I mentioned again, a placeholder to get it in, and then we can modify it at the board's pleasure. The Senate side is not a deadline that we know at this time, but we know it's after February 2nd. It's sometime in March. Someone indicated just this afternoon. So there'll be plenty of time to address the Senate one. But as it relates to documents floating around now on the official record, I want to make sure we have these corrections on the record. And that is on page 1 of 6, right here in the front, as you see, your document shows 12 million from the state. It's going to be 6, and a local match of 6, for a total of 12. We're right there. On page 2 of 6, again, for consistency, there's a question there, number 9, and this is kind of important as a testament to a problem that's going to be several years, many years in the making and several years in the solution. Number 9, is the future year funding likely to be requested? Man, what an open question. I had to say yes. And how much? Well, again, remember this is a placeholder, but it's not unlikely to say that 1 to 2 million per year for 15 years. A long-term solution for a long-term problem. Again, subject to change, but it's our stab at the moment. And then lastly, on page 5 of 6, excuse me, there's an important question there that you have on your document that is blank. And this afternoon, we discern the answer. Here it is. It says, the owners of the facility to receive, directly or indirectly, any fixed capital outlay funding, which is what we're asking for, include the relationship between the owners of the facility and this entity. Well, the entity is FDEP. Our intention is to provide funding to DEP to move to contract a solution. So my answer to that was the owners of the facility and the relationship is a contractor to be competitively selected by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. That's our answer to number 13. Again, a placeholder. It can be amended or changed, and that's where we are. And that's my comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Charlie. Nick, did you have anything you wanted to add? I can't hear you yet. Hold on. Okay. Go ahead, Nick.
Is that better? Thank you, Charlie, Chairman Bond, Commissioners. I want to give a little additional context and explain why we're here with the urgency. I can share with you all a screenshot that I was relying on. The House of Representatives appropriations indicated that the funding forms were due March 2nd. And we've since gotten different clarification from Representative Robinson's office stating that it's February 2nd. I think the intent all along was for our board to have an in-depth conversation during your work session scheduled already for February to iron out a lot of these big picture items. But when we were told that the deadline was February 2nd, that increases the urgency to pin down some major decision points, and that included most notably whether and to what extent the board was going to commit funding for the Piney Point project. I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't think that it was anybody's fault, but that a new deadline that was not published on the House site was brought to our attention.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you were first.
Charlie, I have several questions. How many gallons a day are we looking? Will this? I mean, we're gonna hire a contractor. We don't really know who the contractor. There are a lot of unknowns here, right? We don't know who the contractor is. How many gallons a day can this contractor filter?
That's correct. And I might add there are several competing technologies, both treatment and aeration, and there are several companies that are skilled in all of those phases. So it's very much a.
So this is up in the air. Where you're looking for funding for to go out and look for a contractor. So you've not narrowed down a contractor.
Yes, one of the answers is just how are you going to spend this money? And I said, I indicated to the reviewers, we would start with a feasibility study to identify then the desirable technology, and then go through a competitive bid process to solicit on that technology, and then move into design and permitting.
Who determines the desirable technology? Who will decide, who will pick the contractor?
It would be, I would think, well, Madam Chair?
We do.
The county does? Is the property owner already on board with this? We have a commitment from the property owner? Because my understanding is the property is about to change hands due to foreclosure.
Do you want me to answer that?
It's in foreclosure process, I believe.
Please do.
I spoke with Jeff at HRK this week,
Okay.
and he is on board. HRK is on board.
What about Mark?
I'm sorry?
What about Mark Strout?
I have not spoken to Mark. I am going to call him, but everything has happened so quickly with this. So I am going to call him. But the last time I did talk to him, he said that their company would work with us every way possible. So.
And what happens to things like what happens to the byproduct? What is the quality of the filtered water that you're putting in my bay?
answer that too.
These are all questions that people are going to have. But I suppose are these things that are to be determined? We're just trying to get the funding process started now. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, so we still have control over these decisions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for now. I'm sure there'll be lots of other questions.
I
Thank
can
you.
assure you that this board will be the ultimate.
I do have one final question.
decision.
We're talking about technologies.
Team.
Is a deep well injection still on the table? That's the elephant in the room.
Well, Madam Chairman and Commissioner, it's not on our table.
So
Well, it's not on Will Robinson's table.
I
either,
understand that, but when $6 million is committed, does that mean that a deep well injection is off the table, or is with this total of $12 million a deep well injection
can tell
still on the
you,
table? I'm not saying I'm advocating for one. I just want to know.
I can tell you that Will Robinson has had several conversations with DEP.
Okay.
And he just had one, I think it was last week, and he has been told several times that whatever this board decides is what DEP will do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's all up to this board. Commissioner Whitmore?
So we're under Commissioner's comments, gonna commit $6 million, and where is this money coming from? Please? I mean, are we taking the money that the state gave us for 44th last year, the 10, and using some of that, or where do we have $6 million for Piney Point that we don't own? It's in our county. There's a major issue with it, and I agree that it needs to be resolved. And so you say the state's gonna pay the other $6 million? Well, we're gonna do a study. What if it's more? Does anybody remember what the financial status of the state's gonna be coming up? I mean, I can't believe that you're bringing this up now and asking us to make a vote with no information. Oh, there's going to be a study. Oh, we may use it for engineers. How much? Where's HRK? Well, the new owner, Mark, he doesn't know about it yet. That's not fiscally responsible, I don't think. So that's just my comments, but whatever. But,
Commissioner Bellamy?
And many of our citizens aren't going to like what they're just heard.
Yeah, a couple of things. Just in reading the letter from Mr. Robinson, it was clear what his position was on the deep well injection, and I made sure I read that area a couple of times. Just to the $6 million as far as looking for the match and where we're going to get it from, and I'm going back to this area of restricted and unrestricted.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
What are our options? And if we have to make a move like this, because this is a move that we need to put our county in a better situation. And the question's on the table, where's this money coming from? And obviously, if it's unrestricted, if it's restricted, that's not up for discussion. But if it's unrestricted, again, these are the type of conversations that we have to have so we can move like this. And I'm not necessarily sure I have the answer, and I don't think Madam Money's here. Okay.
Madam Administrator, would you like to respond?
I can, Madam Chairman, members of the board. We do not have a specific line item identified, but as you're mentioning, you have your work session coming up on February 16th. You have a work session on Piney Point on February 2nd. This is brought forward in order to be able to actually submit it in time for consideration. And correct, you would have to find, we would provide you with options as to where that could come from if there is an award considered on behalf of the state appropriations.
I guess we could sell some real estate. Commissioner Satcher.
I just want to point out that it's obviously we all know that the situation at Piney Point is serious and is just real danger to the environment and to our people. But when it comes to what we're going to do with the state, and this year we made that bet. We all put it at the top of the list. That was the vote. We sat up here. Tommy Gregory was here, Will Robinson was here, and Jim Boyd was here. And we said, if you're cutting down on, projects that you can sponsor this year, then we're going to put all of our emphasis on this one. Obviously, we didn't know that that meant a February 2nd deadline, but apparently it does. So it's time to, we made the bed. Let's go to bed.
Well, we know it's a catastrophe waiting to happen. That will be a major catastrophe for not only Manatee County, but Sarasota as well. And by the way, I did talk to the chairman in Sarasota yesterday about them coming out and doing a letter of support as well. So that is in the works. I really find it hard to comprehend that anyone on this board could question how serious this is and how we need to move forward. The longer we wait, the worse it is. Do we have all the answers? No, but you know what? We've got a lot of people working on them, and a lot of people are trying to make this happen, including Congressman Buchanan, who I had a conference call with last Friday. I also spoke with Jocelyn in D.C. We will have a lobbyist working on Piney Point and Tallahassee to try and get this done. Yes, we know the funding. Good grief, we're not stupid. We know the funding in Tallahassee is tough this year, but we also know that this is a catastrophe waiting to happen. I, for one, will not just close my eyes and act like it doesn't exist and take a chance on this happening, not on my watch while I'm on this board. I wouldn't want, and I can tell you that Representative Robinson feels the same way. He feels for his family and for the future, it's very important to get this done. And the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost. So if we can afford to do some of the things in this county that we do, we certainly should be able to afford $6 million in our reserves to pay to finally get Piney Point taken care of. It is a huge environmental issue. So that's all I'm going to say. It's up to this board. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. So the way that I see it is there's a short time frame. If we want to meet the window of that time frame and even have the possibility of getting these matching funds, we need to apply. The details can be worked out later. I'd like to have the details up front too. I like to know where the money's coming from.
too.
But I guess that we could, we could change our mind down the road, I suppose, if we wanted to. But if we don't get it in now, the opportunity's lost. So I'm in favor of getting it in now.
And Commissioner Servia, thank you for that. And the reason it's coming to you now, we thought that we would have the workshop on the 2nd of February and we could get a lot of these answers and certainly be more educated on how to move forward, what to do, et cetera. The problem is the paperwork has to be in Tallahassee before that. So that is the reason that we're kind of looking at everyone today going, oops, we have a little issue here and we've got to do it a few days sooner. So it is something that down the road we can change if need be. Trust me, you are not going to be wasting your money if you can get Piney Point
Madam Chair,
taken
can you make
care
a
of.
motion?
So
I have to leave.
I can't make a motion. I'm
on
a
the board.
Can we move forward? 'Cause
I'm on
I
the
gotta
board.
leave.
Kevin, you're next.
I just want clarification on exactly why exactly is it that we are finding out about this today
Right.
and it's due on February 2nd?
Because
I
that's
need
when we
details
found
on
out.
that.
Today?
That's when we found out. We got the
That's
call
not
Sherry
details.
did from Will Robinson's office.
So the county just found out, Will just called us today?
Administrator Corrier, can you answer that? It was brought to my attention this morning.
I found out yesterday that the time frame had been moved up. Mr. Azera mentioned the difference in the dates that was listed on the website, and so we reached out to find out what the clarification was.
Okay.
So originally it was going to be after our February 16th.
March 2nd, and we were planning to do this at the
I do.
board level on February 23rd. We were planning to be able to bring you, or February 9th or 23rd, more details because your work session would be February 2nd.
I do recall that now. And so Will found out just from DEP?
I'm sorry, I don't
You don't
have
know.
any more details.
Do you want me to answer that part about what?
Sure, if you know.
Actually, he did not know. When I spoke to Sherry this morning, I called his office at lunch, and actually I sent him a text, and he said, let me look into it. He said, I haven't heard that. He actually said to me, where did you come up with the date February 2nd? And I said, your office.
Oh, boy.
Was what I said.
Bummer.
And so, he wrote back to me and he said, yes, he said, I'm so sorry, I made a mistake. The dates had been moved up. So it's really no one's fault. It's just, what's happening in Tallahassee right now
Sure.
with committee meetings. is
Sure.
what
But
it
when
is.
you're spending $6 million, and as Commissioner Whitmore pointed out, what if the price tag goes up?
It
Is a
might
state
go up
split-
if we
right.
wait.
Well, it's a government.
Yeah.
Hell, of course it's going up.
Yeah.
So the question is then, if it goes up, does that mean we're on the hook for all of the additional? Is the state splitting that
No,
part
the
with?
state,
See,
I'm sure.
we're
And
getting
we
into details
also-
though that we don't have. You're asking me to spend $6 million on
don't.
what is a good cause. Don't get me wrong, and it is something that I want to resolve and that I want to see fixed. But this is $6 million is more tax dollars than 99.9% of the people in this county will pay in their entire lives, and we're supposed to today, because it's due February 2nd, with no details, spend $6 million taxpayer dollars.
No, you won't spend the $6 million.
We're going to commit $6 million
You'll commit,
taxpayer
but
dollars,
you
and
will
we
not
don't even know
spend it.
where out of our budget the $6 million is coming from.
No, you don't. But you know what? It'll be the best $6 million that's ever been
I hope
spent
it
in this
is,
county.
and I hope it is. But this is no way to spend $6 million taxpayer dollars.
That's
We're
the
spending
best I
other
can
people's
tell
money
you.
here. We're committing
Commissioner,
it.
That's the best I can tell you this late in the day. I'm sorry.
Can't we have a special?
That's all I have. Commissioner Servia.
I would just say things move extremely quickly at the legislative level. This is not uncommon. This
No,
kind of
it's
stuff
not.
happens. You just got to go with the flow, and we can change our mind. You know, if the rules change, if things change, and this board's uncomfortable with it, we say we're out. But to even have a chance at the matching money, we got to go forward. That's the way I see it. And with that, I'm making the motion to do so as staff has recommended. Or does the attorney have a motion that they need to read?
I
But
don't think so.
He
No.
probably didn't.
okay,
Yeah.
so
Oh, he did know
Charlie-
about this.
Charlie, you have a motion that covers everything. Sherry.
Yes, we're seeking approval from the board to move forward with submitting the appropriations request to both the House and the Senate, state of Florida, in the relationship to the Piney Point project.
And do we need a date? I know February 2nd's too late, we heard. So do we need to say by the 31st of January?
Actually, our lobbyist that works with us had indicated as soon as possible is when it
So it
needs
could
to
be
be up
today.
there, so that it can be placed in the queue.
So that's my motion.
Second.
Does this motion include if it goes up or down?
Excuse me, I haven't called
Oh,
on
but
you.
you let everybody else talk.
Well-
Sorry. I'm very sorry. I just asked a question of
Commissioner
Kevin.
Whitmore, I'm just trying to keep
asked.
an order in the
Can you
meeting, that's
address,
it.
can you recognize me then?
Actually,
Please?
I think Nick was standing at the podium. I was looking at him.
I'm a county commissioner and I was going to ask a question and maybe Nick can clarify it.
You go ahead.
Okay. Kevin said, and this is, I mean, I support it if it's not committing us. What if it ends up being at the water treatment plant? That started at 8 million, it's like 57 million now. Is that going to commit us? Do these appropriations commit us up or down? That's all I want to know. Somebody in the legal department should tell us before we vote on this. Because I'll support it if it doesn't.
Do you want me to address it? I'm not sure I understand the question. What are you saying?
What I'm understanding, I guess we have to fill out an appropriations that will commit
Right.
to
I
think Nick can
50% of the project.
Yeah, let's
up to-
let Nick go
Yeah,
first. Let's let
Nick, go ahead,
first,
and I'm
'cause I
sorry.
haven't reviewed
You
this from a
probably could have
legal
answered me right.
standpoint. I
Commissioner-
can't give you legal advice on it.
Commissioners, just one thing I was going to add that is pertinent to your question, Commissioner Whitmore, is that the guidance that we got, the earlier February deadline came about as a result of some solid relationships we have with our legislators and their aides. They started checking in last week to make sure that we were on track with the board's 4 funding requests. Those are your Piney Point request, the Moccasin Wallow Road request, and then the 2 items that were vetoed in the governor's budget last year, those being the bivalve restoration project and the green fishing pier. What I've told my friends in Tallahassee is 3 out of the 4 of those are on track. The paperwork will be in by the end of this week. We're good on the 3. The 4th one needed board input. This was the first opportunity that the board has met collectively to have that conversation with you. We regret that there is an earlier deadline, but the conversations that we're having, even as of today, from the legislative staff was, you can submit the paperwork on Friday or by the 2nd, and you can ratchet it down if the board decides to go in a different direction, you don't want to go back and ask for more than 12 or 6. So we can amend the form, but they're advising us not to go upward for the 6 and 6, if that makes sense. So if the board is willing to make a commitment today, we could get the funding work in, and if the board decides to go less than today's commitment, you can. And if you decide to go more, then that could present some problems.
All right, well, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Thank you, Nick. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment? Joe, come on down. That's twice in one day.
I'm sorry to be speaking again, but I can just maybe shed a little light because I've watched Bradenton Beach go through the appropriation process. They got $12 million to ease some of your concerns. Well, one thing I know is if it gets approved, if the state approves 6 and your costs go up, the appropriation is not going to go up. It's set in stone, approved by the legislators, and signed by the governor. The one part I really wanted to tell you was with any of these appropriations, they come with a deadline on when you have to do your project. So if you do go forward, and I'm not saying do or don't, but if you do go forward and there's some grave concern down the road, I'm pretty sure that the out would be just not to pursue it. If it just turns out to be something you just can't fathomably do, if you don't complete the project within a certain time, you simply lose the state funds.
And we can always reapply next year. Good points, Joe. Any other comments? Anyone on the phone, sir?
445, please hit star 6 to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Hello. Hello, Glenn.
For the record, Glenn Jablina. You know, I'm with Kevin. This $6 million, we don't know where it's coming from. We don't know the terms. You push us to the limit with only a few days left. This is no way to do good governance. You know, this reminds me, Kevin, you weren't around, but I got to tell you, the nightmare with Lincoln Pool. They went through all this design work, but nobody could get on the same page. So they end up scrapping like $300,000 worth of taxpayers' money because nobody could get a consensus on the pool. That's where you're at right now.
I don't remember that.
That's where you're at. Absolutely not. I'm with, you know, if we got to apply next year, you've only had 15 years to figure this out. So let's hurry up and rush and get it wrong and then eat the difference. No, absolutely not. Not 6 cents, not 6 million. No, that's not the way good governance is done. So shame on the legislation for giving you a short window, but that's no way to do business either. Very disappointed at these last minute catastrophic funding, guys, that you want, and you rush everybody into making a bad decision without getting all the facts. Remember Lincoln Pool. That's all I'm saying. You've gone down that road. You've brought in the experts, but nobody was talking to the left hand or what the right hand was doing. And that's kind of where we're at now. We don't know what the money's going to go for, how they're going to do it. Oh, just silo $6 million and we'll take care of it. No, not my money. Don't do it. Take your time, get it right, and make wise decisions. This is not a wise decision here. This is a rushed decision. So that's my 2 cents. Not
Thanks,
6
Glenn.
cents, not 6 million. Take a step back.
About
Got to
20.
reapply next year, then so be it. And let this be a lesson be learned about bad governance that's happening here right now if you vote on this. Thank you.
Anyone else?
That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. Commissioner Satcher.
I just wanted to point out, I mean, we all got just got given this this paper. I mean, it does say it's water treatment project. So, I mean, it looks like it limits our options going forward to treatment. I think the deep well would be completely out if we take advantage of these funds, which of course the big positive to the deep well injection is how much cheaper, and of course the fact that the water is absolutely gone instead of still going out to our bay eventually, but in a better form. So, so I just wanted to point that out.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with Kevin and Glenn for that matter, and Commissioner Whitmore about the speed of this. It's terrible, but I know it's of no fault of anyone's. It was it is what it is, unfortunately. I don't like it. We don't know the system behind it, but a lot of bills and appropriations things get pulled all throughout legislature. So all throughout these sessions, someone's going to propose a bill because they have to get it in, and then 3 weeks later, they're going to say, whoop, I made a mistake, that was a terrible bill, and they're going to yank it back out. So I fail to see, and correct me anyone if I'm wrong, fail to see why we wouldn't put this in as a placeholder because of the timing. Yes, in a perfect world, we would wait 2 weeks, have this discussion next Tuesday, learn everything there is to learn about this, and vote on it. But we don't have that time. We can put this in and pull it back out after our February 2nd meeting after we have all the information. If we say, you know what, that was terrible. That's a bad use of money. We don't have the money. But we can't wait till after February 2nd and put it in.
Right.
It only goes one direction after that point in time. So that's why I second it, because I'd rather get this in and then say we changed our mind and take it out, because that's the only option we're going to have after February 2nd. So for me, this is a placeholder, and I really hope and expect to have meaningful information come next Tuesday's work session where we can all collectively decide, are we leaving this appropriations request in or are we taking it out? That was my justification.
And you're absolutely right. Really, that's what it is. It's a placeholder. We either put it in now or we don't. We don't have a chance, because you can't go back later in this session and put one in. Correct. It has to go in now. So that is the issue. I mean, it's not that we wanted to bring it forward today. I don't think any of us did. We had no choice. So it is what it is. So anyway, moving forward, we have a motion to approve. Everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It is approved unanimously.
So
Thank
we bring
you.
it up next week? Is that what?
Tuesday.
Work session.
Tuesday.
Okay.
The
I
second.
gotta go. I don't know what else.
All right, so next, several things, and I'm going to leave some of it. Next week, I'll be in Orlando and Tampa in meetings for this county, so that should be interesting. There, in talking with the county attorney yesterday and the county administrator, I really didn't have much of a briefing on this agenda today, to be honest. We were too busy going over what happened on Friday, and and then I had a lot of questions in trying to look forward to make sure that we start moving this county forward. I am really at the point where I feel like all we do, we sit and we talk, but we don't really accomplish anything. So on that note, there's a few things here, and I know you guys are tired. Trust me, I think I'm probably worse than all of you. But anyway, on the agenda, so I want to bring this up. And I think this is interesting. Our agendas, we do not get our agendas. We get them on a Thursday or a Friday, and we have to go over them on the weekend. And then we have briefings on Monday, and it doesn't leave a lot of time to be able to really ask questions of the county attorney's office or have conversations with the department to really try and make sure that we understand what is being asked of us on the agenda in the meetings. So I suggested that we start doing where the board receives the agenda a week in advance. So for a county our size, that seems to be pretty appropriate and seems to be right in line with what's done. So often we seem to be more reactive than proactive. And it's time that we really start looking at things completely. It's kind of like today, having to bring you, this paperwork for $6 million. I can tell you half the time when I don't know about y'all, but I don't have time on the weekends to take my Saturdays and Sundays and just spend going over the budget or over the agenda and calling the department heads to ask questions, or calling the county attorney's office or Sherry to ask questions. That's not what we should have to do. So I would love to see, and if it takes a motion to do it, I don't know, we can have some discussion here, but I would love to see us change, and there's no reason why we couldn't, and start getting our agendas a week in advance. So like today, if our meeting's on Tuesday, we would receive the agenda last Tuesday. That gives us ample time to get the agenda. I did have conversation with the county attorney's office to make sure that what I was bringing up was appropriate. I am assured that it is, and that actually it's not uncommon in some counties where they get them weeks in advance.
In the bigger counties.
In the bigger
That's
counties.
where I cut my
Yeah.
teeth, and in the really large counties, it is longer because they're huge, and we're talking counties of 1 million people or more. So it depends on the size of the
Yeah.
county.
For one our size, do you know?
I would say it's worth it to check and see where they are. In Sarasota, we're pretty similar to them. But, you know, if you go longer than a week, you're going to get pushback from people outside of the county that it takes a long time to get on a board agenda. It's not going to be your own staff that are the issue. It's going to be people outside of the county that are anxious to get in front of the board.
And I don't think it should take longer than a
That's the pressure
week.
that you're going to get, quite honestly. So.
Okay. County Administrator.
Madam Chairman, we have no problem
I knew you
moving
didn't.
that up.
Yeah. I knew you didn't because we had discussed it yesterday, but I wanted to bring it up to the board. I thought that was appropriate. Any other comments? Commissioner Bellamy, did I see your card raised?
Yes, Madam Chair, you did. And some of the points you touched on, I am aware there were some emails out about that as far as a 5-day, but a 7-day is a line, in my opinion, for a couple of reasons. Not only do we want to have the ability to make sure we look at it thoroughly and be a little bit more abreast and prepared for our briefings, but also as the public cry that's out there, so they can hear and be prepared for their comments. So I think a 7-day, a complete, the Tuesday prior to, I think that's pretty good.
And thank you. And on that note, and I didn't bring this up, I apologize, but also, a lot of times, in fact, I think it even happened on this agenda for today, items are added less than 24 hours before the meeting. A lot of times something will come up and something will get added on. And a lot of times it's because really it's kind of at the last minute, but it's an urgent situation. And that makes it very difficult. I can even tell you that since I've been on this board, there's been, and probably Misty, you remember, there's been many times when even Commissioner Whitmore has said, well, I didn't get a chance to look at this because it was just put on our agenda. I've said it. I think Commissioner Servia might have said it once or twice. So I think that needs to stop. Something, unless it's an emergency, and which can be explained, not 24 hours, not on a Monday and it's coming before us on a Tuesday. I've even seen stuff added Tuesday mornings that I didn't even know was on the agenda until I got to the meeting. And this was many months ago, but these are some of the things that I have seen since I've been here, and it's an issue. So, Madam Administrator, do we need a motion, or can you just automatically start taking care of that for us?
I don't need a motion to make those changes if the
Okay.
board is in favor of it. It would also require us to move your briefings up if you'd like.
I understand.
And so we
Yeah.
would need to coordinate with you on that.
And I realize it's probably going to be awkward at first, but, once we get into the groove of it, it'll be great. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. I don't disagree with anything that you've said. More time to analyze is great.
It's great.
But here are the things that I want us to think about. I always hear, and you guys always hear, it takes too long to get on an agenda. These are mainly land use matters. So I would expect that there's going to be some pushback from the people who do land use cases if we start pushing things back. So get ready for that. I would like to know how Sarasota handles it. I would like to know the lead time that they have. I think it's always important to look at similar communities and see how they're doing it, because we're pretty nimble here. We're moving quickly, efficiently. We are fast, and we have a very small staff for the amount of work we're pushing out. We do. And so if we're going to slow down, that's okay, but there's going to be consequences. And I would ask for one thing before we implement it. We need to look at these agendas and things that are coming forward to make sure none of them are time sensitive that we're pushing out, like SHIP funding or like, something that must be done within a certain time. We don't want to jeopardize it.
I think that's a good point that you've raised, and I would hope that the departments would certainly, make sure that that doesn't happen. Oh, I don't know why I have trouble seeing you. KVO.
And I'm going to support you too. I agree. I think more time is absolutely necessary. I understand what Commissioner Servia is saying, that we'll probably get pushback from people regarding land use matters. But it's important that after just having to make it a $6 million decision in 6 minutes, I think that it is important that we have enough time to sit here and think things through and make our decisions, and developers will just have to suck it up. So,
Madam
And
Chair,
thank
could
you.
I make one comment about land
Yes,
use,
please.
if I may, please? I understand what you're both saying. I do think that because the land use agenda is prepared for Planning Commission, and they go through that whole process, and then it has to go through Planning Commission, the issue won't be getting the agenda ready for board a little bit earlier. It'll be the briefings. It'll be because the briefings for land use are more people, and it's more to coordinate. So I think that's where you're going to find there's going to be some tension, and that's something that I would suggest the board work out with, and the administrator, of course, with Mr. Barnott as you try to implement it. It may mean doing that at a little different pace than implementing it for the regular agendas.
So we're not going to give the Planning Commission more time to review the agendas.
I don't know what their time period is, to be honest, for the Planning Commission. I have no idea. Do you know?
I didn't think that was on the table. And I
Okay.
think that's another question that needs to be handled separately, because there's a lot more work involved in that, and a lot more. That's a discussion you really should have with Mr. Barnott present.
But that being said, for me, land use is one of the important issues that I do want to see, to have a little bit longer to look at. And I think Bill's right, with it going to the Planning Commission, that does help.
Yeah.
We
But
have
generally, it's pretty big on the,
And I'm sorry to
the
interrupt,
agendas
but
are huge.
we have statutory deadlines for those items.
Right.
And so there's a compression there, and so there's a little less room to adjust things, but it's really the Planning Commission hearings that are kind of critical there, so.
I can tell you,
Maybe
I've
a little
had
more difficult.
conversation with Bill and John Barnott and others about maybe even having more, a couple of land use meetings a month, so that we're not hit with so much at one time, to give us time to really understand what we're looking at.
yes, more meetings. That's what
It is more meetings, but if that's what it takes,
Yeah, I
that's
got
what
you.
we're going to have to do. I also made a note on here that proclamations and awards, we could always do that one morning a month and get those out of the way and not even have those on our regular agenda. Because sometimes we have so many that we don't get finished with proclamations until almost noon. So, these are items that we can look at and decide. I'm just throwing it out there right now on that for us to, think about, and we'll discuss it later. The other thing is that, I think I mentioned this to you guys, that Mr. Barnott and Sherry and the county attorney, we actually discussed the possibility of having a land use of just legislative priorities, or not priorities, legislative items, and then another day for quasi. To help, because, there's nothing worse. I mean, think about it. We know, not all of us, but some of us sitting here know how expensive an attorney can be an hour. So, here you have all these attorneys coming in for a quasi hearing, and sometimes they don't get started until after lunch,
Right.
depending on what's on the agenda. So this is another item that I know that the county attorney and John Barnott talked about extensively, because it could help. It could help everybody. It could help the people coming in for the meetings, the attorneys, us, and that's something that they are looking at. Just to run it by you and let you know that that is something you might be seeing. Go
And
ahead.
Madam Chair, the last conversation I had with the administrator it sounded like that was, Sherry, we're
Correct.
basically implementing that.
Correct.
Are we?
Yeah, that was a
Correct.
decision she had made.
Okay,
Correct.
great.
Yes.
Do you know when you think that might actually start?
I think it would be in March because I don't believe you have any in February that are required.
Okay.
You've already you're taking the February date, February 18th for your CIP budget discussion.
Okay. And another thing that I've looked at is our workshops. You know, I gave you all the list of workshops that have been scheduled. Some are scheduled, and the county attorney and I talked about this, some are scheduled because the Board of County Commissioners has requested a workshop on it. Some are not. Some are being brought by staff. And right now, we're sitting back, and it seems to me that we're in a situation where we are trying to come up with our priorities. You know, we're not sure what they're going to be. We're looking at infrastructure. We're looking at, you know, and when you say infrastructure, stormwater, roads, you know, all kinds of things along that line. And the county administrator and I have had extensive conversation on this. So the problem is, unless we add more workshops right now, we're not going to get done what we need to get done to give staff time to start really working on the budget. We need to make sure that we're very clear and precise on what it is we're looking at. So I think for right now, any new workshops, the Board of County Commissioners need to approve what those workshops are so we can make sure that it's moving toward what we need to do to give staff a route to take. And I had talked to the county administrator on this because, you know, if they're going to start looking at the budget and trying to come up with solutions, they better know where we're coming from. And I'll be honest, right now, I think it's kind of up in the air. I mean, I've heard some things, but, you know, it's a lot of things that we need to look at and talk about. County Administrator.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, at your meeting on Tuesday, February the 2nd, you had asked me to come back with incorporating discussion items that you had at the January 12th meeting. And if you'd like, we can add, obviously, the work session schedule was going to be on that discussion as well. And if there's going to need to be any modifications or changes or additions or deletions, that would be the first possible opportunity that you could make those there. So that's just next Tuesday.
We can look at it then, but we need to really think about it and make sure that we have the time to make the decisions that we need to make and that we discuss what these decisions are. Because it's easy to look at staff and public works and say, well, you got a stormwater problem. What are we going to do about it? We have to help them with that solution. So we need to look at the monies that we have in the budget and figure out where it needs to go. And that's not an easy task. I know Commissioner Whitmore has been, or Commissioner Servia has been here, Commissioner Bellamy has been here, but our budgets are not an easy thing to tackle. So just keep that in mind and we can discuss it on Tuesday, but it is something we need to go ahead and take hold of and work on. Well, the rest of it I've already talked about. So I think that's it for me. The one last thing I do need to do before anyone else leaves, I'm going to need to have a motion to extend the local state of emergency for 7 days.
So
We're
moved.
in a meeting, so we got to have it. So I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. Anyone from the public want to make public comment? Okay. Not seeing anyone, we're going to close public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved unanimously.
What are we doing with the 7-day agendas? Are we making a motion for that, or are we just?
Sherry said she
Sherry's
didn't need it.
acknowledged
She could just
Okay,
get it done.
perfect. Great.
So, all right, well, I don't know of anything else at this point, so unless there's something that you want to add? No. This meeting is adjourned.